Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning, wherever you're connecting from. I'm your host for tonight on the weekly recap. My name is Ezra, and I'll be your host for tonight, family. Wow, welcome to those who are here, who are our subscribers, supporters, and those who have subscribed and who are our followers on Twitter, on Facebook, and on YouTube, Swahili Nation and One Africa. So, welcome, family. If you've just joined us, wherever you're connecting from, um, great being here. Good to see you, and I can't wait to engage with you tonight and talk about anything about Africa, talk anything about what's happening in the world, and really just do a recap of this week and a recap of the things that we are busy with, which is our GoFundMe project. We've got a big project ahead of us. So, family, make sure that you join us and make sure that you subscribe. If you've not subscribed, if you're new here, please subscribe to our channel. Please like our page on Facebook. Follow us either Twitter, anywhere, all our platforms. Please subscribe and join us and be our follower and to discuss. And there's a lot that we need to cover for tonight. One of our main things is the GoFundMe platform, where our project, not platform, but on the GoFundMe platform, we have raising funds. We are raising funds, family. I've just a lot on my mind currently. I'm just picking up a lot of things, and so yeah. I mean, our biggest project at the moment as a Swahili Nation, One Africa, is to raise funds for our studios, for our offices, and to set up equipment, all that. And our target for this project is 25,000 euros. And I'll be sharing just now our page. I'll be sharing this as well. I'll be sharing just now our GoFundMe page. For those who might not know about this, we have a GoFundMe project that we are currently running, and there's people that have already started donating to this project. And so if you want to be part of this, please, family, let's do this. Let me just do this. What's happening here? Yeah, this is our GoFundMe project. We're currently sitting on 2625. So, family, please go to this page. I'm going to share the link as well, the GoFundMe link, and you can go there and just go donate anything, anything that you feel that you want to donate, or anything that you feel that you can support us with. Please go and donate. And there's nothing else that I'm going to really talk about on this weekly recap. We just going to be pushing this GoFundMe project and just taking suggestions on ways on how we can raise more funds, and we can just make sure that we reach our target, which is 25,000 euros. We're currently sitting on 2625, and yeah, join us. I've just shared the link to the on the GoFundMe. Go and sponsor us, even if it's $1. But our target is €5 at least, €5 or €1. But €5 is our target for each individual. I mean, if you can start there, but if you know you this fund that we are trying to raise here. So please do that. And somebody says they don't see my they will not see me. Okay, can you guys see me now? Okay, hope you guys can see me. Yeah, so we are live currently on on Swahili Nation and on One Africa. So we've got two YouTube channels that we're currently running, which is the Swahili Nation and on YouTube, and One Africa on YouTube. And then we also have the One Africa channel, which is also our YouTube channel. We don't have a Facebook page for that. We only have a Facebook page for Swahili Nation. And on Twitter, we're also live on Swahili Nation and on Mika Shavala's profile as well. So please join us. Mentioned, please go and follow us, subscribe, and make sure that you get notified. I mean, even on YouTube, yeah, please click on the notification icon, click on the notification icon, like, share the streams as well with family and friends, and let's keep the movement growing. So without anything that I would really want to cover today, I never get you. And that I always feel that we need to start with is obviously first start with our prayer. For, as usual, we'll normally start with, and I would love to just quickly start with the prayer, and then we can really get deeper into this, or even people coming in here, and we really had so much that we shared, and we thank people that were really contributed to this fund, and I'm love to welcome more people tonight. If you want to go and pledge your fund, go and click that link that I just and just put our studio for our offices, because we and set up our resources, our office space, studio, editing suite, and a working environment where, I mean, we can really be based and really saying Swahili Nation. Where is Swahili Nation? We don't just want to be one of those channels that you can only find on YouTube. People say they're YouTubers or whatever. The vision is bigger than just us. So, and we want to take this vision very high and take it across the world and across different platforms, and make sure that we have the resources, the offices where you can reach us. Any complaints, any suggestion where you really know this is the Swahili Nation offices in Dar es Salaam. That's where we're starting, but we're gonna branch out in all different countries. We'll have representatives in all over the world, in different places across the world. So this vision is bigger than us. So in this vision, it's not for us to keep, but it's a vision for everybody who are interested and who really believe in the vision. So hence now we want to professionalize things. We want to set up offices. We want to set up a proper studio, editing studio, and a live stream studio where we can do live streams and broadcasts. So please, this fund is for that. It's nothing. It's not going into anyone's pocket, but it's going to be a vision that you will be part of, and you'll be able to see it once we secure an office. And our office, I mean, currently, if you some people might not be aware, but in Africa, in many countries, when you are renting offices, you need to have 6 months of rent that you need to pay upfront, or even 12 months. So what we try to do now is secure a place for 12 months. So that's our plan. But obviously we might start with 6 months, but we want to make sure that at least for 12 months, we've got a secure place, we've secured some offices, and also build offices, buy all the resources, set up the studio with all these funds that we are asking that you put your pledge on. So this is where the money is going to be used. It's not our money, it's not money that we want to have, but it's money for a purpose, money for a project. And I mean, this is going to be way better than before. I mean, you will see the difference once we have like a real proper editing place where we really have a studio. And I mean, if some people are also visiting Zanzibar or visiting Dar es Salaam, they can come to our offices. I mean, man, I don't want to say much. I know His Excellency said I shouldn't say much. It should remain a surprise when the people see where this is going. And man, it's gonna be great and it's gonna be big. I mean, it's the place is beautiful. I must just say this I cannot hide, but the place is a secure location, good location for business, good location for very safe environment, very I don't want to say much, but all you need to know, it's a beautiful place in a beautiful location. So that's how much we serious, or how serious we are. We really want to make sure that we are putting this thing in a proper environment where people can even visit and really see the physical offices, physical studios, and see where their money is going to. So I'm pledging. I'm gonna ask the family to pledge. I've also pledged, and I'll be pledging something as well. Every week, I'm gonna try to pledge something. We're all playing our role. It's not a one man show where we're just asking, but we are also putting something into this. So please, family, I would really love to see the numbers. I really love to see people pledging now. If you have something, please go there. Go just check the vision, what our vision is about. I think I can quickly just do this. For some people, they might not know. This is the vision why we're trying to fundraise and this 25,000 euros. Obviously is to most of the money that we're going to be getting at the moment firstly is to secure our offices. That's the first priority for us, and then obviously we're going to need office furniture and utilities, and obviously the studio camera lights, etc, etc. And for that, for the camera lights and other stuff that we might need for live streams, I mean, so far we started with the small budget. I mean, of 5,000 euros. I know 5,000 euros for some people it's a lot, but it's not a lot. I mean, in terms of what we really need to do, because there's so much that we want to do. Obviously, that will need more funding, but for now, as a family, this is where we can only start. But if there's sponsors, funders, people who want to partner with us, please send us an email on oneafricaofficial@gmail.com, and we'll really appreciate that. You can contact us. You can send us an email if you want to do a special pledge or you want to partner with us in anything that you think is in line with the vision that we're trying to make here. So, yeah. Let me just share the email where you can get a hold of us, or if you've got any queries or you've got anything that you think like you can contribute in terms of suggestions or even special funds that you want to do. And yeah, so please do that. And again, to those who might not know, on the GoFundMe, you have an option to remain anonymous. You don't really have to put your name there. For those people who work in industries that are sensitive, where they might feel their identity might be compromised, so you can go to the GoFundMe and do an anonymous pledge. So you can do an anonymous pledge. So yeah, please do that. And I'm going to just open with prayer now, and then we can really talk more about this pledge. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this night that you've blessed us with. Thank you as we meeting here and as we'll be discussing different issues, different topics. We ask for your wisdom and we ask for your knowledge in all that we do. We thank you, Father, and we ask that you bless everything that we're going to talk about tonight. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Thank you, thank you. I see Pi. Pi says I'll be there in about 30 minutes. Hey, Pi, be careful. We might not find us here after 20 minutes because, as I've been saying, that we are trying to make sure that the weekly recap is short because I'm planning something. I'm planning to do another show that in the coming month. I will be starting a show. The weekly recap is going to be shorter, and then there will be a show for Friday where we can talk about music, where we can talk about the arts, we can talk about tech, we can talk about so many things on a Friday, but more on a lighter note. Maybe nothing political, nothing of the usual. So relationships for some people, they might want to have that. They might want to join and let us talk about that and have open lines where people can come and talk about different things of interest, different things that might have been happening in the course of the week. Yeah. So, but for now, that's where we stand. And um, I'm just going to share this as well quickly. So that's our email. If you really want to be in touch with us. If you've got any suggestion, something you want to contribute, special contribution, you can get in touch with us on oneafricaofficial@gmail.com. That's our email. And again, on the obviously the GoFundMe project, it's still on, and we are ready, and we are expecting a lot that more people will join us. And if you've just joined us, please, we've got a GoFundMe project to secure offices and to also get equipment, resources, and everything that we need for our new offices. So please, 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 family, do that right now. Please, please, please. If you're just here and you just arrived, please, you've got to GoFundMe for offices, Swahili Nation, One Africa offices that we want to set up in Dar es Salaam. So please, please, family, go and put your pledge there. And some people might be asking, why you guys want to do this? We want to do this, yes, because we want to professionalize. We want to make sure that we everything is now professional, and we want to make sure that everything is done in an orderly way. So we want to change. We don't just want to come here every night, talk things, and then that's it. But we really want to make sure that we create structures, that we have a proper organization that's fully running, where when we talk about in One Africa or Swahili Nation, you can really know that this is a business address for this organization. This is what they do. This is what they talk about. This is what they're covering. So all those things need structures. We cannot just remain on YouTube forever and just cry for subscribers. I'm sorry to say this, but we cannot just be on this platform only. We need to see this vision that is way bigger than us. As His Excellency will always say, that he works for Africa, you know, and he's employed by Africa. And the vision for Africa is bigger than just one person, it's bigger than just uh, um, us being in just one place. We need to move, we need to upgrade, you guys need to see changes in how we do things. Even our content needs to change, the quality of our content needs to change. So these resources that we need and this funding that we need, it's about that. It's about us breaking out of the structures that we are in, the confined spaces that we find ourselves at the moment. So Family, sorry about that. I just really had a technical problem here with my network. Um, yeah, family. As I was still talking about the fundraising, I only noticed after a while that I'm totally out. But yeah, this is our GoFundMe page. Um, Please check it out. Go out there. Go and um, put your pledge, €5, €10, 10 million euros, whatever you can pledge. I mean, I'm sure we've got multimillionaires like Pi. I know who's also been contributing, and I'm expecting much from a lot of people. So please, family, if you just join us or are shocked what happened, I lost connection. I don't know what happened. I just lost connection and I was talking all alone here. Only after a while, I realized that I'm off. But anyway, that's fine. We'll still do the work, whether internet or not. We'll find ways to be live. Whatever the enemy may try to do, we'll still do the live stream and we'll still continue, and nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop the work of God. But anyway, so all is well, family. Just minor technical issues that I had just now, but this is our GoFundMe project that we need to push. We need to make sure that every week we meet some targets. I mean, if we are just 10% of what we really need. Let's make sure that this week, can we make it another 10%? At least let's make sure that we reach 10,000 or even 5,000, 5 to 10,000 for this week. Let this be our target. I know the economic hardship of other countries, but let's still play our role. Whether it's just €1 that you can make, that you can contribute, go and put your pledge right there, and be part of the building block. You're all part of this foundation that we need to start building. So this is our foundation now as Swahili Nation, that we want to set up offices, we want to set up a studio, we want to set up uh, a working environment where we can have other creatives as well joining us, but more for the vision that we need to put out there, even also to improve our production and our quality of content that we want to put out there. Not that we're not doing anything, but we're trying to make sure that we move. And you should really see the difference since this channel started, Swahili Nation. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people can really say that there's been a lot of changes since Mika started this channel. And it's been really a big transformation, especially last year and this year. We've just been live and been here like for what, 3 4 years? I think 3 years. So I mean, guys, I mean, as a family, we've been through a lot and a lot of changes. So we also need to make sure that we are changing with the times and changing with the vision. We didn't just come here for just views and whatnot, but we came here to make a difference as a people. So please subscribe, please like our Facebook page, Swahili Nation. Uh, Please subscribe to One Africa. We've got another sister channel. Our sister channel is called One Africa. Go into that page, and also that YouTube channel. Go and subscribe to that YouTube channel, please, family. Please, please, please. What else? What else? And I'm just gonna do this quickly. Let me share this one. Let me share this one. Just gonna quickly share the other other just going to share this thing here. I think for some people that might not understand why the vision, what's the vision, what's the point of doing this thing, of going live and even trying to get new offices. So this is what I'm going to do right now. Okay. Just hold a minute. Just trying to get this to work. Who's going to play this video?
I'm going to read a little speech that we wrote, and this will give you a full picture of what we stand for, where we are, and where we're going. It is indeed an auspicious occasion, a great honor and privilege to be here with you today to launch and celebrate a nation of union, One Africa. Swahili Nation One Africa is a global initiative founded to unite Africa, explore the abundant opportunities of growth that exist throughout the continent, harmonize ideas, and best steps to harness these for the benefit of both the young and old generations. To date, Africa remains a continent blessed with numerous resources, yet it is still the poorest in the world. There are numerous internal and external factors that causes this dissonance. The World Bank estimates that by the year 2050, sub-Saharan countries will be home to more than 1 billion people, half of whom will be under 25 years. This demographic stands the best chance at transforming the continent. The most dangerous poverty of all is mind poverty.
Google Digital Skills for Africa offers over 40 free online courses. Learn new
paralyzed Africa decades ago using the education system. The imperialists to date use the divide and rule principle. Africans have for decades been turned against each other. The family unity in Africa, which served a pivotal as a building block of human behavior and society at large, where formative values and respect and responsibility were instilled by parents, all the social order is now disintegrating. Should we sit back and continue complaining while cursing the neo-colonialists? My people, eradicating mind poverty in Africa starts by acknowledging our history, being aware of the present, building on the future, and learning from our mistakes. My people perished and being destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Knowledge remains the biggest challenge we face as Africans. Even with little knowledge we possess, partly our minds have been brainwashed and misinformed. The divide and rule approach of the colonialists remain prevalent even in the current times. Africa, we have allowed ourselves to be divided along with tribes, religion, skin color, clans, ethnicity, amongst others. One Africa, we declare our diversity is our strength. We embrace unity in diversity. Generations behind us are silently pleading for direction. The time is now to reconcile with ourselves, neighbors, and the whole continent. It will be a long road to healing, but in solidarity, we break away from the chains of division and walk the path to freedom. As we forge through this era of technological revolution, Africa should concurrently embrace transformative global trends, especially targeting our education policies. We should create tech corners and replicate across the continent to acquaint professionals in Africa with different trends on education and technology aimed at connecting them with the rest of the world. Unity, peace, and love run a resounding aloe. These three sum can only come through initiative that promote equality of opportunity. Africa is the world's youngest continent with 60% of its population under the age of 25 years. Africa is an envy of the globe, accounting for 19% of the globe youth population. Let us tap into the readily available labor force of the young men and women and detract them from joining extremism. Free them from taking risk journeys across Mediterranean Sea and from appalling conditions and inhuman treatment some experience in the Gulf region. We need to harness the potential of our young people. World Bank estimate that 40% of youth who join extremism are motivated by economic inequality. The exodus of our youth and
This is Tracklib. The catalog of music is huge and covers everything.
other professionals through legal or illegal immigration should be a concern for all of us. Our social fabric is being broken, yet human capital is in abundance in Africa. Africans, we have the power to reverse the brain drain into skills gain. I envision an Africa where everyone gets quality education and accessible health service, where no one will be scared to show their ethnicity, religion, or belief, where everyone can traverse freely without being scared of their safety, where everyone is respected for just being a human, where love and peace are our resources for being. Giving is cherished. Sacrificing in service for the benefit of others are honored, where integrity, honesty, hard work, and result-based leadership are the core motivation for all people, especially those who lead us. One Africa needs more than just talent and passion. We need a rich network of like-minded people, dedicated professionals, experts in various fields, and vast ideas on moving forward to bring about change and prosperity to our beautiful continent, Mother Africa. For a long time, Western media and other foreign nations have manipulated and distorted the truth about Africa for their own gain. No one else can defend Africa but Africans. No one else can support or change this continent, Africa, but Africans. Africa is our home. Africa is our heritage. Africa is our pride. Africa is for Africans. That's why you clap, guys. Thank you, thank you. Collapse the borders. We, the African youth, are ready and energized to build our continent into prosperity. We have the ability to solve our own challenges without external interference and manipulation. We are advancing to reach all Africans across the planet through conversation for a better Africa. We are on a mission to defend the image and heritage of Africa, to decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge, and create a bridge for oneness and peaceful Africa. The core essence of our unity is towards a one Africa of solidarity and peace and love. Knowledge is power. Our people need to be empowered through genuine knowledge based on our values, customs, beliefs, and Africa before colonization. Let us join hands and share in the vision of our humanity, the vision for a one Africa. With all humility, I pledge today that one Africa will unite and build Africa and its people despite of our differences, because our diversity is the key pillar of our unity. I sincerely thank and welcome you abroad to go with me in this journey. Thank you so much.
Always really, I don't know what to say, but if you really want to see this speech, this was done in Ethiopia when we did the One Africa launch, Swahili Nation One Africa launch in Ethiopia. And this just explains the vision where we want to be as a Swahili Nation One Africa. So we are moving in steps and we are not stopping. And this is one of our mission, is to defend the image and bring back all the heritage of Africa, decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge, and create a bridge of oneness and a peaceful Africa. So that's what we are about. And I think I've kind of said this a while ago, that we are about progress, we are about knowledge, we are about positivity, we are about the future. We have no time for all the negativity of Africa, but we are about the positive abilities and the potential and what we need to do as Africans to make sure that our continent moves ahead and becomes a continent where it can reach its full potential, where people can live and have hope in this beautiful continent. So please, let's build this vision. Let's build this vision for us as Africa, and for those who are on the continent. We are making sure that we are moving ahead and we are moving forward. We are not going to be stopped by our circumstances, our situation, but we we have the vision and the ability to move forward. And what better way to start this vision right now? So, man, so I'll be sharing this again a little later. And just for those who want to come and really put their pledge, please do that. I think I had shared earlier the link for fundraising page on the GoFundMe. I'm just going to share this quickly again. You can click on the link, go there, put your pledge, and support us in setting up a structure, a proper structure. So yeah, and this is just a different vision. I know a lot of people will be saying, why don't you go feed the poor? Why don't you go and feed the widows and all that? That's still coming. But for now, we need to put proper structures where when we're putting a pledge and say, we want to go and feed the poor, you know where to find our offices, you know where to find us. Instead of us being just online, you don't even know where we stay, you don't even know our organization, where it's based. So we want to put structures in place where you can reach us, where you can have a direct communication with us for anything, inquiries, suggestions, things that we need to be cover, and all those things. So this is the structure that we're trying to build at the moment, and we only need 25,000 euros for us to do this thing. So I like what Pi say. I mean, Jonathan, yeah. Jonathan, the speech is really deep, man. It's really deep. I don't know what to say. Every time when I listen to that speech, I mean, it touches me deep. It's I don't know. I don't even know what to say, you know. So, but this is where we're trying to go, family. This is what we're trying to do at the moment. Please subscribe. Please assist us. And in fact, this is not about assisting. In fact, it's about being part of something. Be part of something. Be part of something. You know, be part of this. Be part of this platform, please, family. So go and put your pledge. We've only reached 10% of what we are planning to raise. So go and put your pledge on the GoFundMe. Search for Swahili Nation if it happens that you go into the page. So go and do that. Go and do that. Go and do that. Just needed to quickly fix this as well. What else? What else did we need to cover? Oh, yeah. I mean, how about we reach a target? Let's put a target for ourselves. I mean, for this week, can we do that? So go and let's put a target for ourselves. Let's put a target for ourselves. Let's say 3,000 this weekend. Can we try to raise 3,000 euros for this weekend? Only this weekend, can we just raise 3,000 and make sure that maybe by the end of this coming week we reach at least 5,000 euros as a target? Put your pledge. So let's do that, family. Let's do that. So this is a challenge. This is a challenge. Can we reach 3,000 by the end of this weekend? Can we try to reach 3,000? And tonight, please, before you do anything, just go and subscribe. Just go and like. After liking, after subscribing, if you've not subscribed, go into the GoFundMe. Go check it out. I know some people, it takes a while before they can really do anything, but go check it out and go and see what we are doing there. Go and check our vision, why we're raising this fund, and put your pledge. I mean, put your pledge. I'm challenging you. Play a role, do something. I mean, be part of something, be part of the building block of this platform, so that in the coming years, when this vision is big, when the platform is big, when there's people who are employed and all that stuff, you'll say, I was part of building this organization. Maybe your kids will even be working for this organization. So challenge yourself, see the bigger vision than just now. And I'm not trying to convince you otherwise, but be part of something that you can really point and say, I was part of the first people that did ABC for Swahili Nation, One Africa movement. I like, be part of those moments, be part of history when you can point and say, 5 years ago, Swahili Nation, it was run by, it was just few guys who were just doing live streams or uploading videos, and now it's something very big, international, and you can say, I had a hand in making sure that this vision can reach the whole world. So that's a challenge for everybody. If you're a subscriber, if you love Swahili Nation, even if you don't understand us, but give us a chance. Give us a chance and put your pledge and make sure that we can procure offices for our channel, set up our studio, set up the live stream platform. And you will see, I mean, family, once we can move ahead on this, obviously the production is going to change. The quality of content that we need to upload needs good resources. And with those good resources, to get good resources, you need money. And that's where we coming to your houses, we coming to you and say, hey, brother, hey, sister, hey, mommy, hey, daddy, please sponsor, put your pledge, anything that you can do. So this is the vision and this is where we want to go. And I'm just inviting you and I'm asking you to like join us and as we're doing this pledge, and do not be left behind. If you can see other people who are doing this, also be challenged to say, if they're doing this, I need to do this as well for my family, for this family of Swahili Nation and this organization. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. And another challenge that I want to put out there for for the family is to subscribe to the One Africa channel. We've got our sister channel called One Africa. Please subscribe to it. If you are a subscriber on Swahili Nation, you need to be subscribed on One Africa as well. So please subscribe to this. Just going to share the link quickly now for One Africa. Please go and subscribe to this channel. It's called One Africa. It's our sister channel. It's been there. Go and subscribe to it. Go now and subscribe to it. And for tonight, let me see. Who's challenging us to say, hey, brother, I'm willing to go and raise something for this channel. Trying to look here. I'm trying to look. But anyway, so let's make sure that we go and subscribe to One Africa channel as well. And also go to the GoFundMe and put your pledge. Put your pledge right there. We only 10%. We only raised 10% of the actual funds. So we really need to start moving at a faster pace. We really need the speed. We need the speed. We need the speed. We need the speed. So here's our GoFundMe link as well. So I'm just gonna leave this for now. Go and put your pledge right there. In fact, let me do this. Something I really want to do quickly. Something I really want to do. I'll wait. 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 I know some people will never say anything when it comes to certain things, but I'll wait. I'm a patient man. Hello, brother Paul. Hello, 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 hello. I see you, brother Paul. I see you. And again, family, as you all know, we've got a lot of people, we've got a lot of hosts, and that we have here on Swahili Nation One Africa. Um, tomorrow, I'll just give you some of the updates in terms of tomorrow's show. As you know, every Saturday, 9 p.m. East African time, you've got Biggie with the Diaspora Talk. I mean, as you all know, every night we are live on Swahili Nation, One Africa, Twitter as well, Swahili Nation. So we are live on 3 platforms at the moment. We are live on Twitter. We are live on YouTube, Swahili Nation, One Africa YouTube channel, and even on Facebook, Swahili Nation. So go and subscribe, like on those pages, and make sure that you participate in those programs. You don't just watch, but participate. Put your input, your suggestions. Those are more than welcome. So, and as I was saying, every Saturday night we've got a show with Biggie called the Diaspora Talk, 9 p.m. East African time. For those who might be asking what time, it's 9 p.m. East African time. with our host Biggie. And then on Sundays, we've got my brother Mwendatezi with the Hidden Hand every Sunday 9 p.m. We've got a program called The Hidden Hand. The Hidden Hand. For those who will be live or who might be asking himself, oh, on Sunday are we free? So we've got a show for you every day, so you have no excuse to say, no, I can't watch, I'm too busy. Every day there's a show for you. So whenever you're not busy, join any of these programs. Every Sunday, obviously, we've got Mundatezi 9 p.m. With the Hidden Hand. The show is called The Hidden Hand with Mundatezi, 9 p.m. East African time. And obviously, then Mondays, we've got conversations with different stakeholders, different people, influential people in society. Normally, His Excellency Mika every Monday, 9 p.m. East African time as well. He has that, he does the conversations with different people and business leaders, political, in the arts, anywhere, any part of society. Yeah. And every Tuesday, obviously, we go to Tuesdays. The Tuesdays, normally it'll be Tenzin. I know some people have been asking where's Tenzin. I saw this past Tuesday when we were live, somebody was asking about Tenzin. Tenzin was still traveling, but I'm definitely sure this coming Tuesday she'll be in with the African traditions. So stay tuned for that. I know you've missed Tenzin, so it'll be nice seeing her back from her rest, from her leave. She'll be back this coming Tuesday, and you guys can join her on the African traditions. So, yeah, Tuesdays, right? Tuesday, it's Tenzin. I know she can come anytime. Tenzin, as you guys, some of you might know, Tenzin might just log in anytime. But every Tuesday, that's a show. Her show is called African Traditions, 9 p.m. East African time. So yeah, 9 p.m. East African time with the African Traditions. And then come Wednesdays, it's the Education Wednesdays with Professor Ezra, the Education in the 21st Century. Professor Ezra every Wednesday, 9 p.m. as well as East African time. And what else? So yeah, wait. Okay, so Tuesdays it's Tenzin, 9 p.m. East African time, African traditions, and then Wednesdays it's Professor Ezra every Wednesday 9 p.m. East African time, education in the 21st century. And then obviously then we go into Thursday. I know Brother Paul is here. That's our host for the Swahili sessions every Thursday, 6 p.m. East African time. Yeah. So join my brother Paul with the Swahili sessions. His show is called Swahili Sessions. Every Thursday, 5 p.m. So that's the only early show every Thursday. So that's the only early show on Swahili Nation and One Africa. It's called the Swahili Sessions. For those who want to learn Swahili, for those who want to learn Swahili, obviously ask questions and learn. I mean, it's strictly in Swahili, but I'm sure Brother Paul is willing to squeeze you in so that you become his student. So every Thursday, 6 p.m., Swahili sessions. So please join that show for those who love Swahili, those who want to learn Swahili, and also be mindful. People learn languages through learning, through listening. So you can also join and listen and get to understand what Swahili is about. So join our brother Paul every Thursday 6 p.m. It's called the Swahili Sessions. And obviously on Thursdays, every Thursday we've got 2 live streams. Obviously it's the Swahili sessions, and obviously 9 p.m. we have another live stream with our host Dr. Ebenezer, every Thursday 9 p.m. That's Potential in Africa with Dr. Ebenezer. And I love his shows. I love Dr. Ebenezer's shows. They're always thought-provoking and are really a nice program that I also listen to almost every week, unless if I'm busy. Then yeah, but I love his shows. I love how he really have so much insight into every topic. I mean, he reveals a lot of insight into every topic that he's discussing on his show. So every Thursday, 9 p.m., Potential in Africa. And yeah, family, I think we need to come and sing for Marit tonight. It'll be nice for the guys, anyone who wants to come and pray or even sing for Marit or Mari for some people. So please do that, family. And then obviously Fridays is the weekly recap, which is this show that we are on right now, the weekly recap, with myself as the host, where we really discuss everything, the weekly stuff, and oh, I see what's his name? I see Pi is here. Hey Pi, we are about to say shalom, man. We're about to say shalom. I'm expecting a 500 euros right now. I hope somebody just blessed us with a 500 euros. Hey, Pi.
Hey, you said you're about to end the show?
Yeah, man. I was about to end the show, but we can talk. No, not really end the show, but obviously I'm gonna leave this, the GoFundMe, and yeah, hopefully I'll have some strength for another show. As I said, the the weekly recap is gonna be shorter and shorter and shorter. I'm just trying to find ways to make it shorter and shorter, and then we're gonna have like a real show. As you all know, it's been like what, 2 months now? It's the second month, but this coming month we're gonna start having like really nice live streams where we can really discuss other issues. But for now, on this weekly recap, what we're pushing for and what we're talking about is the GoFundMe for offices and for the resources that we need for this project.
Okay, because I was curious because you've been holding out on us, Pastor Ezra. You could easily have the conversation for South Africa with Mika on Mondays. I was really interested in that.
Anything. Monday we already have a upcoming guest. We have a guest on Monday. Yeah, there is a conversation that's coming. I just need to see who it is, but we already have set up everything for this Monday. So that is gonna be. It can be in the coming week or days. I'm not sure, but yeah, yeah, man. That's that one was gonna be. Yeah, we're gonna have to just do that in the coming maybe week or so. What's happening? Well, what have you heard about South Africa? What's happening in South Africa? For those who wanna know what's happening about South Africa.
Man, there's so many different moves. I didn't know that South Africa's politics and economy was so sophisticated. You have people that are like this race nation people. You have people that are like that are more nationalists, that are trying to like get rid of like the crime, the illegal immigrants, get rid of like to lessen like to get rid of the drugs in the country. Then you have people that are Pan-African. I didn't know South Africa was like that. That's why I say you're holding on to us like this whole time, because I saw some of the political parties, like they have like a student wing, they have like a Pan-African Parliament, they have like a National Assembly. Like a lot of some of the different parties are even more sophisticated than countries that are in like in Europe and the US. So I was pretty impressed with what I was seeing. A lot of different types of people. I didn't know that.
Yeah, there is. It's one of the most diversified countries in terms of races, in terms of languages, instead of cultures. It's a really, yeah, it's one of those countries where you get everything, you get everyone. Even politics wise, I mean, the Pan-African movement has been there for the longest time. So it's even the oldest political party, the Liberation Movement Party. It's there in South Africa. So there is a lot. There's a lot of history. There's a lot of yeah. There's a lot there happening.
Oh, okay. Wait,
So,
which state do you live in South Africa? I'm curious.
I live in Gauteng, in Gauteng.
Oh, okay. Is it in the east, the north, the south, or the west?
It's more, you can say north, the northern part of the country, but almost in the center. But like, it's the smallest state, by the way. We call them provinces, but it's a smaller state in terms of size, land size. But in terms of output, economically, it's a big hub. Economic, it's the financial hub of you can even say of the continent in terms of
yeah, because I was looking at even the South African rand, like it usually hovers around 13 to 16 to the US dollar for the past 10 years. It's like this is kind of stuff that I didn't know. But anyway, we could talk about it a different time. Next time I'll come earlier. I didn't know you were making them shorter.
No, we can talk. It's just one of those things where yeah, I mean, as I said, that we're gonna try to make it short for the weekly recap, and then announcements, all that kind of stuff. But we can talk a little bit, Pi, as we're waiting for some people to put their pledges there. We need more pledges for this for our offices, Pi. We need to see everybody there. I want Pi to fly into our offices. Us, you know, take your woman to Zanzibar. Come later to the studio. Let's edit. Let's do something.
Ezra, you guys can see me, but I don't like cameras. I'm like, you know, when it says you have to show the hidden hand. That's what I want to do. I want to be the hidden hand. I don't want to be in public.
Yeah, you remain behind the scene. It's still fine, but when you come to the office, obviously you can't be the hidden and we'll know you. But what I'm saying to the viewers, you might remain in the background. But
Yeah.
this is the vision where we want to take this. Where I mean, when we have something solid, when we can have an office, we can have work environment where it's set up where we know that this is where Swahili Nation offices are. I mean, that's bigger than all the other platforms that you can think of on YouTube. I mean, most of them they're just confined to this space. You don't even know anything about them. As much as some people might do collaborations with companies and all that, but what we are saying, we don't want to remain like that. We want to see a bigger vision where this is bigger than just us. So we're pushing for this, and I hope most people will with time, open up their hearts, open their wallets, and be part of this building. Be part of building something. Many people want to see success, but for us to reach success, they don't want to go through the process, and the process is we're gonna have to spend and invest some money. So we being inviting people to join us in this journey, and others might not have the money now, but in the future, others might just be subscribers. That's also support. We thank you for that.
I'm out of a job. I still donated.
Yeah,
I'm looking for a new job.
Yeah,
It's just 5 years. It's just 5 euros. 5 euros is not a lot of money.
Exactly, man. I mean, look at how much you spend on food, like maybe just takeaways alone. So, or you decide to buy coffee. How much you spending on that? Probably $1 or something, or even more, depending on the kind of coffee you're having or which country you find yourself in. It can be even like be expensive. So, I mean, €5, €10. It's fair for one to compromise, for that day or for that week to say I'm not gonna eat this, just gonna support Swahili Nation, on this a vision that they have.
Yeah,
And
I look forward to us having an office in every country, in every African country, even in the diaspora in the US. That'll be awesome. It'll make things a lot easier.
A lot. I mean, imagine how much network we can build with people from all over I mean, we already have a network, but imagine if we have people who can enlighten us, like where you are, where you can just enlighten us and say, hey, I'm in Taiwan, this is the current news, these are the trends, report, do some field work that side, put content from that side, and people can be, I mean, enlightened in terms of when people are talking about all these countries, what's happening in those countries, like actually on the ground, certain things, more content that we can put out there from all over the world to all our networks and all our channels all over, I mean, the globe.
Okay, that's kind of the reason why I don't put my face though. Because a lot of the stuff that we talk about is very controversial, and every once in a while affects me in real life. Because unlike most people, just because I live like Asian country, like some people they identify as Chinese, some people identify as Taiwanese, but if something bad is happening to like Africans, like what's happening in Somaliland with the oil, like them participating in that kind of like neocolonization of Somaliland, I'm not gonna be like a traitor and not say anything about it. So that's why I don't put my face. You know what I mean? A lot of the stuff we talk about is pretty controversial. But you guys are more brave than me, man.
Yeah, man, there has to be faces. In every revolution, there are those who will be faces. There are those who work in the background. Everyone is putting their effort, working hard. It's not that the faces are work harder than the ones who are behind. It's all a collective. We're all working as a collective, and we're all trying to push this vision. Whether it's pie in the background, talking about the Horn, the Somaliland, Somalia, whatever you want to call it, or Djibouti, all those places, we need to talk about them. And if you're putting effort and putting that information out there, whether with a face or no face, you're still putting your fair share of what we need as a people, you know.
Hey, I have another question. Right now, like at least in this current climate in 2022, would you say South Africa is more of a rainbow nation? Is it like a nationalist, or is it like a Pan-Africanist? Because there's a lot of different types of people in South Africa. It seems very, very complicated to someone that doesn't live there.
I think it just depends on how you define it. I think everything has its own place. You've mentioned a couple of things. If you're talking about the Rainbow Nation, if you talk about the races, the cultures, yes, it is. Whether somebody would love to believe it or not, but it is in terms of the mixture of people. It's just a way to say you've got a wide, a diverse people that live in one country. Hence, they call it a rainbow nation. And if you want to say Pan-Africanist, there are those who are so Pan-Africanist who are about that ideology, and there are those who are very conservative, who are like cultural, my culture this, my culture that. Got those people. You've got everything, and you got people who are very nationalistic in terms of South Africa first, nobody else. People must.
I was watching that content earlier on some other different panels.
Yeah, everyone.
Like, man. He was talking about, we're not. What's it called? We don't mind other foreigners in our country. We don't mind other Africans in our country. When you say something bad about South Africa, you go out. He was like they were having a conversation. I'll probably send it to you in the back because it was pretty crazy. But like basically, he's like, oh, like what is your country the corruption index? every time they would say like something about his country that he did, like he would like fight back against. It was pretty funny, but it was a good conversation that they had. But yeah, I'm curious about that. We have to have that conversation with Mika about South Africa. Like I made a playlist of most of the countries that we covered, so that you keep track. Yeah.
There's everything. As a country, you've got everything. You've got people that love their country in SA, that really stand for their country. They're not about that negative energy. If you say something negative about the country, they'll go for you, you know, and they'll not give you that leverage to, you know. And then you got guys that don't care whether you say it doesn't change the price of petrol or whatever. It doesn't change their life. And you got people that are you've got everybody, man. You've got everybody, and as a country, we've got like a sort of a more free media. People talk anything, you know. They can really make noise about the president. They can say negative. They can swear some people to the president. It's not that thing where you're gonna be arrested. You said this about the president, you are going to jail. You don't live in.
That's how the South African Parliament used to be though when Zuma was still in power. I used to watch those videos.
Yo, you see. I think currently, I doubt if such a country will go into having such a president. I mean, such a person will be removed quickly. If we had to, somebody had to trick the people into having a dictator or one-man rule, I don't think they'll survive. Even now, the current president, it's hard for him. So, hey, man, there's a lot happening, I must say. But yeah, and again, if you coming from a conservative country, you're gonna get culture shocks here, because it's one of those countries in Africa. Yeah, some people must say, yeah, in Africa people are very conservative. It's not always all the countries, man. If you go there, it's different. You have the freedoms to do anything. If you wanna wear shorts to Parliament, you're more than welcome to do that. Yes, you will get people who will criticize you. There are people who don't care. There's people who will.
It's like you wear a T-shirt that says "Kick Ramaphosa out of Parliament" to Parliament.
Yeah, man. You cannot do those things. Because they
Oh my
believe
God.
that people fought for this freedom, people died for this freedom. So for one now to come and try to be the boss of everybody and no one can challenge them, then they're in the wrong country.
Okay, one last thing I wanted to talk about though before I go is that even President Ramaphosa with Kenyatta, they had like this kind of conference with CARICOM, like the diaspora community in the Caribbean, and there's some that are in the U.S. too, Caribbean America. But anyway, yeah, they were reaching out to them to talk about the issues like this in the Caribbean, that's in Africa, that's in the diaspora, and even he was there. The South African president was there. I think some of the Swahili countries there. The Kenya president was there. I say about half of the Caribbean countries there. I thought it was pretty interesting because in the Caribbean right now they're going through like a demographic crisis, and I say they're going through a security crisis because a lot of our countries are getting older, and most of the educated population, the ones that are making a lot of money, is in the diaspora. Like my dad's job, like if he would work that job in our country, like St. Vincent in the Caribbean, it would probably be like 1,000% less the salary. So we have a problem with that, and like they want more young people in the Caribbean. Like so, I think they're trying to make a fast track citizenship like back and forth from Africa to the Caribbean. Like the people that have a job, like a skill set, and that skill set can't be used right now. Like if they want to go back and forth, like especially if they're a dual national, they can go back and forth. Like if like for example, I know like for a long time people that have problems with the farms, like in South Africa, they want their farmland back, right? But if like for example, like let's say like snap your finger that 100% of the land belongs to people that don't want to farm and they want to stay in the city, that would be a big problem. So what kind of thing that they can do like is that there's like in Guyana, like I say Guyana is more a rainbow nation. Like they have like Indians there, like Africans there, mixed people there. And there's a lot of space. It's not population dense, so they can like farm there. That's the kind of stuff that they were talking about there. But I thought it was pretty interesting. And I didn't know that people were so like involved like with the diaspora like that. Because I know like a lot of times you criticize the leaders, but I didn't know it was like that until a few weeks ago.
Yeah, man. It is like that. Yeah, I mean, like, I think for anybody like trying to know more about Africa, they should like you should really visit all the regions. Go south, go north, go east, go west, and even go central for those who want to recognize central as like the central part of the continent. Visit all these places. They're all diverse. They are all in terms of culture as well. I mean, even people, languages, cultures, even people inside a culture, how there's still divisions and differences between people, how they practice their culture. It's very interesting. So I mean, it's one of those things. It's countries that, I mean, if you want to talk about what's this, South Africa, for example. I mean, there's a lot going on. I know, Pai, you there's the stuff that you wanted to find out, but yeah, there's a lot in SA that's going on, and every topic and every conversation needs context and needs a lot of insight. And if you're looking at the country, the climate, there's a lot going on, man. I don't even know where to start if I could, like, really share some stuff. But as you're asking me some of the questions, where is the country now? Most people are not happy. Some people are happy. Some people are not happy. In fact, the direction of the country, most people are not really happy in terms of they know the potential of this country, where it could be, and where it used to be, and how much it still needs to do for it to become a really great nation. Most people do believe.
So it's more inward looking right now. Like they're trying to solve all the problems that's happening in South Africa. Most people are like that right now.
Yeah, man. I think right now most people are. Yes, so besides the politics, it's more the economic issues,
Mm.
economic uncertainties that are happening currently. Those most people are so concerned. Besides the COVID, obviously now, and they just removed the mask. I think yesterday, you now can go anywhere without having to wear your mask. Indoors, outdoors, events, you can go and without a mask. So they just grab those things, but let's see how it goes. There's already jokes about this whole thing about the mask being removed and all those things, moving around and no limit, no restrictions and all that stuff. So
Okay. Well,
I
thanks
wish.
for letting me know. But we can talk about it at a different time though,
Hmm,
since you're about to go.
no, we can talk, man. I see my internet says excellent topic of discussion. Pray for land justice in South Africa. Yeah, definitely, definitely, definitely. It's also another issue, a very sensitive issue. And for so many people, some especially people who are outside, I've seen some discussion with people like how they talk about land in South Africa or
Oh
land
man,
in.
I don't even want to say some of the stuff that they talked about on
No,
that here.
it's
They
a
might
very
put the stream down.
and you know with the land, as Marie Antoinette said, uh, uh, it's it's a very sensitive issue in terms of there's many layers to land. Land is not just because people just look at sometimes the agricultural space, but it's more than just agricultural space. I mean, you look at urban land versus agricultural land. Agricultural land, obviously, urban land or housing, land for housing, and mostly the urban land is it's very hard because you've got cities that have structures, and then you've got people who are migrant workers from rural areas who are maybe coming from the poor backgrounds, who might not afford to live comfortably in the cities, or the rentals might be high for them for what they are earning in the cities. Then they end up having occupying land, for some people will say illegally,
Mm.
and obviously now setting up informal structures and living in places where there's maybe not even water, no electricity, because they just saw a piece of land and they put some structures there. So obviously the government didn't plan to put people there. Or you find people living in land that is, maybe it's a swamp and people are living in a swamp. For the news people who are coming overseas, who are coming from all over the world, they're like, oh, look at this government is failing its people. They live, how the people are living in such squalors, and only to find out, hey, the government has structures, but then there's always a migration of people, and you can't control that. The economy is not growing enough to absorb everyone into like high paying jobs all the time. So those are the things that will happen. But yeah, and yeah, I know people sometimes just put land into the race issue. That's also another part of the land. So if you want to talk about the land, you need to be specific. Which land are we really going to talk about now? We talk about the land that is now productive land. How do you handle this land that is productive at the same time trying to make sure that everybody participate in that economic space? So it's very sensitive. And I've seen people just talk about it loosely, like, no, blacks, they don't have land, and you can see where this person is not well informed. They're just talking from maybe reading or watching some one or two documentaries and
Yeah, I agree with that one, especially if you talk about housing land. Like, what if everyone what if everyone if like land was like repossessed, and like you have like a few million people that they just move in these big houses. How are you gonna afford rent? How are you gonna afford electricity? This is the kind of stuff that you have to talk about. But as far as the agriculture though, that's a really tough one, because even Donald Trump was speaking. He was speaking against some of the black nationalist organizations that wanted it farmland, because the problem is, if the economy is like really bad, and most of black South Africans, they can't farm, like there's nowhere to go. So there's racial tension. I think that's what's going on in the country.
Yeah, man, and that's what I'm saying. When you talk about agricultural land, there obviously you will find one race that dominate the land space because of historical reasons. We all know the history, and some people tend to forget the history. They think the history, the country has always been united or people working together for like hundreds of years or like for 50 years, unlike other African countries where they've had like 50, 60 years, some of them, where they had to build their nation. But when you look at such issues, it's not as easy as it looks for, because that's why I see when I've had discussion, even in the country, even online, I've seen some people just talk loosely about land and like, and I'm like, okay, I understand when somebody's informed and somebody is not informed. And also depending on which sector of the economy, sector of society where you come from, you know. So we're all coming from different societies and classes as well. There's also classes in every country. I might be talking from another class. I might not be talking I don't talk for everybody. That's one of the things that everybody should really know. That just because I come from a country does not mean I speak for the whole country. There's like a lot of people, different views, and as I said, it's an open society. People talk. Everybody has an opinion. There's lots of discussions about all these things that some people might need clarity on. That's happening even inside the country. And one thing about the country that I also like is the open society to talk about even the most sensitive issues. Hence, maybe South Africa is a land where most people can easily find even the negative. People can spread the negative as if it's a general norm, while it's not the general norm because the media is open to publish anything in the country. So those are the things that sometimes I think most people sometimes just pick up the negative without seeing the other positive that's happening in the country. I think we so bombarded. Even the when I say negative, I'm talking about even the politics. You just see the negative side of this politician or this person, and there's so much great things that are happening in the country that you wish, like, guys, balance things out. I know the bad
because of the radicals on both sides that are so pro-Western that want to create a Western country in South Africa, and then there's black people that are so radical on the other side. They make up less than 2% of the population, and then you think then people come off the line and think all South Africans are like that. I see some of these panels is pretty crazy. You'll be really happy one minute, it'll be really funny, and then it'll be really really racist another minute. It's really crazy.
Pai, repeat that. You're saying this the one for what?
No, I'm saying like a lot of the really radical people on one side, right? Like the people that are like from AfriForum, like the problem of the farmers, and people that are really really black nationalists that they don't want any Europeans in their country. Like you would think that that's like 2% of South Africa, but the way that if you see some of the kind of media that's on like online about South Africa, you think everybody's like that. You think everybody's super nationalist. They don't want Africans other than South Africa. Africans are xenophobic. This is the kind of stuff that people portray when it's only about 2%. That's why I wanted to talk to you about it a different time. But yeah, thanks for letting me know. That's kind of a big topic.
That's true. What you're saying, I've also picked up on that as well, where some people they kind of have that narrative. I guess maybe it's been repeated so many times as how the some of the intelligence way of controlling information is sometimes repeat something so many times until people just believe it to be the truth, but of which is not the truth. So yeah, I mean, it's that what you're saying is true. I've also heard, I've seen, I do watch a lot of media platforms, by the way. I do watch everybody. I do watch a lot of content in terms of news, in terms of articles and whatnot. And yeah, it's a small minority. I mean, sometimes not even what's this, the 2%. I see even Chrissy is asking about Operation Dudula. Yeah, it's as I said, we live in a society where you are more than welcome to have opportunity. If, man, you've got organization that will say, we just want to be proud black people. We don't want any other people. We are black and we don't want anybody but this type of black, And you got those organizations that will say we are proud white and we love our whiteness. And no one is gonna just say, "Hey, man, we hate you. Shut up," for having such views. The platform is there. If somebody believes in whatever ideology they have, it's them. It's not the whole country. So, and if some people have tendencies of not appreciating other people from other nations, it's another sector of society. And you know, those things are in many countries, other countries in the continent. I feel that sometimes such people are not given the media platform, but they are there, even if they might have shown them it just a small once or twice and then kept quiet on those issues. It will never reach other nations because as countries we all different in terms of our responsibilities, and others are held more highly than others in terms of you. This country, you are maybe country X, we expect high morals, we expect you to behave like this, and then when you behave outside that, it's like, oh. So the treatment sometimes and expectation is different from country to country. So certain things there could be really crucial things or bad things where black people are doing other bad things to other black people. But because maybe it's a country that no one is really expecting maybe high morals or whatever, it will not be covered in that way. They will not just think, it's just a civil war or whatever. Just be quiet. Hey, but you, you are like this.
But why does it make it try to seem like all South Africans are like that though? I think it's kind of an agenda to make it seem like they're all like that. If it's more of an open country.
I also don't know. Like, I think also how, if now, let's say, for example, we're talking about like there's this xenophobic thing where it has become some, even when you check some people online, they'll just have those tendencies of thinking that way. I think because that thing has been repeated so much, and even the word came into being, it was the media who said the xenophobic attacks. So once you say xenophobic attacks, it's a label already. It's a big news, and the news keep on playing 24 hours. You've got news channels that are just playing the same thing. And I'm not saying that those things are not there. Then people start catching up. Wow, why? Xenophobia attack. Oh, they don't want us. Oh. Now it's you know,
that's why I need to be replaced with SNN.
And then now people look at each other like with suspicion. You understand? People start looking at each other like, those guys from such country, we don't want to mix with them anymore. Those guys, they're mistreating our people right there. But when you ask yourself, if you had to say, my man, how many people, if you're saying I'm being mistreated, you find others are multimillionaires, they're living well here, they'll be like, those things happen maybe there. Yes, those things happen there. But not to me. And there are a lot of people who are still here from many places. I mean, and it's not just Africa only. There's a lot of people from other countries as well, from other Europe and other places that are here. So that's why I'm saying it's because the media kind of maybe also put more spice to this thing and made it very hard, and it became, and also the repetition of let's say an outbreak, and people just keep, when they record on when they report on this, they'll play it for maybe 1 or 2 or 3 weeks. You understand? And then that thing will just resonate, and other people are catching up on it. Like in other countries, like, And if you ask some people, depending on where you ask some people who are maybe coming from the UK, they're like, oh man, South Africa is a beautiful country. If I have the opportunity, I'll stay there. Besides other challenges, it's a beautiful country, right? They will not have that. And also our realities are different. And also where you find yourself, as I said, also the class system and how resources are allocated. It's also, our realities differ according to how much we have in our pockets, how much we've invested, how much we are making in society. My reality is not another person's reality. Then you'll never speak for everybody. You can only speak from where you've understood. Where this is also me understanding certain realities. I'm not saying it's like fully like that. Somebody might come and say, "Nah, this is like this." You understand? So, but yeah, I just want to answer Chrissy. Chris was asking, saying, can you say something about Operation Dula? it's an organization, also led by some people who have an ideology. Some people might call it nationalistic, to say they want to say South Africans first when it comes to jobs, when it comes to something. It's their point, it's their view that they feel that society needs to attend to. And I don't think we should fully shut them off and just say, no, those people are rebels, shut them off, arrest them, put them in jail. Because sometimes you think you're doing that and this thing explodes on your face as a government or as a people. You find that they're even doing it worse now because they're seeking attention. So you need to use wisdom when dealing with such
because
cases.
in these kind of spaces, that because I don't know if you know, but I'm a model on 3 different channels. In these kind of spaces, those kind of people, Operation New Duo, those are the kind of people that you will find on these kind of spaces that we talk about. But even in Barbados, it's ranked, I think, about 29th on the corruption index. It's the most Pan-Africanist country, any black country, whether it's like a state in the U.S., like where a lot of people are, or Africa. Barbados is the most Pan-Africanist black country right now. But even them, when you go to their country and you're in the Caribbean, if they're very nationalistic as well. Like if they have a Bayesian person for the job, they want to hire their own people first. You know what I mean? So it's the same way. But yeah, I gotta go. I think I'll do more research. You talk about it at a different time.
Yeah, and yeah, we can talk this. We can talk just a little bit. Since we're trying to raise some funds here.
Okay.
Let's talk a little bit, man. We're trying to raise funds here, and I see somebody just anonymously gave €5. As I said, family, you are more than welcome to even put your pledge anonymously. You don't really have to put your names there or your banking details, whatever, but you can just do it anonymously. Somebody just gave €5. Thank you, anonymous. You know who you are. Thank you for the pledge. Much appreciated. Yeah, so continue, family. Go and to our GoFundMe page. Put your pledge right there tomorrow, anytime, whenever you're free, you can do that. Yeah, as you're still saying, Pai, about Barbados.
Oh yeah. Well, I was saying, like, they're the most Pan-Africanist country out of any country, Africa or like a community in the U.S., Europe. They're the most Pan-Africanist country right now. Like they reached out with Ghana, and Ghana they did this kind of like a ceremony with Ghana to like talk about like the slave trade and how they apologize for the slave trade, and they want to reintegrate with Bajans and Ghanaians at the moment. And you also have like how Kenya, it's like East African Federation, that they're still trying to build it, but it seems like if they are able to create it in the next like 5-10 years or so, it'll be a really big economy. So even Kenya, they reach out to the Caribbean of that. Maybe like they want to help like the tourism economy or something like that. So yeah, even they reach out to them. Like I didn't know these kind of stuff was going on. Even in a country that's 30 minutes away from my parents' original country, I didn't know stuff like that. It's only been the last few weeks that I knew about that.
Yeah, man. I think that there'll always be those things where people will have any country. Obviously, people will first fight for the resource of the country first. To say, hey, take care of us first before you take care of the neighbor next door. I think that's sometimes it will just be people. Thinking for themselves as a country first, and but not at the cost of lives. I think yes, raise your points, like as Chrissy was Marie Antoinette or Chrissy was saying. What's happening with Operating Dude? I don't really follow them that much. I've just seen them on the news. But whether it's dying or whatever, but there's a set of society that you can call nationalistic. They are for those, that's their policy. And if they want to go national and run for politics and run for have a party, it's their right. And if some people believe in their vision, they will vote for them. But at the moment, I doubt if they will even run the country or they win like enough seats to really um, take over the country. Yeah, there are other political parties that look like they are coming up very strong. But hey, man, it's still a long way to remove the current political party.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things happening. I mean, when you look at the politics, no, the politics is most people are not happy with the politics or how they are running things. Honestly, but yeah, there's a lot of opposition making noise. Some people know some of the oppositions. I know some people they love what's his name? Julius Malema's party, and there's the DA. It's another party as well that's more opposing. There's a lot. There's another one. There's two or more that also may really got some seats in this. We had like that sort of like a national election, not national, provincial or state elections where you literally vote for the mayor. And yeah, I mean, we've seen the ruling party losing power in those. I mean, the big cities now they are run by opposition parties. They're not run by the uh, what's this the party that is really running the country is not running of the big cities in the country. You know, so
Wait, so
we've seen.
even small political parties that have major support from their cities, even they can be voted for. I didn't know. Like, so there's
Yeah,
a lot of different parties that are ruling. It's not like the U.S. where it's like Democratic and Republican. Like, there's a lot of different parties.
yeah, there's a lot, but obviously you always have the, like, let's say maybe the top 5 parties in the country that are making inroads, where when they're raising policies you can be convinced and say, maybe I might give these guys a chance, I might vote for them. And then you've got the party that's ruling currently. It's the party that your our late president Nelson Mandela comes from, which is the African National Congress, which is an old political party in the continent, and that's running the country. Yes, they've. For me, I always say when people are asking me how is it, have they been doing well, I always say they've done so much and they've also didn't do much as well. It's a 50 for me. It's a 50-50 balance. To some people, it's like the good, they just dismiss it and say they are bad, they must be out. It's their opinion. I think from where we're coming from and from where we are, so much has been done. No one can dispute that. I mean, it's just for somebody who's angry and who doesn't really want to see the real reality. Even for them to even have those freedom of speeches, it's because such a party opened up for such dialogues to be open in society. And when they got into power, they didn't oppress others because they were oppressed. So yeah, to manage things, they didn't. There's things that they really did bad, terribly. Corruption, yes, there's been corruption. Yes, there's the other things that they've done good. Yes, there's other things that they've done good. I mean, they've electrified most of the country, the rural areas. For some of us who have family in rural areas, they've got electricity today. That I can give it to them. Cannot just hide and say they didn't do anything. And looking at many other countries, I mean, around who still do not, I mean, the electrification in the country is like what, over 90%. So even though there's a struggle now with the electricity as well, now you can still say, hey, did this party really do well? Now there's um, um, a shortage of electricity at the moment, or capacity. Did they do well? It's another thing you can ask again. So there's a lot, man. It's a balancing thing. For me, I always try to balance things. I will not just dismiss somebody from his failures only. I also say, let's also look at what other things they've done that we can say, you've done something, you know.
But are most people that are voting for ANC, aren't they voting more for legacy reasons right now, especially with the more nationalistic sentiment that's trying to solve the employment issue at the moment? Aren't a lot of people like they're voting for legacy reasons because they've done so much for their country?
you know, others it's there's many people, there's like different people vote differently. Others, they vote from a historical background to say, hey man, ANC took us during the struggles, during the oppression. It's been their voice. Even other parties that came, they were born out of ANC. For some people, they're like, oh, EFF, then the Malemas, they all come from ANC. Even the Pan-Africanist movement in the country, most of them were breakaway from ANC, because ANC, it's over 100 years. The party is over 100 years. So, and other parties today, some people have been aligned to ANC at some point, and then they've pulled out to start their own thing. So it has given birth to so many parties and so many politicians as well, who are today, who may oppose it, who might be a threat to that organization, but it's still one of those parties that really people resonate with the history. Others, especially the older generation, will resonate with the party to say, hey man, I was in the trenches, I left the country to fight against the system through this organization. I'll not vote it out. And somebody might say, hey man, I was in Zambia, I was in Tanzania for military training. I was there as an asylum, as a refugee, as a political refugee, or whatever. And I mean, for all those effort now, I don't see the benefit why I even wasted my youth going to those countries, running from this old government. And today I'm not benefiting into this. But there are those who will say, hey man, we're in the trenches, I'll vote for this organization until I die. And there are those who don't care. There's some of the youth don't care about those things. They're like, oh yeah, nice history, but what about now? Us who have to run the country, where are the opportunities? But this is just political things that people will have to make a decision. If they opt to choose that party, it's still a choice. But there's a lot of parties who are making, I think, right moves to take them out. But it's also not easy because of all the history. I mean, this party was getting over 60%. I think they got 50 something percent now. So I mean, there's a lot. I mean, yeah, it is being threatened to be ousted, and it will be sad looking at their history, like a party that's the oldest in the continent, moving out of power now and just becoming an opposition. So it's something that reality is, things have to change at some point, and unfortunately, the older the generation that's still maybe voting for other organization, they're slowly also dying, and they're slowly losing strength in terms of physically. They won't have the same, energy. So other parties are coming. They're young people. They have all the energy to do all these things. Just like all these parties, they were first at some point run by young people, and they became older and got into power. So we never know where this thing is going. And I think the more African youths, I get inspired, man. I get inspired by every party. That's why I say balance everything. I'm not one of those people who say, I hate this organization and I love this one. I look at all of them. They have also nice things. I mean, if you look at the party of Julius Malema, they also have something great going on there. It's young people, and they're showing the African young people to say, hey, it's not all about being in entertainment only, dancing and being famous for that, or just doing business and say you don't care about politics. But then complain and say the old people are taking our space as young people becoming active in politics. They're showing that, hey, we are young and we can run politics, and we can fight for young people, and we can fight for our continent. So that's another thing that I also look in other organizations, other parties, when I say, wow, these are young guys and they're doing this, and they are not scared. They are fearless, man. They're giving the old people some gray hairs there in parliament. And we need that across the continent. If we can have such things, I think if they were also replicated in other countries, you will not see old people just bullying everybody, because the young people,
one EFF guy from a Namibian, he kicked out a whole Chinatown. Did you know that? One person. Because there were a lot of cases of them selling like fake goods, illegal goods or whatever, and people they didn't have, like they weren't citizens or didn't have the right visa. So one person kicked out a whole people. Like, no, you have to go.
Exactly.
He's in his
Imagine,
20s, I think.
you see, such things, Pi, if we can have like such movements where young people are not afraid to um, be active in every society, whether it's in business, in every sector of the society, be it business, be it politics, entertainment, everywhere we need to occupy the space, because the future is now, is not for them to always think it's somewhere in 20 years time for them to enjoy or to participate in it. It can only start now. You know, if they can have those things to say, we are fighting for our country, and if we are seeing something wrong, whether it's done by an African or it's done by an Asian or European, we'll deal with it fairly and we'll deal with it now. And we won't have all these things where we're hearing that, hey, so and so people from this continent are abusing our African people. If we have such people who can say, no, this is wrong, you will address this and you'll fix this issue now, then we'll really have a society that's really active in our society. Because currently it's like, hey man, it's none of my business. It's none of my business. I'm dealing with my own, you know. I'm running my business. I don't want trouble. I don't want to jeopardize my investments. That's what people are doing currently. Everyone is like, hey man, I've got so much to lose. I've got so much invested here. I don't know. I know it's wrong, but I won't say a word. They turn a blind eye.
That's how I'll be until I have African citizenship. I don't want to be known.
and the nice thing about
I need the protection, the legal protection. You know what I mean?
And the investment. I mean, the investment. If you talk about investment, because I think sometimes in Africa we get stuck in just the politics of our countries, while there's also investments that we should be looking into. I mean, if you want to invest in SA, there's so much opportunities if you want to invest. In fact, the Southern Africa has a lot of investment opportunities that one can do. If you go to Botswana, you go to South Africa, you go to Swaziland, you go to Mozambique, there's just abundance of opportunities, man. And there's so much. And even like to get like your business set up, it's not as crazy as some people might think. It's just to naturalize yourself and know what you do. And when I'm saying there's a lot of opportunities, I mean the Chinese are here in numbers in this country.
I think it's like 100,000 something.
Hey man, it's more than that. Where I stay, I mean currently it's like man, there's like lots of restaurants. They're owning so much here in Africa. Not, man, people who are still thinking, hey, man, I won't invest there. They're saying this. You're wasting your time. People are investing. You'll remain wherever you are for the longest time if you are not investing in Africa. Because money is here, man. Everybody is here. Ask yourself, man, the Asians are here in numbers, and they don't care what kind of environment. They're here to do business. They're not going to be looking at the media too much. And there's war in DRC. They are going in there, they invest, man. The war is not in the whole country. It's somewhere else, and it's not every day. You're going to invest somewhere else. So what's stopping us? And what's stopping a lot of diaspora to say, hey, man, Africa, no, I'll pass on Africa for now. I'll go to Paris. You're wasting time. That's why when you go to, some people are going to those countries, they get mistreated. And then it's still another problem. They want us now to, hey, black family, come and help me. Awareness. No, brothers. We'll put awareness, yes, but at the same time, let's make sure that we do invest something in our continent, because everyone is here and everyone is coming into our continent, and they are going to continue investing while we look and saying, wow. Or some people, maybe they are not sure. They think Africa is just only black people there. Everyone is here. Even those who are in America, if you're thinking Africa is just black people, you'll be shocked how many Americans are here already. Those who know there's opportunities here. Come and invest in our continent. Come invest in every African country. There's something to invest in every country here. And everything, you can do any type of business here in the continent. So you just have to know which country for that type of idea you want to do. You understand? If you know that, oh man, I'm into restaurant, there's many countries that embrace food. So if you want to do any kind of investment, there's countries where you can literally build cities, smart cities. You can build hotels, you can build apartments, and you'll make money instead of buying chains and other things. Sometimes just put that money aside and say, let me take a risk or go and spy the land of Africa. I think just like when the Israelites had to before they went into the land of milk and honey, Canaan, they went and spied the land, and they saw the land was fertile, the land was good. So for many people, come to Africa, come and spy Africa for opportunities, not to exploit, not to oppress African people, but come and learn, come and say, what can I bring to this continent? How can I also make money in this continent? And it's just like, sometimes when I look at people, Africans who go to America, the US, Canada, who are doing well, others who get education, start working in those countries, and I look at like our brothers, like for example, Pi, if you had to you had to move from the Caribbean and you went into Asia, right? You found a life there. You started doing other things. It took you out of your comfort zone, and you had to learn fast so many things. And I'm telling you, sometimes you find that you are one of the most hardworking because you don't have an auntie to say, hey, auntie, I don't have petrol. Can you borrow me money? Because now you're in a foreign land. That's why the hard work will always kick in naturally without you there's no other motivation because there's no any other backups around you to just give you that quick assistance, unlike when you're in your own country.
Yeah, so, in my late 20s, I want to start a finance hub. Like, I think, like, for example, like in the Caribbean, like in some of the villages, there's still a barter system. Like, if I have meat and I have a lot of meat, but I don't have, like, let's say, like fruits, I can trade my meat for fruits. Or, like, I want to start, like, some kind of, like, crypto that's back the assets. So, like, if I'm in one African country and I don't have, like, necessarily the money, but I have the assets, I can still trade with any other African country. That's one of the things that I wanted to start when I'm in my early 20s. But I'm in my early 20s right now. I still have to graduate. I've actually been in college for about 5 years now, but I left the U.S. to study Mandarin, and so I'm still doing a bachelor's forever, but at least I'm trilingual. I did learn something. So, yeah.
So, and currently you still have that opportunity, Pi, to go and visit Somalia, go and scout there. As much as we can read or hear the news, like, oh, there's Al-Shabaab, there's this. Man, ask yourself, there are people who are living in that country at the moment. What do they eat? How do they transport? How do they drive? There's an economy that's running there, regardless of whatever challenges they may face. If we can move away from that mindset of just watching the news and just writing off other countries, I mean, that's why we're missing out. That's why the Chinese are going in Somalia. Hey, we invest, we'll put money into this, we'll put money into that. You understand? So such things where we need to, like, as I'm challenging you, Pi, when you are done with your studies, when you get an opportunity, you visit us you'll come to Dar es Salaam, you'll go to Zanzibar, enjoy the beach there, for a week or a month, and join us on Swahili Nation offices and, come and, like, just explore yourself as well. I mean, and find yourself and see the opportunities that you might think, hey, man, now I'll start working towards ABC for my future. So currently, I mean, I'm advising a lot of people to, if you can, we're not saying, every country is different. If you're coming from whatever country, come with an open mind to say, hey, this is not my country. I'm going to learn in another country, and I'm there, and I'm not going to just use the negative that I've heard about that country to block me from going there. And you find that some countries that you've heard negative things, when you get there, you love them more than other countries that you didn't even hear anything about them.
So, another thing about South Africa, how come, another thing that you haven't been telling us, how come you didn't tell us that all the different countries use South African currency?
I didn't say what about the currency?
South African currency is used in a lot of different countries in South Africa. We don't know that. We never talked about it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Man, it's because of also the historical links. Most of the countries around the country, they are very culturally, even the people, they look alike, they share languages and cultures. Most of the countries surrounding South Africa, for example, they really share so much history. You understand? They share history and cultures and tribes. For example, I think I once shared this. If, for example, you are talking about South Africa as a country, all the countries around it, they share one or two languages or even a tribe between those countries, right? And also there's, I think it's called, what you're talking about, it's what, South African Custom Union or something.
South African Development Community, I think.
Oh, no, that one is SADC. It's the southern part of, like, when you have, like, the East African bloc, or you've got ECOWAS, then the southern bloc is called SADC. So, but then there's a custom union that a couple of countries, they've pegged their currencies on the South African rand.
Yeah, and like you can use the currency, you can use the rand in other countries. I didn't know.
Yeah. But their currency, you can't use them in South Africa because they had pegged their currencies on the South African rand. Like countries like Lesotho, I think Eswatini, and Namibia. Yeah, Namibia. Botswana is not. It's kind of independent, but in terms of culture, in terms of people, it's almost the same people. They share, like the Botswana people. They are also the Botswana people in South Africa, and they are more in terms of in South Africa in terms of population than even in the country of Botswana. So same thing. All the countries around there, mostly the neighboring countries, they share a language, they share culture and stuff. So it's quite easy to really how do I put this, like to share. That's why they share common thing. I mean, if those countries, some people, I've heard people say they should just merge and become one country because they share so much in terms of culture, and the people they feel that they are one people. They don't see a difference. You know, they won't really. It's hard for them to even call them foreigners. I think because they share a lot in terms of culture and history. So it's one of those things, man. Look, like for example, Namibia used to be part of South Africa as a, it only, I think, got independence in 1990. So, and what you'll find mostly in Namibia, you'll probably find in South Africa in terms of banks, in terms of food, and things of that nature. And same if you go to Botswana, if you go to Lesotho, Eswatini, most of the southern part of Mozambique, even Zimbabwe, even Zambia, they share so much in terms of culture, food, all those things. So it's hence some people might opt for those things where they can say, hey man, but yeah, I mean, they can merge. Some people, I've heard people saying they should merge and just become one giant African country, of which I doubt this other presidents are enjoying the power, man. and I mean, Pi, you should. I mean, for me, I'll invite you to visit the Southern African countries as well. I mean, and they have mostly small populations, by the way, I think.
Yeah, I like living in small. I like living in small areas. I don't like city lifestyle. I hate the city.
Yeah. I like where I am. There's a big city, a big city. You're gonna meet everybody from everywhere, different people. But if you visit like Namibia, it's a small population. They have a small population. Botswana, small population. Eswatini, Lesotho, even Zimbabwe, you can really say it's fairly there because I mean they just have a population of just like less than 20 million people. Yeah, I mean even Zambia as well. I mean,
like I only like living in big populations that is near like a beach area, or like there's like a village area, like there's like a lot of trees, like there's not a lot of people there. Like, you know, I don't like living a lot of, especially in the pandemic, because like I have a condition like where I can't wear a mask for a long time, and it's been really killing me the last 2 years. So if I'm around a lot of people and there's a mandate, especially if we have a second pandemic, like it's like really, I'll be in the hospital every month. I can't. I really don't like the city. I live in the city all my life. I don't want to move from one city to another city.
Yeah,
like
there's a lot of places where you can really go in the nice small towns. Is if you love the beach, there's also small beautiful towns where you can sit, or you can live with. Maybe you've got a population of like 4,000 people. Yeah, I mean, I know you coming from the Caribbean, you might want to have a piece of the ocean now and then. So there's a lot. I mean, even if you visit Namibia, small population, the coast as well. Even some towns here in South Africa, you can visit them and live in them. There's nice, small, beautiful towns where um, you can go live and or enjoy yourself and just enjoy your holiday there, and then go to the city for maybe visiting some of us who live in the big cities.
Like what a capital where I live now, like in Taipei, like they let me down. I was trying to do homework on the beach. Like go from school to the beach, but I can't do that here because it's centrally located. And like to live in the areas where there's a beach is more expensive, more suburban area, more where like the people like in their early 30s, like the late 40s live. Like I don't have that kind of money to live there right now, so I have to wait until I have the right jobs to do so. But
you see, when you come to Africa, you'll find cheap coastal towns, man, where not even maybe the super rich live. It's just a small town, a fishing town, whatever. You can live there peacefully without any issues, you know. So there's a lot in Africa where you can have such places, man. So as I invited you to Tanzania, you know, there's other parts of that you can literally enjoy for cheap without having to worry about how rich you are. I know you're very rich. You just love acting like, man, you know me now. I know how you load it.
Nah, I'm not rich, but my parents have the money. The only thing I'm reaching is languages, because I used to be a polyglot. I used to be able to speak 5+ now, but my Mandarin classes are so hard right now that doing that right now I just can't. It's too hard to because I used to speak like English, like Spanish, like Portuguese, like Japanese, Chinese. I used to be able to like think in different languages every single day, but now I'm more busy. I have to focus more on becoming financially independent. You know what I mean?
Very true. I want to just go through the comments. Let's see. What's this? Rahel says what? It's understandable they feel that way given the high employment rates. As humans, we have to put family first before neighbors. Okay. I heard they captured the Guptas. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's another corruption case. The Guptas, Rahel. I think you more clued up, man. How do you know these things, eh? I wasn't paying attention to the news. I also heard like, wow, these guys have been captured. They ran away from the country. Yeah, but I don't want to say much as well there because I'm not sure how the story goes. Abu Yak, Hausa should be the continental language. Hey, Abu Yak, do you know, Pi, it's the language with the clicks. Abu Yak says, love the clicks. It's not for everybody. The clicks is a lot of Africans struggle with the clicks, man. So Swahili, at least Swahili doesn't have clicks. Because now with the Xhosa, some of you can pronounce the Xhosa. You say Xhosa, which is not Xhosa. You know. So yeah. Sorry about that, Pi. I had to just pick something here quickly. Um, but yeah, quite interesting what Abu said about Xhosa being the continental language.
I think that'd be a really difficult language. So I thought it was like I was pronounced
Definitely.
like Shota or something. That's a really hard word to pronounce.
Yeah, man. That you gonna some people are gonna twist their tongues. They're gonna get injuries on their tongues, man.
Wait, do you speak any other South African language besides English? Do you speak any other languages?
Man, I'm multilingual. I speak languages, not one, not two, not three. I speak four, six, almost six languages, including English, obviously, including English.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man, I'm multilingual, and again, I come from a family where my parents come from another language, my dad comes from another language, from another tribe. So the match. And I speak my mom's language. Mother tongue is always strong, man. If you marry a Chinese girl, your kids are gonna definitely know Chinese more than your language, man. So that's how it is. I know my mother's language, my dad's language. Even my grandmother's language is different. So, hey, man, it's a mix up in my family, but it came with an advantage as well.
Yeah, I think I don't know if it's globally, but at least where I used to live in the U.S., the people that were polyglots, especially the ones that are more like come from like a poor background, they always excelled in school because it was just so easy for them. Because they're probably thinking the whole time like, "What? I can actually understand the language. I don't have to guess in someone else's language, my second or third language. Everything is so easy to them." Especially when they're coming for a language where it's like textual based, it's not Latin script, like a language like Arabic or Mandarin or like Hindi, like those kind of languages. Like it's so easy for them when they come to the U.S. because people like they complain about school, but even when they went to school, they had to learn a language that wasn't their home language. Like they probably spoke a tribal language, or it's really. I think it's a really good thing to know more than one.
Yeah, I doubt in Africa at the moment. Okay, let me not say this, but I think most Africans we English is our second, third language. We are forced into it because of the education system where you need to learn it, depending on if you are from a British colony, obviously, because there's people who come from the French colony countries, former French colony countries. So it's catch-22. But most of us, we know our languages, then English, French, Portuguese, Spanish. Those are our extra languages. But if you find an African born in Africa, mostly only few. There's those who grew up with maybe English only, can't speak any African language here in our continent. So, but very few, but majority of us, we know our like African language, and then we know English, know other languages as well. So most Africans know two or more, and others. Sometimes you might not even know English, but you find somebody knows their language and know another language that's not from his tribe. And also depending on where you grew up in Africa, that's also another interesting part. For example, I'm like for example, let's say you are American, right? But you grew up in maybe another province. Maybe let's say you grew up in Tanzania, and in Tanzania they speak. Let's say, for example, there's other languages, but um, what's the Swahili is the main language. So you tend to know Amharic, since people are talking about America. You'll know Amharic, and then you'll also know Swahili, and then you'll also know English. Look, so you already know three languages, Pi. So that's another advantage for a lot of Africans, that sometimes you might grow in or even another state in the same country, living in a state where it's maybe predominantly Amharic speaking, but maybe you're coming from Oromia or another state. You see, where they speak total. Maybe you come from a state where in Somali province, then in Ethiopia, but maybe you grew up in Amharic region. So you tend to know their language there. You also know the language of your hometown or where your parents come from, or the language that you.
That would be funny if like a Kenyan Ethiopian that was in a security, like that was like part of like some like Secret Service or whatever, like they wrote Swahili and Amharic script and make everything hard on purpose so that people don't understand them. Like you go to Google Translate, the language is not even there. Like can't even understand.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man, that'd be torture though. Yeah, but yeah, man, I think that also helps us to a certain extent. I mean, because and also the opportunities have forced a lot of Africans to learn other languages because hey, man, if you want this, if you want to go to the States, you need to learn this. If you want to go to China, you have to learn the Mandarin. So we end up having to know a lot of languages. I think Africans are the ones that can speak a lot of languages more than any other people or on the face of the earth at the moment. Yeah, I mean, majority of Africans, they don't speak one language. They speak two or more. Very seldom where you find somebody who knows one language.
Would you say that the lingua franca in South Africa, though, the one everyone speaks? I know there's like 11 official languages, but the one that everyone speaks more is like English, right? Like as a second language or third language.
In fact, English is not the most spoken language in the country. It's
Really?
mostly for business and school purposes, yeah. And also at schools, you get schools. Remember, there's 11 official languages. I think now it's 12 because of the sign language as well. Sign language has been really, I think, integrated as an official language where it needs to be recognized. And then, but at schools, you will learn your home language. You have an option to choose your language depending on where you find yourself, in which state you find yourself. The states where there's other languages that are predominantly spoken than others, but English is not the most spoken language. I think it's Zulu, the most spoken language.
No, I didn't mean most widely spoken. I mean most people speak it, meaning most people can speak it, or to a certain extent.
Yeah, English will be the language where even people that cannot speak, like let's say I meet somebody from another tribe and they totally cannot speak my language, but our languages here, they are more similar, man. And also what helps South Africa, I think that's also another advantage about South Africa, is because let's say you're watching a story, you can watch a story where there's like let's say different characters, 4 characters who speak their own languages in the story, and then there's always translations of what they're saying. In the same story, I could be speaking my Zulu, somebody can be speaking his Xhosa or any other language, and they can understand each other. Because and also the music is also shared along the country. Like you won't find that a specific music is there's music obviously that you might find in other states, but you find music that's broadly played every state, every province or every state in the country. So people can tend to understand other languages even though they cannot speak it. You know, there's also languages that I can hear, but I will not respond back when they are language. I can only respond in my language or in English.
Because in South Africa, even though I was watching the Parliament, I see people they switch all the time. Sometimes it's hard to follow because I'm not from there.
Music wise, if you look at some of the artists, I think one of the trending thing that I would love to invite one artist, maybe it's the Amapiano music, which has been now being played even in the States and UK and all these places. As most artists, they mix languages. They'll speak Zulu there, Sotho there, and mix some of the languages in a song instead of just sticking to their own language only the whole song. So it's just one of those, man. I see they're talking about what Afrikaans. Yeah, Afrikaans is derived from Dutch. I think Mariette can attest to that since she's from, I think, Netherlands or Holland. So yeah, but it has changed. But I think it's not far. It's not far off. If you speak Dutch and you meet somebody who speak Afrikaans, there's ways that they will understand each other, and there's ways that they really want to understand each other. But for the
Wait,
most part,
so in Cape Town, do they speak Afrikaans, or they Afrikaans, or they just speak English more?
oh, majority is Afrikaans. In terms of people who are coming from I don't know if you know, there's people who come from like mixed heritage, others from between whites and blacks, the Malay people that came into the Cape, the slaves as well. Some people don't know that history is not really spoken a lot about some slaves that were brought in the Cape a long time ago, who obviously mixed with the locals, mixed with the San people or the Khoi people or the Nama people. There's just a lot of mixed up people who mostly are coming from mixed heritage of Europeans and Africans. So you will, when you go to Cape Town, you will find those people with curly hair. You can see the light complexion people. So, and I don't want to use the word that we use in the country. Some people find it offensive, others don't care. But if you're South African, you'll understand the language. You'll understand the description of people being called colored. But I'll stick to mixed heritage because some people find it offensive and they don't want to be as that. Yeah, and yeah, if you mostly there, it's Afrikaans. Then obviously, if you go to the city, now when you go to corporate, now it's English. It'll become more English. But in terms of the most people there, they speak Afrikaans. They speak isiXhosa, the Xhosa language. By the way, for the people who like Abu Yaku says, Xhosa should become a language. Should become a nation, a continental language.
Yeah, so maybe it'd be amusing to force foreigners to learn. I can't pronounce I can't pronounce Xhosa to do business with us.
and funny part is people tend to know Xhosa as a language with clicks, but most of the languages that are spoken by what Europeans will call or people know as Bushmen, of which is also an offensive word to some of those people because they've got a culture. They've got people who are Griquas, who are Namas. There's so many tribes in there. Or the Khoi people, some people call them the Khoi sons and stuff. But those people have tribes and they also are fighting for their own identity and to be recognized. They also speak in cliques as well. So it's not the Xhosa language only that has the cliques in the continent, but it's maybe the most popular because of other leaders like Nelson Mandela who coming from those tribes or those cultures. But there's many other, mostly in Southern Africa. They're found in Southern Africa mostly, the people with the cliques.
Did you know that the Khoisan and albinos, like a long time, I think tens of thousands of years ago, I think they claimed, like that's what originally created like the modern Chinese gene. Because the Chinese people, they're mulattoes. They're not. They originally came. I mean, the culture is so distinct now to be able to consider themselves Africans. I think they're more Chinese now. Yeah, there's like one Khoisan and African albinos makes the amount of gene that they have now that's there.
Wow.
Yeah,
I could believe that, man, because they say they are the oldest race. People who are into anthropology and all this other stuff. I don't really know much, but that's what I've heard. I don't know how true.
Chinese are not the oldest race.
No, not the
not
Chinese.
even
The
oh, you mean the Khoisan? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I'm not talking about the Chinese. I'm talking about the Khoisan people. I know even using that word for me, it sounds bad. I don't really love using such tables, but I would love to. I'll invite somebody who comes from that culture one of these days, if they do accept. I've got many friends who are afraid of camera, man. I've tried inviting a lot of people who actually, but hey, they always come with many excuses. But hopefully, we'll get somebody who's coming from who knows their history, coming from that background, who can really come and school us about them and how some want to be recognized as, instead of the word colored or whatever these other names that were given by other people. So, but yeah, they're known to be the oldest race. That's what I've heard, guys. Don't hold me on this, but that's what I've heard, that they are the oldest race. And there's people who always say they are the first people in Southern Africa, and they always try to seclude them from the groupings of what they'll call Bantu people, of which Bantu people is not really. I also don't believe in those things. There's the Bantus and all that. It's because of how people talk. But I know the history behind the word Bantu from my side, as from my culture, but it has nothing to do with that. As a people, I always say they are all Africans and they should embrace one another regardless of their differences, you know?
Didn't that come from the Bible though, Bantu? Or people that study the Bible that created these labels?
I don't know.
Bantu Nilotic Christianity. I think it was Christians that created that stuff.
No, man, it's mostly the explorers, man. People who are exploring Africa. It has nothing to do with that. Because, for example, in my language, when Bantu means people, by the way, Bantu, and it's a plural word. Sorry, it's a plural word for people. And if you want to say a person, it's umuntu. And then the Ubuntu, then there's Umuntu and there's Ubuntu. Ubuntu is it's what is called humanity, the empathy, you know, having empathy for other people, putting yourself in other people's shoes. That's Ubuntu. But Bantu is people. And from my culture, when I reference to people, I will say Bantu, Abantu. You understand? Let's say now, the Swahili nation family, I'll say Abantu, meaning the people, the Swahili nation people. It's people in my culture. When I say Abantu, I'm just referencing to people. It has nothing to do. And again, there's a lot of cultures, again, in the Southern African, especially in Southern Africa, where when they call people, they call them Abantu. It might just sound a bit different, but they always use the Bantu. Then they tend to think we are all, just because we use those words, we are just one people. Yes, we are one people as Africans, but in terms of cultures, we are a bit different. But then they all classify and say, no, these are the Bantu people. They come from Congo, Niger, Congo, and these ones they come from. You know, Julius Malema, I remember one lady that when they were talking about this land issue, she's come from a mixed heritage, and again, she referenced herself more on the what we talk about, the Bushman people. Not really, I don't love Bushman people, but just for people to understand what we're talking about, the Bushman people, or the Khoisan. Let me just say the Khoisan instead of that, because I don't like that word anyway. You understand? And they were saying, this lady kept on saying, all you guys who are here in South Africa, you are all coming from up north. You are not. We are the first people here. We're supposed to be doing it. And then his answer was like, that does not exclude me from being an African. I've always been an African. Whether you're saying I'm coming from Niger, Congo, whatever, Africa has always been my home. So it does not, and there was no borders called South Africa in the olden days. It was just, land was divided obviously according to chiefs and kingdoms. That was the only borders that we had. Borders have always been there. Sometimes I think we should not lie to ourselves and say there was no borders. There were borders even before, but through tribes, through cultures. So that's how the borders were. It was not something like to say now you live in Nigeria. This is Nigeria started here. It ends. No, it was like kingdoms. Obviously, you will not pass any kingdom without obviously notifying them or asking for a path, because they will think you're trying to invade them if you're a lot of people. So, but that was the answer, that to say, hey, man, whether you say you are the first people, and who told you are the first people, who wrote that history in the first place, to say you're the first people here. and others came in the 1800 or in what year. Who knows? I mean, what if we were the first people, you came later? It could go either way.
I mean, some people they claim the Khoisan are the oldest people. Some people they claim Ethiopians are the oldest people. Some people they claim
Exactly. But again, they can also take out their facts about DNAs and this and that.
Yeah, but we can know who's among the oldest, but we can't know for sure who's the oldest.
Exactly.
Because we weren't there. You know what I mean?
Weren't there as well. and also sometimes who wrote that history? Sometimes we need to ask certain things like who came up with this? How did they? What was their research based on? I mean, also when you look at research, every research has. I mean, it can be critiqued. It has to be criticized. It has to be go through the fire as well to say, "Hey, man!" But here, your research started here, and where does it reference itself from? Where does it build up itself? You know, there has to be something that comes from where the information also comes from. So such things, man. But it's quite interesting. That this topic, I think we will have this topic one of these days about kingdoms. I know. I think what's this? I think Tenzin will be the best one to talk about the African things, some of these African traditions and uh, um, questions and things that we need to address as Africans. You know, there's a lot that needs to be addressed as a people, and things that we need to learn from each other as well. You know. Let me see. What's this? Samira. Samira says, oh, okay. I didn't know this. Let me see. Samira says what? Okay, let me just go up. I'm just trying to check those comments here. I'm not sure. Now talking about chimps and Samira says I always had. Hey Sam, nice seeing you, man. So I always had Trevor Noah use clicks, and it sounds very cool. Yeah, it's a beautiful language. It's a beautiful language. Some languages where once you start hearing the original people talk, then that's what you appreciate. Like, wow, how do you twist your tongue like this and project this, and you know. And Samira says they do resemble Chinese. Yeah, their eyesight. I hear what Samira is saying.
I'd say it's the opposite. I think they resemble them because remember they came first. They are the dads of us.
And the Chinese are resembling them, you know.
Yeah.
Like certainly they are all being integrated into modern lifestyle, right? Yeah, I mean people are mixing now, especially with urbanization. We're all mixing, we are all intermarrying into other cultures. It's life. I mean, what can we say? And maybe you might say, hey man, I want to go and marry an Ethiopian wife. Who are we to block you from, if you love one, if you want to marry one? And you can say, hey man, I want to go and marry a Nigerian woman, you know? It's a choice. And you're going to have that mixed family culturally. You know, but I think sometimes it's a beautiful thing. And sometimes it can also destroy some prejudices amongst cultures, you know, when people marry from outside their own culture. Because now, imagine a pie, you are marrying, let's say, an Ethiopian wife, right? And let's say maybe you're coming from a culture where maybe your other cousins, they're like, Africans, or they still have that mindset as if they're not Africans, but like, Africans, you know? Or they have a certain wrong idea about maybe Ethiopians, for example, and then you marry into an Ethiopian wife, which means around you they'll not try to talk their own prejudices or their own wrong perceptions. You are now more likely to control that narrative. Say, hey, man, I'm married into this culture. and I know this culture is a beautiful culture. These people are like this. There's so much you guys do not know about.
Ezra, you can't nail me down to one person, man. You know I don't believe in monogamy. I believe in polygamy.
Hey, you're like a king, man. Yeah, man. And again, some of the cultures here, they practice polygamy. A lot of cultures still practice polygamy. And polygamy is recognized and even in the constitution here in SA. So
I thought it was illegal in SA.
It is.
I thought
it is
legal, but not criminalized.
Yeah, it is legal.
It's
if
legal?
you want to marry more than one wife, you can go ahead and have the money to marry them, eh? Because they don't come cheap, eh?
That's the thing, though. That's the thing, though. You have to be really. I think at least if you talk about from a globalist perspective, like if you live somewhere where it's really modern, like you have to. If you fall hard times, the whole family, all your relatives, your steps, your in-laws is gonna be on you. So that's another thing as well. That's why a lot of people are against it. Or if you don't treat them equally and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, polygamy is not for every man. I mean, when I say you have to be rich, you have to be rich everywhere, bro. You need to be rich in everything. Can you imagine, man? You have to physically, you have to be very healthy as well for you to, I mean, have that, have those houses, man. Attend to those houses.
You know, Dr. K, he was just trolling, but one time he said he wants to start the. It was so funny,
Dr. K is something else. I think I heard that day when you were talking about something like that.
Like you say, he wants to create the 12 tribes of guys.
Hi, the Kaiser. Hey, I wonder what this Kaiser is. Kaiser world is he trying to build there? Because I mean, when you look at him, I mean, that's what I'm saying. This thing needs money, bro. I mean, to have polygamy. Most people that I know who are in polygamy, they are either rich or they're doing very. I mean, most of them you have to be rich, man. When you're poor and have so many wives, man, it doesn't look good. It's just a bad picture. It's like for me, let me not say it's wrong for some people. For me, it doesn't really look good when you can't afford even to, man, assist one household and you want to have 4. Fine. I mean, multiplication, it's easy. But now the provision part, the financial part, now where we live in the societies is something else, man. Nah, it's just doesn't look good. I mean, so most people.
I want to raise my children to be polyglots from a young age, to know like 4 languages when they're a kid, so that when they go to school, it'd be very easy. I want to create it because I saw how I live in different types of communities when I was younger. Like, because I went to international high school, I saw how a lot of the kids that came from these polyglot communities, school for them is really easy. So I wanted like just how my parents, they came over to the U.S. to like to get so it's more like financially support. Like I wanted it to be easy for my children to be able to invest like at a young age, like to have a credit score at a young age. Like that's what I want to do.
Yeah. If you feel it will work for you, no one can stop you, man. That's your plan. But for me, the people that I know some people who comes from polygamous marriages, others are not happy. They'll say, I'll not go for that option because they struggle to have a bond with their fathers mostly. They will say, hey man, I'm only bonded to my mom so much because my father was working home because he has to attend to other homes. I only see him maybe once a week. Or we saw him one week out of the whole month. You only saw him for 1 week every month because he has to now be in that household, attend to those issues of that household, and be a father for a week, go to another home for a week.
No, I don't believe in that. Like, I want to have like a family all under the same roof, like all in the same house. Like, I don't believe in the other house kind of thing.
I think the Indians have something similar to that. Like in some Middle Eastern countries, I think they do have some places where they can literally have all their wives living in the same house, big house, kids, everybody in one household. But in Africa, normally the African traditions, okay, from where I'm coming from, mostly you have to build a home. We find that your wife number one lives in his home. Yes, the kids, everything in you've built something for that wife. If you go for wife number two will have her own home, because maybe women fighting, maybe they're trying to avoid those things. I think that was the plan or the initial idea why they.
In my opinion, if someone they lives like that and they have any kind of a problem, they're gonna lose everything then, and then the divorce. I don't believe in that other house type of thing. If you're living this, I think you have to live in the same house and then get along.
But the question is, will they get along?
They better get along. They want the money.
Bye. Are you sure? Are you sure you can handle two women in one household, man?
Yeah, man,
two
why not?
Women,
Why
two
not?
women in one house? I think, can I ask the ladies who are here, like Marie, I think Marie Antoinette, all the ladies. I'm not sure if Samira is a woman, but if even Jerina, I think she was here at some point. But if they can tell me, can they share a husband and live in the same roof with the other wife? If they had to be in a polygamous relationship or marriage, will they allow or their husband to put them in the same roof as another woman and their kids? I mean, basically, man, I wonder, man, if that will work. Two women in one house with their own kids?
Yeah, why not? Samira earlier was asking how many wives you have. That's the answer.
Who says that?
Samira. They asked how many wives you have.
No, man. I'm for me, I do one, man. I've only have one. the kingdom stuff, hey, those things, man. Nah, I'm just one, man. Just one. Samira, one is enough for me. I only have one. You know, one for me is enough. The rest of saying 10, no, man, it don't work, man. Rather stick to one. And there's a joke about having so many girlfriends, or even a wife. They'll say, man, you already have one that you really have to sweat and work for. How are you going to handle the other one? How do you handle the other one, man? So I don't know. For me, I won't go that. Yeah, maybe when I was still young, when I was still growing, and yeah, there used to be the fantasy with like some friends who like, yeah, man, you need to have, imagine we have to go to Brazil. I remember some of my friends when we started university. I think when we started university, we were like, yeah, man. I think that was just before I was supposed to. We once talked about this, like, we need to go do a trip to Brazil, go to those Caribbean. We thought of going to the Caribbean, like, hey, man, we see some beautiful women, but it's only TV, bro. You see TV and you think this is the reality, the sambas, the festivals. When we used to see the people dancing there in the streets, the carnivals there in the Caribbean pie. And when we see those ladies in bikinis, we thought like, wow, that's crazy, man. We need to leave Africa. We need to be there, But
that's one thing I never understood about my culture, though. Like, I would say I came from a traditional Christian family. The way I think is more like 4th century. Like, I think like an old person. My friends always call me an old person. They think like I think like old men. But even though I'm only 21. But yeah, I never understood like how we're modern, like we're really modern Christians, but and it's very, let's say it's more Christian civilization in the Caribbean, most places. But at the same time, you can see someone like they don't really. I would say most some are really, some care, but most don't care like about that kind of stuff. Like going in the street, like having like it's kind of like carnival festivals where people they're wearing like really skimpy outfits. People don't really care about that kind of stuff, even though most of them are Christian.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Mm. Yeah, man. Because I mean, for us, we saw what we saw on TV, and we thought, like, man, we need to go spend some a month or some weeks there, and dance, have parties, and all that stuff. But it was all a fantasy, man. It was. Then you grow up, and you're like, it was just all a fantasy. What were we thinking about that? But so, and I'm sure a lot of those guys, some of my old friends, and if I had to tell them, hey man, you just remember we said when we have money we need to go to the Brazil and all these places, and they will probably laugh about it like, ah man, I'm over that now, I'm old, I'm married, I'm this, because then it was just a fantasy. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes there's a reality. Like if you look at most people, they have, let's make an example of America. A lot of people have their own, like people who've not gone to America. They think America, like if you go to America, you just make it, you just be fun, you just are making money, you'll send money home. But they're forgetting you still need to sweat, you still need to work in those countries. It's not just gonna be everything open for you. You're gonna have to work even twice as hard. And
Nah, the U.S. is no joke. In Atlanta, there was a YouTuber that made a he was talking about how he makes 100,000 and he's broke, like bad credit score, like he's in a negative cash flow every month. Like some places is that's why I don't want to live there. Like the rent, like where I live now, it's an apartment that has a kitchen. It's about like 500 a month. But if I were to live in New York, the same house would probably cost like 1,000. The same house probably costs like 1,800 a month, even though it's small. But I got it because it has a kitchen, and I like it because it has a kitchen. Like money is crazy. Some places it's so expensive to live in the U.S. Even though you make a lot of money, you'll be losing more than you make based on bills.
Yeah, I mean that's what I've heard. Like I've not obviously lived in America or those countries. That's what I've heard. Like with friends and family, those who live in those places, they say, "Hey, man, we I think here in Africa we like." Well, I was making a joke with Tenzin the other day when she was saying she's going home and blah blah blah, and I was like, "Hey, man," I was like, "Hey, did you buy us gifts? We need gifts here in Africa." And like there's that perception, like when you ask a lot of people, a family that's like living outside the continent, you're thinking they're living large. I think we had this wrong perception that, hey, you're living in America, you live in the UK, your currency is stronger than our currency. That means when you come home, you must just bring. We just want to take. But we forget that those people have families there, they have a life that they're living in those places. They've got apartments or even homes to pay. Just like we have bills in Africa, they have bills there as well. So like, and it's they're not exempt from just focusing on their lives and making sure that they can survive in those places. So it's not like they always have excess money to just send back home anytime they want, as we sometimes think. So that's some of the things that we as Africans sometimes we tend to get shocked. That's why some people, once they get there, then they realize like, hey man, I think America was a scam. I was sold a dream. There's nothing here.
I agree with that one. The American dream is dead. It's too expensive. Live in the U.S.
So a lot of people have still believe that. They just think, hey man, America, I'm going to America. You live in America now? Pa, you live in America? They just think that, but it's not the case. It's not the case where everything is all You know, people are still working, they're still sweating every day, they're still working 2 jobs, 3 jobs just to get by, you know. So sure. Let me just go through this the comment section. What men can keep more than one woman truly satisfied? What men can keep more than one woman truly? Mary. Happy birthday, by the way, Mary. Did you see that comment right there, Pi?
Oh,
From
really?
Mary.
Oh, it's her birthday. Oh, happy birthday. Her name is Marie. I think it's Marie now.
Marie, yeah, Marie. So, hey, what can keep more than one woman truly satisfied? What man can keep more than one woman truly satisfied? Hey, that's a deep question. And I know the analogy, like what you said about like maybe sometimes having more than one. Uh, I've had friends that will say, "Hey, man, when one is stressing me, I can go to the other one. When this one is stressing, I can go to this one." So
That
I've
is
had
not
them.
how they will conspire against you. You a man, they're all women. That's not how it works.
You know, but it is interesting. I mean, when you look at some of these things, I mean, relationships and stuff. I think this is a conversation we should really have, right? Talk about.
Like my uncle, he always say like a happy wife, happy life. Imagine having 3 angry wives in the house.
Yeah, imagine
and the
that
children
now.
are angry at you because they're more close to the mom than they are the dad. Like that'd be a crazy situation.
Yeah, man. I mean, mothers play a big role, man. They can hold a family down and they can influence a family so much. So yeah, but hey, for me, that's what I'm saying. If you want to go into like polygamy, have money as well. Don't go and make people suffer, man. Now kids cannot afford to go to the good schools because your money has to be stretched along other, homes and all that stuff. So if you have the money and you believe in it, go for it. If it works for you, but definitely going to be a challenge. Not gonna be easy.
I'll buy a money printer. No, I'm just kidding. A red money printer.
Samira says 1 man, 1 woman, guys. But Samira, when you say 1 man, 1 woman, guys, I think that also applies to some of the women nowadays. Some of them, they also not committed to 1 man, eh? So I mean, I think
that's actually a problem in the Caribbean. Technically, we have all these type of work. That's one reason why, as far as like cross cultural communication, like I would want them to be, if they are going to go through this whole transatlantic bridge project and reach out to West Africans, I would want them to more relearn the original types of cultures that they were a part of, because the divorce rate is really high, the out of wedlock rate is really high, and there are a lot of women in the Caribbean that technically, I mean, they're not married, but technically they might even have 3 different unofficial spouses. Like that's basically pretty much polygamy right there. This all but in name, because there's no what's it called? There's no marriage contract. You know what I mean? But it's pretty much what it is, especially if you're all close to them. You know what I mean?
true. I mean, it's like having like what do you call it? Like different girlfriends.
No, I never believe in that. I don't believe that. I think that's a
So
bad idea. You lose everything.
yeah, I mean, if you look at this now, this generation where to some people it's a norm. Like, hey, man, they always open their options up. They're like, hey, man, this one is Pi will sponsor my trips. He's the one for going to overseas trips. And then there's this one who's maybe the guy who pays the apartment and bills.
They call that in I think it's in Trinidad. You know what they call that? The term for
Yeah.
that. It's called a blesser.
Yeah, even here they call it the blesser. They call them blessers,
They call
it's like
sugar daddy as a blesser.
saying,
That's the name they use, blesser.
yeah, they also call them blessers, these people.
I think it's blasphemy, but still, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's not really a blessing. It's really something. So hey man, they do these things. I mean, where there was a scandal as well from coming from Dubai and those places where people were doing other funny things, man. Really not really good things where people are exploited, especially our sisters. So, but yeah, man, I think some people they do some of these things because of money, because of other things. Others, it's also by they really want to, they enjoy those lifestyles. So, just to be fair for everybody, we can say all of these people are like this, but it's a route everybody is taking. I mean, it's a choice. I mean, let me put it. It's a choice, and people have to live with their consequence of every choice they make. If you want to do 5, 10, if it works for you, and you have to deal with those consequences of having to attend all 10 of them. And if one works for you, also good for you. Stick to that one, do your thing. I see, I'm reading the comments now, and Samir wants to have two husbands. What? Two husbands, Samira. Are you sure? How do you handle this? I mean, I know they call it polyandry. What Samir is talking about. Also need two husbands. Oh, sugar daddy. Oh, sugar daddies and one. Yeah. This topic is something else. No, it really is the other way around. Samira says not fair. But hey, Samira, nowadays, I think ladies, some of them they also live differently. They're not sticking to only one. They've opened their options to so many things. So yeah, that's how it is. But family, please, we still have the GoFundMe. Go and put in your pledge right there. It'd be nice, if somebody can just put like $300, just over $300, and we close this night on 3,000 euros. I mean, instead of $300, 300 euros. So yeah, let's push, family. Anything, go and plant and put a pledge right there for the Swahili Nation offices, cameras, and the office setup. So please do that. Go put your pledge. This is for us. It's not for us, but for us as a whole. So if you plant, you're planting for all of us. So that's how it is. Please go and do that. I need sugar daddy to donate to. Hey, Samira. You hear what Samira says now? Pi says, I need a sugar daddy so I can donate to Swahili Nation. No, Samira, you don't need a sugar daddy. All you need is ways to make money so that you can come and put in your pledge to Swahili Nation. We want strong financial people, So you need to find a way to make money. And then once you have some form of income or some form of money, then you can go and donate or put your pledge on the Swahili Nation and our GoFund. So that would be really nice, Samira, if you can find a way to make money, not find a sugar daddy. You don't want your sugar daddy to say, "Hey, I'm the one that built Swahili Nation." No, 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 no. You want your money. You know. So where are you still? Somebody says I'm a broke college student. No, can ask mommy and daddy then. €5, Samira. Go ask mommy and daddy for €5. I'm sure they'll give you €5. This is for a good cause, you know.
Mary Antoinette is making funny.
Yeah. Uh, my internet. Yes. Yeah, €5,000, €5,000. Yeah, we need to see it. You know, in the spiritual, we can see it. People want to give. I'm sure there's a lot of people who love to give even €25,000, but now they might still be struggling to make sure to raise that money. Deep down in their hearts, they will have said, "If I have money, I was gonna just pay for everything, buy that building for Swahili Nation. In fact, not even pledge €5,000." Start fundraising music. Simple. I don't know how my internet. Just kidding. Okay. Oh no, Tinder. Hey, we're not hooking up people here, eh? I'm not hooking up anybody.
I think Tinder is garbage. Tinder ruined my
Have you ever
generation.
used Tinder? Why?
What do you say?
Tinder. Have you ever used it before?
No. Remember, I come from a traditional Christian family. I don't do any of that stuff.
Wait, man. Some people might come from a Christian family and say, "Hey, I'm going to Tinder. I'm looking for somebody." The brother does not see any sister in the church or anywhere else. He wants somebody out there. And there's also Christian website, a Christian site where Christian people can meet if you're a Christian. And there's the Tinders, the whatever. There's many other platforms, but yeah, I think it just depends on the. I have a friend who's married now to somebody they met online, eh? And it's been years now since they've been married. So it's not for everybody to for this online stuff. There are people that really use it and it worked for them, and there are people it will not really work for them. So, and for myself, I think I believe in meeting people face to face. If like get to know a person, you know. So. Married. Why do you question when a woman requests two husbands? Who's questioning? I don't know. Or is it us as men? I ask you this as a general question. Why do we question when a woman requests two husbands? Oh, okay. Because I had asked. I remember. I'm also one of those people. Like, I just wanted to see the practicality of it.
I don't think it's practical. Men can't get pregnant.
So it's more about the confusion. It's just to remove the confusion then. Is that why you a woman cannot have two? Is that your reason, Pi?
No, I think they'll fight. I think these guys will just fight each other.
I guess men are kind of territorial, eh?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Men are very territorial.
Yeah, it's like, you know, this kind of reminds me of what? This reminds me of when a lot of people, not really a lot of people. What am I saying? Like when somebody says, let's say you meet a lady, right, Pi? You meet a lady who's a beautiful woman, and you find out she tells you that she has a boy, she has a best friend who's a guy. You get me? So you, as the new boyfriend, I mean, you'll be questioning, like, even if I know some people might say, "Nah, my best friend is a guy or is a lady." But when, let's say now you meet somebody and they become your partner, how do you deal with such?
I don't know, man. I don't participate in this modern modern stuff that's going on right now, especially in the U.S. and Europe.
Yeah, because now I'm just trying to answer Mariette when she says, "Why do we question two husbands?" So I'm just also trying to find out the like the practicality of some of the things, because if some guys find it hard to accept, or even ladies accepting a guy who has maybe a best friend who's from the opposite sex, do they how do they feel about it? Do they just say, "Hey, it's fine. Uh, this is your best friend. This is your childhood friend. I'll accept you the way you are." You know. So I wonder how it works, man. But
It doesn't work. It's confusion.
it's confusion. Yeah,
No,
for
because
most guys, I
they
think.
fight. No, I'm telling you, they fight. Especially what ends up will happen, right? Like what? Let's say one of them gets married and the other one they're not close anymore, and then they have a baby with that person. What end up happening is they'll both fight over each other. They end up getting divorced. Everyone will be divorced, and the children will suffer, and they won't have a home. Because that kind of stuff was what's going on in Western countries, especially among the Black community right now. There's a lot of polyamory families, and it's killing the culture, I think. Because there's no Black fathers in the household. There's mostly they're not, most of them, like a lot of them, they're not allowed to see their kids, or they have false allegations against them, like domestic violence or whatever. They end up in jail and that kind of stuff going on.
Yeah, man. Hey, family. Those are really, really like serious issues. And I think Tenzin would be the best person to host such a show.
Yeah, I know. She tried to get me to come on one
she
talk
does.
about it. She tried to get me to talk about that kind of stuff before, but I didn't want to, because I don't want to be on Tenzin's bad side. I don't want to be Tenzin. Tenzin's really nice, but if you piss Tenzin off, you would not win.
Hey, Tenzin, we miss you ever you are.
Is she gonna be back next week?
Yeah. This coming week she should be back online. Tuesday, 9 p.m. East African time. Tenzin should be back with the African traditions. She normally deals with this, this type of questions, and yeah, hopefully she can take over such and really talk more about this. What's happening here? I'm just reading the comments. And family, if you're just new here, please subscribe to our channel. Go into our GoFundMe project, GoFundMe page. Pledge anything for our new offices. We are busy trying to get offices for our channel, Swahili Nation. Yeah, so please go and first subscribe. That's the first thing you should do. Like, turn on the notification icon, and go into the GoFundMe webpage. Search for Swahili Nation there. Or I can even share the link, and then you can just click on the link and go place your pledge right there. So, and another thing is, if you are working, I mean, if you want to donate and then you're not sure or you're confused, you can, or you don't want to don't want your name to be published, you can give anonymously. There's a lot of people who've been giving anonymously here. If you guys can see, these are the people. Even an hour ago, there's been somebody who also offered 45 euros. So there's a lot of anonymous people. If you can see here, $10 anonymous, $50 or euros. So there's a lot of anonymous people that gave. And I'm also gonna give tonight. And I have given before, and I'll give tonight as well. I'll also raise mine, my pledge. So I'll be giving as well. I mean, we also lead by example. We don't just talk. So yeah.
I think I gotta go.
Yeah, man, I see it. It's late. I know it's already morning. What time is it there in Taiwan? In Taipei?
It's 5 a.m. But I fell asleep early. I fell asleep really early yesterday because I'm on summer break. So I was asleep from like 2 p.m. till like 11 p.m. So that's why I was up now.
Yeah,
but it's 5 a.m.
It's 5 a.m.
Yeah.
It's like how many hours? Because it's what time is it here in Africa? In Central Africa. I wonder what time is it. I think it's past 11. So that's like 6 hours ahead. You like 6 hours ahead of us.
Yeah.
Sure. But Pi, if you wanna go rest, you can do that. What time do you normally sleep, Pi?
I don't know. I'm a vampire. I just sleep when I'm tired. I'm like, yeah. I do the tactical sleeping. There's no set time.
I see. That's a good thing. You know, you need to do that. That's how we do it, man. That's how the Swahili Nation family, the One Africa family do. You know, we do this. We do it this way. We tactically sleep. You know, you sleep when required and when you need to rest. Then the other time, use it productively for your other things.
Like I wanted to talk to you today, and I was really tired in the afternoon because I started exercising a lot again. So I just fell asleep because I knew I was gonna wake up on time to be able to talk to you then.
Yeah, but I did get your request, Pi. We will talk about South Africa. I'd love to have you there since you brought this topic, and you really have some questions. I will set up a stream some other time. We'll discuss it on the on the chat, on that other group, and then let's see what we can do. And I can bring somebody independent, somebody neutral, somebody who can say something without me saying something as a host. I think it will be fair to sometimes hear from other people who are not like here on the platform. Like, somebody different, somebody I also do not really know their views to say, I'll have to find somebody who's willing to come. But even if somebody doesn't come, we'll still have the conversation. People can join and have their say. Still fine.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll make it soon. And we still have another the horn. We still need to go back to the horn, catch up with the guys, and just hear them out what they've been up to, any development stories there in Somalia and Djibouti, all the horn as a whole, and obviously Ethiopia as well. So yeah, we're gonna really need to do another session again about the horn. I think that'll be part 3, right? Part 3.
I think it's like part 8. We talked about this a lot.
Yes, much. So yeah, I mean, come to think of it, yeah, we've had a lot of sessions, but yeah, one of those continuous conversations that we need to. I think every month we should maybe have one at least. Just
I
an
think
update.
I think we did a continent test. I think we were all the ones that passed. Everyone else would fail. The nationalist people would fail. Because a lot of us on the part of the panel, like the permanent panel, they know something about every different region and even diaspora, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I mean, imagine it's a learning curve as well for all of us. But the best thing is to really know much about each other so that we can, when we talk, we can really know where this everybody's coming from, which background they're coming from, because that helps us to deal with our own perceptions, anything that we thought we knew about people. It's good when we get taught like, no, it's not like this. This is the reason for this, why people think like this. So this really helps us a lot to really learn about each other as a people. So, but Pi, I'm gonna release you to rest. Go do your tactical sleep and wake up. What have you planned, man? What do you guys do for fun in Taipei, man? How's Taipei life? And
We
I know
were masks for fun when we started this through the pandemic. That's destroying everything,
you still
destroying the
wearing
business.
masks in Taipei.
Yeah, so the government, the CDC, the Taiwanese CDC, they lied. They said that last year, they said that once you reach 2 doses of the vaccine, that they would get rid of the mask mandate. And then once we reached that number, like I see like 70-80% reached it, and we had another outbreak, they changed it. They moved the goalpost. I don't think they're gonna get rid of it ever. They said they're gonna keep it back on just in case the monkeypox turns into a pandemic as well. So I don't know I don't know if it's gonna be like years or months. I'm assuming years when the mandate will be get rid of, especially if we have a second pandemic. So I don't think it's going away.
Exactly. So let's see how things go, but let's pray that man, we can overcome all these things.
All right, see you later.
Oh, see you later, man. Let's talk later on the chat.
Yeah, we will.
Definitely. Keep well, Pi. So family, please do not forget to join us. Please, family, do not forget. Please. Okay. This is our GoFundMe page. Please go and place your pledge. Go to your GoFundMe, search for Swahili Nation, and place your pledge for our offices, for the studio, and the equipment. Oh man. So family, please let's make sure that by the end of this weekend, at least we reach 3,000 euros. I'm also gonna donate something tonight. Before I leave, I think I need to go and donate, man. I need to go donate. I need to donate something. No, I need to donate something. Can't be that I cannot donate. I'll donate something tonight. So I'm challenging everybody. I'm challenging all the people who are here. Samira, I know you say you're a student. Please, €1. I'm challenging you, €1 or €2. Go. Definitely, as a student, you do have a dollar or a euro or €2. Please come and go and donate. Sam, please, Sam, I need that 300 euros from you, Sam. Please donate the 300 euros. I'm expecting 300 euros from you, Sam, as well. Abiyak, I know you've been donating as well, but I'm expecting 1,000 euros from you, Abiyak. Well, I'm donating some form of donation tonight from your Abiyak. Abiyak, I'm challenging you to €5 at least. €5. Sam, I'm challenging you €10, €5, whatever euros. I'm challenging you to go and place your pledge there right now. Samira, Pi, I'm also Pi. Before you sleep, I need those euros. I need those yen and whatever you have there. I need them. I need you to go place your pledge before you sleep. Maria Antoinette, I know you've been giving as well. Continue giving. I thank you for that, for blessing us there. Who else? Mary's been really working in the background. Yeah, man, there's a lot. So everybody's just joined us. Please go and place a pledge. Now you've liked us. Now you've been following us. Now it's time to play your role and help us to build this and procure the rent. And if we can reach 7,000, family, it'll be if we can reach 7,000 quickly, we can really grab those offices at least for 6 months. That's the least that we can get. But let's try to reach. If we can reach 7,000 or 7,500 euros, then we know that we're halfway there from getting the office and the office equipment set up, obviously, in the studio. So yeah. So family, please go and place your pledge. I'm not gonna say much. I'm gonna keep on repeating this whole night. Go place your pledge. Go place your pledge. One Africa, Swahili nation. Go place your pledge. €5, €5, €5, €10, €50, €1,000,000. So you guys don't want me to, or do you want me not to sleep and say, I won't sleep. I want 3,000 euros tonight. 3,000 euros. 3,000 euros. 3,000 euros. Yeah, Samira, go, please. I'm not gonna switch off the stream until Samira goes and plays. Even if it's €2, even if it's just €3. Hey, Abu Yak, 200 euros from you. 200 euros. I'm expecting 200 euros from you. We close this one at 3,000K, and then we can all go to sleep. Abu Yak, Pi, Samira, Sam. I'm expecting something there. He's a rich gambler. So I'm expecting, family. I'm expecting. Let's raise 100 euros at least. 100 euros, 100 euros, please, please. 100 euros, 100 euros, 100 euros. If we can at least reach 2680 right now, or 27 something, 2750, 3000. Please, guys, let's Abiyak, if 3 guys donate 110, okay, Abiyak, if 3 guys, if somebody raises the 110 euros, how much are you willing to pledge? I know. Abiyak is gonna donate just now. I'm expecting him to donate something. I know he won't sleep without donating. I know Maria Antoinette is gonna donate today. I'm expecting something. $5. $5 from Maria Antoinette. $5 or 10. 5 or 10 dollars from Marie Antoinette. Abiyak, I'm expecting that 300, 400, 500. I know you can even make it 20,000 euros. Yeah. So 5 euros, family. So I'm expecting the 5 euros from at least Samira. Samira must donate at least between 5 euros to 50 euros. Sam, saying what? Yeah, it's my just let's donate just for birthday wishes to Marriott. Let's donate. I mean, Marriott works hard. Marriott works in the background, so please, guys, let's donate 150. I think I said it's about 150 euros immediately. I know Sam is gonna just also pledge 150 from himself. As we are trying to pledge 150, Sam is gonna pledge 150 to make it 3. At least we can reach our target for 3,000 for tonight. Yeah, let's donate as a group. I think that's a great idea. I'm also going to contribute, guys. I'm also going to contribute just now. I'm going to take my card, my wallet. I'll be contributing very soon. So I'm challenging you guys as I'm doing this. Can you join me tonight on the weekly recap? Let's raise money. Please, family. I need your help. I need us to raise something for tonight. Let's raise something. Let's just raise something for the weekly recap. On the weekly recap show, let's have targets. Can we do at least the smallest we can do? It should just be 100 euros. You know, that's the little we can do. From there, we just have to do more than that. We're still on 10%. It's like only reach 10% of what we require for this. Please, family, we need to secure this office, or else Yeah, we might say, hey, we wish, we wish, we wish. So I'm just gonna give everybody a chance to go speak to your partners, your wife, to say, hey wife, hey my husband, can we donate to the Swahili nation? Please, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. I'm just gonna leave this now. I'm just giving you 2 minutes. 2 minutes to go and donate. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, or 5 minutes, 2 to 5 minutes. I'm just gonna disappear and let you think how much you can contribute. Anything from 5 years, even if it's just €5, or even if it's just 10,000 euros, 20,000, 15,000. We welcome that. I know we've got people that are willing to sacrifice for this channel. Please do that. Please do that. Wow, Mariette just turned 25 today. Who's gonna sing, guys? Who's gonna sing for Mariette? I'll sing. Who wants to join me? Who wants to join me? And let's all sing. Let's sing for Mariette tonight. Just send the link there. Who wants to join me in singing for Mariette? As we are still thinking of how much we're gonna contribute for tonight.
to be here with you today to launch and celebrate a Nations of Union, One Africa. Swahili Nation One Africa is a global initiative founded to unite Africa, explore the abundant opportunities of growth that exist throughout the continent, harmonize ideas, and best steps to harness these for the benefit of both the young and old generations. To date, Africa remains a continent blessed with numerous resources, yet it is still the poorest in the world. There are numerous internal and external factors that causes this dissonance. The World Bank estimates that by the year 2050, sub-Saharan countries will be home to more than 1 billion people, half of whom will be under 25 years. This demographic stands the best chance at transforming the continent. The most dangerous poverty of all is mind poverty. Colonizers paralyzed Africa decades ago using the education system. The imperialists to date use the divide and rule principle. Africans have for decades been turned against each other. The family unity in Africa, which served a pivotal as a building block of human behavior and society at large, where formative values and respect and responsibility were instilled by parents, all the social order is now disintegrating. Should we sit back and continue complaining while cursing the neo-colonialists? My people, eradicating mind poverty in Africa starts by acknowledging our history, being aware of the present, building on the future, and learning from our mistakes. My people perished and being destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Knowledge remains the biggest challenge we face as Africans. Even with little knowledge we possess, partly our mind have been brainwashed and misinformed. The divide and rule approach of the colonialists remain prevalent even in the current times. Africa, we have allowed ourselves to be divided along with tribes, religion, skin color, clans, ethnicity, amongst others. One Africa, we declare our diversity is our strength. We embrace unity in diversity. Generations behind us are silently pleading for direction. The time is now to reconcile with ourselves, neighbors, and the whole continent. It will be a long road to healing, but in solidarity, we break away from the chains of division and walk the path to freedom. As we forge through this era of technological revolution, Africa should concurrently embrace transformative global trends, especially targeting our education policies. We should create tech corners and replicate across the continent to acquaint professionals in Africa with different trends on education and technology aimed at connecting them with the rest of the world. Unity, peace, and love run a resounding aloe. These three sum can only come through initiative that promote equality of opportunity. Africa is the world's youngest continent with 60% of its population under the age of 25 years. Africa is an envy of the globe, accounting for 19% of the globe youth population. Let us tap into the readily available labor force of the young men and women and detract them from joining extremism. Free them from taking risk journeys across Mediterranean Sea and from appalling conditions and inhuman treatment some experience in the Gulf region. We need to harness the potential of our young people. World Bank estimate that 40% of youth who join extremism are motivated by economic inequality. The exodus of our youth and other professionals through legal or illegal immigration should be a concern for all of us. Our social fabric is being broken, yet human capital is in abundance in Africa. Africans, we have the power to reverse the brain drain into skills gain. I envision an Africa where everyone gets quality education and accessible health service, where no one will be scared to show their ethnicity, religion, or belief, where everyone can traverse freely without being scared of their safety, where everyone is respected for just being a human, where love and peace are our resources for being, giving is cherished, sacrificing in service for the benefit of others are honored, where integrity, honesty, hard work, and result-based leadership are the core motivation for all people, especially those who lead us. One Africa needs more than just talent and passion. We need a rich network of like-minded people, dedicated professionals, experts in various fields, and vast ideas on moving forward to bring about change and prosperity to our beautiful continent, Mother Africa. For a long time, Western media and other foreign nations have manipulated and distorted the truth about Africa for their own gain. No one else can defend Africa but Africans. No one else can support or change this continent, Africa, but Africans. Africa is our home. Africa is our heritage. Africa is our pride. Africa is for Africans. That's why you clap, guys. Thank you, thank you. Collapse the borders. We, the African youth, are ready and energized to build our continent into prosperity. We have the ability to solve our own challenges without external interference and manipulation. We are advancing to reach all Africans across the planet through conversation for a better Africa. We are on a mission to defend the image and heritage of Africa, to decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge, and create a bridge for oneness and peaceful Africa. The core essence of our unity is towards a one Africa of solidarity and peace and love. Knowledge is power. Our people need to be empowered through genuine knowledge based on our values, customs, beliefs, and Africa before colonization. Let us join hands and share in the vision of our humanity, the vision for a one Africa. With all humility, I pledge today that one Africa will unite and build Africa and its people despite of our differences, because our diversity is the key pillar of our unity. I sincerely thank and welcome you abroad to go with me in this journey. Thank you so much. Appreciate. Let me just finish by saying that my tribe is Africa. My tribe is one Africa. Whatever tribe you have, it's Africa. And that's how we can unite each other. Appreciate, guys. Thank you so much.
Wow. My tribe is Africa. My tribe is Africa. My tribe is Africa. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Thank you very much. And I've been seeing a lot of participation, and I must really appreciate and thank everybody who's been who recently just donated. Let me just do this. Wow. I'm really thankful. Let me see the people that have been really sharing and obviously putting some pledges. I see. Wow. Thank you, Samira. Thank you, Samira. Means a lot. Really appreciate. Abuyek, really appreciate it. I see Abuyek and Barakat. Thank you very much as well for your contribution. Oh man, thank you, family. Thank you, family. Thank you for family. This is your building. This is your house. This is your home. Swahili Nation, One Africa. We are all building together. If somebody brings a brick, somebody brings a cable, somebody brings something, we all are part of this movement when we are all builders. So never underestimate your contribution. It really means a lot. It takes us to another level. We are all moving as a family, as a unit. We don't want to move alone, but we want to move as a family. Continue placing your pledge. Yeah, and I'm expecting more. And I know there's a lot of people as well that really want to also place their contribution there. Wow, thank you, guys. I know brother Sam soon he'll be closing for us with the 250 euros. I know Sam, 250 euros. You wanna close the night for us, you know? And who else? I know there's a lot of people that have been coming in and out. But yeah, family, let's continue doing this and do not stop. If today you've placed 50, you've placed 20, you've placed whatever you can, and give yourself a challenge. You say, you know what? I'm going to make sure that every week I place a pledge, or I'm going to make sure that every day I'm placing maybe 5 euros. That can be your goal. You know, you can tell yourself and say, every day I'm going to place 5 euros into the Swahili Nation. Every live stream, I'll make sure that I have my 5 euros and I'll pledge 5 euros. Or if you think, hey man, I'm just going to do a once-off thing, maybe challenge myself every week, I'll put $50 or 50 euros. Do that. Do not be scared and say, I've placed my pledge, I'm done. Continue giving. You know, this is gonna be this is gonna be something that it's gonna remain for a lifetime. This is gonna be a lifetime pledge that you know that, hey man, I was part of this growth. I was part of building this community and building the Swahili Nation, One Africa. So let's continue doing that, and also just share with family and friends. I'm sure there's family and friends that you know of that are interested in joining us in building this and securing these offices, that you might know of, uncles, aunties, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, cousins, nephews, nieces. Please tell them and say, hey, this is the platform, this is what we are trying to achieve. Come and join us. Let us build together. There's no community that's being built without the people. You are the community. You are Swahili Nation. You are One Africa. So what better way to do it like than this way, you know? So let's continue doing that, our family, and let's make sure that we build on this and we keep the momentum going. The work still needs us. Let's continue working. Let's continue working for Africa. Let's continue pledging for Africa. This is for all of us, and this is Africans also doing for Africa, you know, African platforms that need funding, you know, like all these things. I mean, people go into venture capitalists, go to overseas just to get funding for their apps, for everything. So as a community, you are also part of a venture that we are building as a community. So continue doing that, family. So let me do this. I've also put myself, I've also challenged myself. Wow, thank you very much, Samira. Much appreciated. I like your faith. I like how you saying you'll donate every day 5 euros. You'll commit to that. I've also tried to challenge myself. I'm challenging myself as well. I'll also be trying to give as much as possible. And I'll be giving for tonight as well. I mean, I'm challenged by Abuyak, by Samira. I'm challenged by Maria Antoinette. I'm challenged by so many people. Anonymously, others have given. I know Samira gave anonymously. And I'll be you guys challenge me. Sam, I know he'll be giving as well. I know Pi will be giving. He'll continue giving as well. So a lot of us are already in this. And what better way to also lead by example when we are doing all these things? So, and for those who feel who are not comfortable, maybe to say, "Hey, man, my name is I work for an international organization. I'm like this. I'm like that." You can the platform allows you to give anonymously. You don't really have to put your name out there. I know some people they don't like showing off. They'll rather just do everything just quietly. You're more than welcome to do that as well. Quietly, you can do it quietly. No one will know. You just do it, and you out. So let's challenge ourselves, family. Let's challenge ourselves as a family to say, you know what, as a family, we're going to work hard. We're going to make sure that we reach this target. We're going to make sure we have our offices. We're going to make sure that we can have a home where all of us can say, our headquarters for now, it's starting here. This is our headquarters. You know, let's start there. Let's start there, family. Let's start there. Let's start there. So as a family, we're going to make sure that we're going to do anything possible. We're going to work hard. We're going to do everything that we need to do and come and also build this site so that we can have our own home where we can really relax, where we can know that we want to produce this kind of content. We want to have the resources to produce any kind of content that we need. We won't have any limitation or any limitations to do this project and to do any kind of project. So let's do it. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's challenge ourselves, family. Let's challenge ourselves. Let's challenge ourselves to doing this. So let's challenge ourselves. Let's challenge ourselves. Let's push. Let's push. I mean, it's a Friday. Okay, for some of us, those who are in Asia, it's already Saturday. Oh, it's already Saturday even here, man. What am I saying? It's already Saturday morning. For some people, it's still Friday evening, Friday afternoon. Let's make sure that, hey, every time we come into this, we're going to come with something. So this is our vision. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. And as you know, this is our vision. We're going to keep to this vision and we're going to make sure that we achieve each and everything that we set ourselves to do. And we won't stop right now. We cannot stop right now. We need to even push harder and harder and harder and harder. The work has begun, family. We need to work now. There's no way we can wait for others to come and help us. We need to start helping each other now and doing it. So let's press on, 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 family. Let's press on. Let's press on. I mean, let's make sure that we reach 3,000. 3,000. We only left with like 250. And I know somebody's gonna release 2,500, and we like at least we'll have reached a big milestone. So we're gonna push, family. We're gonna continue pushing. We're not gonna stop right now. We're gonna continue pushing until we reach our goal. And this goal, we can only achieve it if we work together. There's no way we can reach this goal without working together. So this is how we can reach this goal, family. Maybe let's do the numbers here. If each person gives €5, let's say 5 times 5,000 people, we'll reach our goal quickly. And if, I mean, the math, we can always do the numbers differently. We can make sure that if somebody just, and if each person gives €10, we will only need 2,500 people, half of this. But we can start here, €5 per person every night, and say €5 per person, €5 per person, we will reach this. In fact, one night we can only take, let's say one night we can say, guys, we need only 2,500 people with €5. Come and join us. We can just reach this to 2,500, I mean, €25,000 quickly, and we're done. And then we can start the real work, because once we start the real work, you will see the results. It's not a work that we just want to do and you'll just hear. You will have videos, you will be shown receipts, you'll be shown everything that has been done with all these pledges. We're not just saying this because we want to do other things. We really want to have a structure. We really want to professionalize everything. So this is our target. This is our goal. If you can, we can pledge €5. Only each person can say, hey man, I'll work, I'll try everything just to get €5 and place my pledge. And others, I know others make €5 within like every 10 minutes. They make for example, maybe €5. Others can give themselves a target to say, hey man, each day I make €20. I'm willing to make sure that I'll take €5 out of whatever I'm doing, whatever my hustle, business, work, whatever that you're doing, and say, I'll take €5, I'll place it up until we reach this goal. We'll make it even quicker. If others are still trying to organize, for those who still have the means and the muscle to do it, push for the others. Let's pull through for the others. Then we cannot just say, oh man, I gave, let the other 4,000 whatever also place their bet. While you still have the opportunity to do it, continue doing it. And those who are new, who love to give, and they feel like, hey man, what is this about? We're trying to get our offices, we're trying to get equipment, we're trying to set up an office, we're trying to make sure that we have a structure, we have something that's solid for us, and that we can also change. I mean, we can improve our quality of content that we want to produce, things that we can do. Guys, we need to do more. There's so much we want to do, but currently the resources that we find ourselves with, it's really limiting us from really doing more. So hence we need more. We need to move. We need to shift gears for us to reach to another level. So for us to improve content, put new content, put other suggestions that some people already are requesting us to do, we're going to need to put in like proper things, like proper resources, proper tools, proper cameras, microphones, all those things. We need all those things so that we can really improve on quality. Not that we're not doing quality already, we are, but we want to do more content. We don't want to be limited to what we can do, you know. And we really want to be professional. We don't just want to be just in the platform where you just see us here, but you don't know what we're doing in the background, or you don't even know where is this organization based. Where, like right now, if let's say some people, let's say the president of America, or the president of of uh, Ethiopia, or whatever country, Nigeria, they've seen us, they want to get hold of us. How are they going to get us? Are they just going to send an email? We just talk over the email and that's it? No. Some people, the more we can really have structures in place where you can really say, okay, this is a company, it's here, it's either an NGO, whatever structure you want to choose. But once you have that, people can really say, okay, we can really work with you. Like, we can do this together. We can, we'd love to come there. Like now, imagine if we're saying we're trying to invite another important person. We're so limited. We can only do it online. Fine. Those are the tools that are out there. But we can even improve and make the content better. Once we have a structure where we have offices, when we write letters to even, we've written letters to many international organizations. Once we do those things, they know, oh, this organization can be found on this location. These are their addresses, all those things. So that's one other reason we want to do this. We don't just want to do this just for the sake of having an office. That doesn't really make sense. We really have reasons, and part of the reasons is to make sure that we have proper structures. When we're doing letters, when we're having conversations, this conversation can go further and be spread out more to even other places where currently we are not reaching. So we need to reach more people. We need to reach the globe. We need to have these messages all over the world. And we can only do it if we do it together. So together we can do more, we can build more, you know. So, and I've never seen any nation that has built anything without working together. Regardless of, even if you have the best leaders, if you can't put people together to work together for a common goal, you can never achieve anything. So, hence, we need you, family. We need you, family. So, €5 or more. If you have the 25,000, even better. You can also just do it once off and say, hey, guys, start working. Start working. Not that we haven't started, we are working, but we can now just implement, execute, implement, execute, implement. The plan is already there in place. It's just now the rollout and the resources that's needed there. Then we can now do everything. So let's go for it. Let's go for it, family. Let's go for it. Hey, Paul. Nice seeing you. Nice seeing you, Brother Paul. Hey, BJ. Welcome, welcome, BJ. Great seeing you tonight. I'm just gonna let me do this. I don't know if you guys saw this video today. I know some people might not have seen this video that premiered today. Okay, I'm just gonna share this with you, family.
the world that we're living right now, there's so much lies, and we're living lies. Sometimes, even when you speak the truth, people, they're not interested in the truth. People, they don't pay attention to the truth. They don't want to hear it. But what is truth? What is truth? Is truth, is it what you read from the books? For example, if you want to know about Africa, is it what you read on the book? Things that different people, they write their opinion about Africa? Or is it something that somebody tells you about yourself that this is the truth? This is who you are. For me, at least for me, the truth for me is there's still a small voice inside of me. Like when the whole world is telling you that this is impossible, achieving one Africa in our generation is impossible. We have been struggling for that for like 60 years, and we still don't have unity in Africa. It is impossible. There are still small voices inside of me that tells me that it's possible to achieve that. When the world is telling you that, you know what, you cannot do this. I mean, you're African, you cannot make it, especially outside of Africa, because you're black, you cannot make it. There's still small voice inside of me that is telling you that you can do. That is true for me, and each one of us, we have that instinct inside of us. Regardless of what the word tells you, regardless of what has been written in the books, because everything you see is opinion of people. They did their own research, they discovered some stuff, and they wrote it. That means you can find your own truth as well. And it's inside of that voice. And if you never heard that voice, then I think you can do whatever you want to do, whether it's meditation, whether it's research, whether it's going to school, and find the truth at the end of the day, because the truth will be there. The world we're living in today, and the system of this world, it was never created for black people or for Africans. This system, as they were creating it, like Africa, you and me, we were outside of the picture. That's why today, you African, you can go anywhere around the world and still feel like it's not your home, still feel like you're isolated, exploited, you're not belonging there because it's not your system. Our ancestors, when they were taken a long time ago during slavery and brought there, they were brought there not to have a good life. No, they were brought there to work for white men, to develop them. Today, you have a lot of countries out there that are developed because of the blood, sweat, and tears of a black man. That's how it was created. So it's true, today we're fighting for the rights outside of Africa, but I'm afraid that we might not be able to see that. And I'm being optimistic when I say this, because unless that system change, we cannot see that change, because it was never created for you at the first place. But sadly, not only outside of Africa, when you come inside of Africa, we are still struggling with the same system. And today I'm going to share with you some of the lies that we have believed for so long time about Africa and about ourselves. But it's all about the propaganda of changing the narratives and the beliefs about Africa so that we may never succeed. And I'm not going to point fingers at anyone. In fact, I always point fingers at us as Africans. The lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google, who discovered Africa, you find out that is one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered it. We're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them. So they divided us, right? Divide the continent and give each other some pieces. When you go to Angola, Angola was part of Congo Kingdom, guys. It was not even called Angola. It was Angola. Angola, it means the kingdom. That's the meaning of Angola. Even the capital city of Angola, they say it's Luanda right now, but it used to be called Luanda. But you know, those white men, when they came, again, guys, I'm not anti-West, so don't get me wrong. But again, when those colonizers came, what did, this is what they say. They say, if you read in the history, they'll tell you that they were not able to pronounce Ngola. It is impossible. Like, you are smart, you study, you're civilized, that's how you see yourself, and you cannot pronounce the word Ngola. So it changed to Angola. Luanda, it changed to Luanda. And so many other different places. If you type right now on Google, who discovered, the first person to discover Victoria Falls is a white man. David Livingstone is the one who discovered Victoria Falls. But the people of Batonga, they used to name that place Mosi Oatunya, the smoke that thunders. That's the original name of Victoria Falls. But today, everybody will say, we call it Victoria Falls. And we say that David Livingstone discovered that. And we still praise the name of the Queen Victoria. The same thing to the Lake Victoria. We call it Lake Victoria, but that lake, it had its original name the way before that guy came and discovered that. These are lies. Not only that, even the word Africa. Do you know who discovered the word Africa? You know who named our continent? It's a white man. It was not Africa. I told you that the Congo kingdom was bigger kingdom all the way to Angola. Let me call Angola. All the way to Angola, and then they divided it. People, like right now, if you see African map, there is part of Angola is inside Congo. Do you know that? Not only that, they use another way to teach different language. So people in Angola, they started to learn how to speak what? Portuguese. And people from Congo, they started to learn how to speak Belgium. Why? They were united, they were strong, but they had to divide them by teaching them different language so that they may not appreciate their culture. They may not be grateful with who they are. They may not embrace their identity and learn another identity. They were not done. They didn't stop there. Oh, they took some of our people. They found some people who, like Africans who are like strong like me, handsome like me. They took them and they took them away of the continent. Skillful Africans. These days we call like brain drain, right? They took them away because they wanted to develop themselves. And today, when you look at African, everybody out there think that Africa, they have low IQ. Who is the founder of IQ anyways? Africans, they're poor. Africans, they need support. Africans cannot survive without us being there. Because from the first place, we went there, we discovered them, we taught them, we helped them to develop. Today, we're even happy when you look at South Africa, the way it developed, and we are happy about that. But hey, look at this. But you can see what is going on in South Africa there. The division that is in that country, our brothers and sisters, it's outrageous. So the lies begin all the way from the beginning to divide us, to change us, and to change our history. Today, Africans, we're struggling with identity. We're struggling with division. We look at each other differently because of our tribes, because of our color, because of our nationality, because of our languages. And we're still struggling with that. We don't think we're one people. We don't think we're one family because of someone else who had its own interests to divide and to conquer Africa. And it's still happening today. We ask ourselves every single day, why Africa is poor? Africa is poor because we don't have our identity anymore because somebody else named our identity. And the big person to blame there is us Africans, who allowed that to happen back then and who are still allowing it to happen even today. I was asking myself, if we know how much unity means to Africa, we know that unity is power. You cannot know the meaning of power and you cannot know the true meaning of power if you don't have unity. If you don't have unity, you don't have power. Africans, we don't know the meaning of power because we don't have unity. I'm telling you guys, power is not in the military. It's not in that. It's not about that. It's about the unity. And we'll never get to know the meaning of power if we're not united. And leaders and everybody in Africa knows that the only thing that can change Africa is unity and oneness. But we don't pursue it. But we are not ready to do it. Why is that? Because we have been comfortable for so long, living divided, losing our identity, and we're not ready to put on the work to find our true identity from the beginning, the true history of Africa, even before colonization. Know who we really are as Africans. This is what I say all the time, that Africa is a big family with 55 different children. These 55 different children, they don't have same behaviors. They don't have the same, they don't look alike. Sometimes they don't even speak the same language. It depends where they grew up. But we are family. Why 55? Because 54, the countries inside Africa, and that one country is diaspora. Africans all around the world, and they are our family. Because Africa is not just a place, but Africa is people. Me and you, we are Africa. The word is telling you this, that there's developing country, there's developed country. That's what they say. I never seen an African say that. Who say that? White man. He said that. Oh, you guys, Africa, you're a developing country. Oh, us, we're a developed country. Let me ask you a question. Developed country means you got yourself figured out. But why all the time, constantly, you're looking forward and you try to exploit Africa to develop yourself? If you're developed, you don't need to develop yourself. You're a developed country. You got yourself figured out. And we are the ones that are developing. And yet, you exploit us. The truth is, we are all developing country, guys. The reason why there's this lie, so that you may look down on yourself. You may look down on yourself and believe that you need help, you need support, you need loans, you need aids, and you always beg to that because you want to develop. You are still not developed. What is the true meaning of developing? What is the meaning of that? And today, the system of this world was never created for Africans, and yet we still try to develop according to the Western standard. That development is having tall buildings, like long buildings, and all this stuff. It's not about that. What about community? What about where people live? What about food? What about infrastructure? Do we really need tall and long building while our people are dying in Africa because of hunger? Why don't we invest that money into food? Why don't we empower our farmers so that they can produce more and Africa will never struggle with food? Today we have to ask for food from outside to come to, like the World Food Organization, they have to support Africa for that. It's shame on Africa and shame on us. Africa is a continent that can sustain itself without depending anyone, without relying on anyone for 100, even 1,000 years, because Africa is the only continent that has everything, like name it, everything we have it in Africa. Is the richest continent in the world. We cannot be free until we're in charge and we're in control of our own narratives, of our own medias, of our own economy. The reason why we're still poor because our economy is controlled by the Westerners. You can never be free if your economy is controlled. The reason why the media never talks positively about Africa because it's not African media. They have their own agenda. Just like I told you, all these lies about Africa, they have their own agenda. They will never talk positively about Africa. We want to transform and change Africa, and we cannot change Africa if we do not change. Yes, we're talking about the biggest problem we have in Africa is unemployment, but I want you to change that word problem to opportunity. For me, I don't see anything as a problem. It's an opportunity. Unemployment is an opportunity for you to discover, for you to do something to create jobs in Africa. Because in the age today, it's not about sitting and waiting for government to employ you, but you stepping outside, see the problem. One of my friends once said, you have to fall in love with the problem, because once you fall in love with the problem, you do research, you search about it, and you try to do something about it. And eventually you bring that change that Africa needs. If I want to change anything surrounding me, then I have to change from inside out. And I'll be able to bring that change that Africa needs. And youth, we're the leaders of today, we're leaders of tomorrow. We always hear that. And we have that in our hands. It's an opportunity for us to bring that change. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Wow. We are all developing. There's no such thing as developed country, because every country is forever developing. So we should not subscribe to all these words where we are called third world, developing country, and all those things. And I think some of these things we fell into a trap, because those who claim to be developed will always because they are funding some of our stuff in our countries. They now labeled us as developing or third world or poor because we are getting some things from them. Hence, they always say you are coming from a developing country, a third world country, a poor country. So we should refuse to accept such things because of we don't have maybe tall buildings like them, but we know that we've got so much history. We've got so many things that we've really rich in as Africans. And the knowledge and even our creativity as a people, we are very rich in creativity, in arts, in so many things. I mean, even in the world, if you look at the arts, the entertainment, Africans dominate that space. So we should never really put ourselves down to thinking that we are poor, we can't make it, we're coming from developing countries, third world countries, all of that, you know. So let's embrace ourselves and let's work to make sure that each and every African gets an opportunity to be what they are meant to be, where they can also express their showcase their talents and be the best version of themselves as a people. But still on that note, we're still on the fundraising trail, still on the fundraising campaign to raise 25,000 euros. Let me do this. I'm just going to quickly share again the GoFundMe link or page where you can click and you can click on it and then get us, place your pledge. Sorry. Let me do this, man. So, and I just want to appreciate again, somebody just gave as well just now anonymously. Thank you, Anonymous, for the pledge that you've just made right now. Thank you very much. And to those who want to give anonymously, I know some people do not want their names to be, they want to give in secret because they believe that giving in secret, God will bless them in the open. So God bless each and everyone who's been giving, who's been assisting us tonight. And this is for all of us. What's going to happen? Let's see. I mean, family, we just close to reaching 3,000 euros for tonight. Let's push. Let's see how we can do this. You only need 248 euros. We only need 248 euros, and we can close for the night, you know. So only need 248 euros. If we can just get 5 people who can say Swahili Nation, One Africa, we'll pledge each 50 euros. 50 euros, only 5 people, 5 times 5, the grace number, and just close for the night. At least we'll know that we are done with the 2,000s. Now we can work towards the 3,000. So please, family, let's raise 250 euros for tonight, and then close on a 3,000 euros for tonight. Please, 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 please. So I'm challenging everybody now. Let's try. Let's see if we can do this. We can. In fact, let's not try. Let's just do it. We're not trying. We're just gonna do it. Let's just do it, family. Let's just raise 250 euros and just close for the night. And if somebody has 250 euros, let's close for the night. You can close the show for us. You know, let's close for the night. Let's close for the night with like just 250 euros. Give you some time to think. We are here, family. Let's do this. Let's do this, family. Let's just raise 248 euros, and then we know we're done for the night. We can close this show for tonight, but remember, we're still trying to raise 25,000 euros for new offices. And remember, our new offices, we need a rent for 15,000 euros for the whole 12 months. So once we pay off the whole 12 months, we'll have our building to ourselves, and we can start setting up everything now going forward. And we'll have a place where we can really call home, where we know that everything is set up there, everything for our shows, for editing, for creating content, all that stuff. We know where to go and do it. You know, where is our home? Where is our studios? Where is our offices, meetings, all that stuff. So just know that our family, we only need 248. In fact, we just need $250. I mean 250 euros. Then we close for the night. Please, family, uh, please, I'm just gonna send the link where you can place your So let's continue. Oh man, there's just so much. Do this. I'm gonna just share the link. Is our link family. You can basically go there and just place your pledge there. And you may say, "Hey, brother, I don't have $50. I don't have 250 euros at the moment, but I've got €5." So if each person can give €5, we can reach the 25,000 euros. At least we'll have rent for 12 months and we know we sorted. Now we can focus on the work. I see Sam and Samira. Hey, your names rhyme, hey? Samira, Sam. Sam and Samira. Good night, Samira. And thank you for joining us tonight. So I see Big is here. So family, we just need 248. Sorry, 248, and then
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning is coming up for you. What's Israel? What's going on, man? Sorry, just had a long day. A lot of injera to make. Can you hear me? Oh man, this thing is muted
yeah,
again.
I can hear you, Biggie. I can hear you.
Oh, you're the one that been muted.
Hey man, I muted myself and I'm thinking I'm talking now. I'm like, no one can hear me.
Oh man. Well, I heard you. I'm here. So
yeah, Biggie.
So I just joined. I just had a long meetings and just trying to get some of the survey issues, trying to get that resolved. But yes, we need to bring this number to. But this weekend it should be around the 3,000. That's the marker. So we got what 238. So I know family we've been. Yes, Biggie is in the building. Even my Bluetooth is running out. It's going beep, beep, beep. Hi, Sam. How you guys doing? I really appreciate that. BJ, how you doing? Of course, the family is there. I miss you guys today to make it to the time that I wanted to cut in. So I really appreciate everybody else that joined and trying to make this happen. And I mean, this is a big deal. And just an FYI, I think this year is going to be real great for Africa. There's a lot of things that are moving things, and I don't know. I think we Africans are paying attention to Africa. So I think again, this mindset that we have to focus on Africa, with all the trouble that we're seeing and things that are coming into the infraction, a lot of things that they've been what do you call it, sharpening their knife to cut Africa is going against them. And Africa is waking up, and I know a lot of them are making their moves for all the opportunity we can seize for Africa. A lot of great news that's coming up in the next week or two. When you do all the math, everybody's looking for the resource. So all Africans are paying attention to the resource. So now we're talking about gold, we're talking about potash, we're looking at different things that are out there. So before it used to be intra-government and few people knows underground, and all of us as Pan-Africanists and all of us that are outside, we know exactly what they're trying to extract for nothing, because there's no return to it. And in fact, they used to extract the things and then they keep your money in Europe to I don't know what they were doing with it, but yeah, your money is back to it, and then they borrow you the money. So all that, when you look at where we started, and all that is going away is slipping from their hand, because now there's a major crisis that they have to deal with. Yes, Africa is going to have a little fair share of it, but the impact really, we got to really secure our food security, and we have a lot of connectivity now. Technology is really getting people to connect and understand, especially with 26% of entrepreneurs out there. I mean, it's the highest, really one of the highest entrepreneurs in Africa. And that benefits us, because being an entrepreneur, it gives you being more advanced in seeking what you really require for your businesses. It gives you the opportunity to seek alternative micro banking. All these things becomes very fluidly available. But again, right now, this is the time for Africa to shine. Within the next 6 months, really, we should see some serious rebound and changes. That's going to benefit the whole Africa. So I don't go in detail into certain political moves. You know, there's a lot of political moves that's going on. There's a lot of unfortunately, again, my heart is broken. Again, in Ethiopia, the saddest killing that's a killing spree that's going on. Literally, this is uncalled for. You know, I've never seen anything that goes on for 7 hours, and nothing can be done to it. And a lot of people died. May Xavier bless their soul, and it's very heartfelt. This is another round, and they got to protect us all in that land. So, but again, you know, on top of that, there's different things that's coming in. So this is the time to really go up and look for the opportunities. And one of the opportunities that we have, again, you know, coming into Swahili Nation One Africa, is the fact that we're going to be funding ourselves, and that is important.
Exactly.
Very important.
And
so let's look at all bright side. You know, anything, any opportunity that comes there, we should have it available. Anything for Africa. Keep your eyes open. And one of the things that's going to give us also, once we get really look at it this way, Mika is doing so many other side work. I mean, all the SN members are we're doing so many projects on the side, and really we need to put Mika to really sit down and do what he has to do when it comes. This again, this is business. Okay, treat it like a business, and he needs to really have a place where he's going to be really focusing, because we're not YouTubers. We're not. We walk in the talk. So please give on this one. You know, this €5 that we said. You know, just do your own €5 plus is appreciated. But if everybody just listen to this conversation, and we're promoting this, because this office is going to be in Africa. It's going to be in the heartland of Africa. We're trying to expand it throughout 54 states. But this is the first one. We want to work hard on it. We're going to put our 2 senses in it. Make sure it's one of the best of any organization. And we're just going to be really this 25K. It's just the beginning, and it's just a foundation. But once we got that, and once we got everything else that's going to come, this going to be a very, very strong, powered up, non-governmental, no influence whatsoever entity, independent, that works for Africa, for Africans. And as well for diaspora, because diaspora is going to be involved, because there's a lot of programs that we really want them to plug in. It's like we don't want to waste our talents that is in diaspora. But when we give them this opportunity, that there is a representation, there is an office, there is a place to go and have discussion, interviews, whatever that we need. We have a base. We have a base where we can invite our African brothers and sisters that are abroad. They can look at what's going on. They can spend a week or two, even to really venture to be a host. Let's say if they come in and give us the experience, and they'll be in that studio, and they will give you the actual being in the country is, can you imagine that? Israel, can you imagine you have a brain surgeon, let's say. Okay, he's coming in Tanzania. Can you come to the office? You know, we're gonna make an interview, and we can gather all the African doctors that really have interest in the brain surgery, and having these people that's coming into the studio. And do you know when I was doing the campaign for the on the education side, this was on the telecom I was telling you about, because I gave all the design for all the wireless communication that's required. At that time, it was like 55,000 cell site, 395 switches, and all the remote, getting the power and getting windmill. You know, even we had solar power. We had all kind of power to bring power to the to those schools. And when I asked, when we started the project, there were so many professors throughout the world that really, really wanted and volunteered. They're 2 weeks into making the curriculums in the education side. Willing. We had medical doctors that really want to help the medical side professors. These are very highly knowledgeable, that really want to sacrifice their 2-3 weeks, whatever it takes, to bring this program up. I know that, you know, it works. And when we show them that we have an office, we have an organization, we have a foundation, I know how they're going to be flocking in. But again, we're not going to be quid for pro. This is a foundation. This is something that's going to benefit Africa, but we're not going to give away something in order to benefit into the give and takes. We're not going to get involved into the somebody's government agendas. We are independent. We're going to stay independent, and we're just going to make sure we are a foundation that's going to benefit Africa. So just imagine we have this office, and we have all these professors, all these. It doesn't have to be a professor. Somebody that has certain know-how that's going to occupy, come in, and educate. Have a little program. Maybe he will come in 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour. Because really, this sounded like the good old, the first FM radio when it came into this history. I know the engineer that did that, but all the networks were on AM station. So he took up opportunity, and he had 100 foot antenna in right on the Empire State Buildings. Actually, the Twin Towers on one of them, and he was transmitting music. That's all he did. He was the first FM radio transmitting music, and all the AM stations, they're all the networks, you know, the syndicates. But what happened is when they rated it, he's got more people watching him than the AM station itself. It's a history, it's there. So before they hop to the FM radio, he was the first one. So he used the FM radio transmitting music into the village, the Greenwich Village in New York City, in Manhattan. He was so highly rated that he had 280 something DJs waiting to register and to DJ in the studio. So I know what it means. Once you got a studio, I know what it means. From there, it's history. We get off it's just history. Everybody want to do certain things remote. They can do this, but you know what? When you have a full studio, I don't see any other broadcasting company that have just a remote studio because they need to have the studio. So that's why they have offices. And for us, not only we broadcast was benefiting African by Africans, but at the same time, this is a setting where we understand we have representation. It's not on YouTube. It's going to be on the ground. It's there. You can physically touch it. You can go and visit it. That's how important that is. And whatever that our algorithm is, you know, we got 200,000 subscribers. You know, this should be a wrap, really. We shouldn't be talking. But again, there's that algorithm that's not reaching out, or they're not, or they didn't get the chance to, because there's so many things that's happening in the world. But again, that's not an excuse that I want to give. But I'll tell, you know, let's start with our own family, and I'm just going to start multiplying the numbers, and I'm going to add it again this weekend. So, and this weekend is going to be one of the major sister that really talk and contribute to the African channels. She's very influential, and I'm not going to mention her name until the day she comes on the show. In fact, during the demonstration, you probably, those of you who followed, you probably saw her, and she was really covering the Ethiopians that were in prison in Saudi Arabia. And I met quite a few interesting people through her. So tomorrow I'm going to meet her again. So we'll see how this thing, because there's a lot of people that really want to help. It's just we're going to have to go and reach them. So that's another channel that I have to go through. My family, they all in it. And so I know for sure, because I walk them through it. You press this, you click this, you're done. So the closest one, they don't want to be known. I'm like, okay, whatever, anonymous, go, I don't care, just put it in there. And the other, I got another bunch tomorrow. I got 2 places that I'm gonna go, so let's see how it's gonna trickle down. And some of them in there, because I saw last week, so I'm just gonna reconfirm if they did and what they told me they did. So it'll be, you know, when you promise somebody and you didn't do it, and then you start hiding, you know. This is within a week, he's just like, oh shoot, that's Ephraim. Oh my God, you know, I promise. You know, I talked to you enough. At least I spent about 5 minutes with you explaining what I'm saying, and it's like you start skipping, you know what I mean? Unless you're just gonna, you know what, here it is. So I don't know, whatever that may happen. I just want to I'll make sure that I forward the same text to them as I walk through that. So interesting enough, you know, you can see people just like dodging you, you know. Wait a minute, I thought I saw him here. You think you're going to him? He's not there anymore.
but you know, you might find others, Biggie. Once they know that, once they see you, they remember, like, oh, Ephraim, oh,
they know. So I'm just giving you a little idea. So if you ask somebody and he's dodging you, you know what happened. He knows. Yeah. He's just gonna have to say, "Don't worry about it." You know, let me click it for you. I just need your credit card right here. Yeah, you know, it gives you a lot of things for me. Every time I see that number, you know, while I'm at it, it's increasing. Okay. And then one thing that we notice is when I processed one, it took a while. Am I silent? It seems like BJ said it was kind of silent about a minute ago. I think BJ got to check. Yeah, BJ got to check her listening device. Let's put it that way. BJ, can you hear me now? I just want to make sure. There you go. All right, she didn't respond yet, but she will. Again, you didn't put the invite out yet. Let me invite anybody that's going to join me. Especially, I want to hear from BJ. I didn't speak to her in a while. Yeah. There you go, BJ, and I just sent you an invite. Paul. Just make sure that you come in a little bit. Did Paul showed up on panel today?
Yeah, Paul is here. Our host for the Swahili session.
Yeah, I didn't. Man, I was so this incredible week. I did join, but it's just a lot of the Jedi's calling my name. they call it in, especially it's the end of the quarter. This weekend goes. Before you know it, it's 27, and everybody's looking at 31st day on June. It never happened.
It never happened. It's only 30 days.
Never happened. June is only 30 days. I don't care what he's counting. He probably gonna say, "Oh, I forgot. Oh, it's the 1st of July. No, it's the 1st of June." So, especially when it comes to end of quarter, it's crazy. Oh, Marie Antoinette is here.
Yay. Yeah.
Hi, Marie Antoinette.
Hello, Biggie.
How are you?
Hello, Biggie. I'm okay. Shalom, Pastor Ezra.
Shalom, Marie Antoinette.
Oh, BJ showing up too. We got two ladies now.
I'm trying to let you guys know we can't hear you on the other side, or at least I couldn't.
Oh, you couldn't?
I couldn't.
Sam, can you confirm? Because I know Sam is there.
Yeah, Big E, you was talking, and Ezra was talking. I'm like, all I see is lips moving. I'm like, I know I should have took sign language.
At one point, Ezra was muted.
Yeah, it's
at one point. Yeah, but now everybody can hear us, right? Welcome to the show, Marie Antoinette, BJ. As usual,
Thank you,
my favorite ladies. Thank you so much, really, for your support. Again, I mean, it's our mission. Yeah, you understand? And I'm not gonna say thank you anymore. I'm gonna say thanks. You remember that verbiage?
I remember.
You gotta say thanks.
From it wasn't. What's his name? Micah's. Explain.
Yeah. What thanks means.
But I don't remember I don't fully remember the explanation.
The explanation was simple. It says thanks to God.
Okay.
Instead of thank you. Yeah, it's a spirit way.
It's always a God first.
Yes, thanks to God. And when you just say thank you, just physical. It's not spiritual. So thanks really, because sometimes when you say thank you, or thanks, you think thanks is just a little bit short, but thanks has the meaning
gratitude, graciousness.
Exactly. It's like the word, I don't want to use.
It's the reason why.
Yeah. And again, much love you both. Really, it's not a thing that I just said, but I mean it, and I really care. You've been so supportive to our mission. It's your mission. Like we said, it's you and me, and together we are making this thing to happen. So it's very important. It's just the more we talk about this, and the more you see what's going on out there, and I think our focus for the betterment of the continent. It seems like a lot of things, the way they were too pointy toward us, it becoming a lot more advantageous for us. It seems like the awareness is reaching, and people are really paying attention. And there are other movement that's going on within the continents. That's really a positive moves. And a lot of people now, as we always talked about food security, they're coming in really strong now, very strong, because really the shortage is showing. It's not just in one specific location. It's global, but at the same time, it was hitting. Africa is still hitting Africa, but now Africa has to rebounds because we have the weather. We're gonna have to. What is that? About 2-3 years, 2-3 times a year that we can harvest. So this is the time, to really focus on making our production higher, because this is the year that we've been hit, but at the same time, this is the year you pay more attention on the future harvest. So,
but the
I
blessing
advise
is
this.
that you guys still have the knowledge of how to do all that. Here, plant a what? What's a seed?
Yeah,
We don't even have fruit seeds. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? So we're all sitting on our knees like, God, throw something down there so we can eat. And some
but
petrol if you got some on the side as well.
you ever notice, BJ? When it comes here, when we talk about it, it's like everything is computerized, everything is there, and suddenly you suddenly a store loses the power, and there's the emergency power that comes in. You ever notice people how they scramble, try to handwrite you a receipt and how to process your credit card or whatever? It's like
Where you at? They do that because here it's like it's down. You got to come back tomorrow. We can't do nothing.
that's what
So
I'm
you have a
saying.
piece of
There's
paper.
no
Can you add up? No,
no
no, we can't.
no. We can't.
We're just dead in the water.
It's exactly. You see, this is the contrast that I'm trying to say. Africa knows how to survive that. You see what I mean? She knows. They know how to really improvise and how to really keep on going, whether electricity or not, whether you have it or not. You still find a way to overcome things. That's the difference, because there's still people really work manual. You see what I mean? The brain is still there
Yeah.
calculating by hand. They don't need a calculator to do calculation.
Well,
So
I mean,
a lot of the
I had to
things.
force myself to stop depending on that so much because I'm like, okay, I'm don't know how to count anymore. Wait a minute. So I had to force myself to start, maybe not to the exact digit, but rounding it up to come to some estimate that I can do this in my head. So if I'm at a store, it's this. If I'm doing this, because if you don't use it, you will lose it. And we're
You
so
lose it.
dependent on these buttons. We don't
Mhm.
know how to function without a button or a screen or a tab or a swipe. I mean, now you don't have to type, just swipe this way, stuff like that way. It's like they have made us so dependent upon this technology that we've gotten to the point that we feel like, oh, this computer is smart enough. AI, we're not
Oh,
using
BJ,
what 10% of it.
BJ.
Because how can it be if you
Yep,
pull the
BJ,
plug and
we
electricity
heard
go
you
down?
breaking so bad. So it's on you. Right, Marie Antoinette?
Yes, I lost you for a few minutes.
Right.
Um,
DJ, can
It
you
went
hear us?
silent again, Marie. Yeah, I could hear you guys fine.
Yeah, you just went, you were breaking, and then you just went silent for a while, and then now you're here. Go ahead, go ahead. Sorry about that. Now we know why you're not hearing us once in a while.
yeah.
Maybe it's
Yeah.
your mic.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're using a cell phone or a computer?
Oh, cell phone.
Well,
What's
that's
that phone? Okay.
a problem.
So in between, it just kind of you come in and come out. So
Oh, I fade in and out. Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Is this better?
yeah, probably got yeah. It's, now you're clear.
Okay, okay.
Right. Sorry about that.
No, I'm just saying, like, we are so dependent upon all these machines to do everything. And everyone wants to say these computers are so sophisticated and they're so smart, and AI is just taking over everything. We're not even using 10% of our capacity of our brains. So is nothing out here that's smarter than what God has created. I don't care what kind of label they put on it. You got all this
Right.
artificial intelligence because now they're talking about robotic arms that they're going to use inside restaurants. I'm like, what's going to happen? Wait, who's going to clean that arm while it's flipping those burgers? And what happens to the oil or something, leaks out of it into your, well, I guess it's good for those computer generated meat. So, I mean, okay, that's fine. But it's like, that is not better than a man. Give me a break.
Maybe that hand comes with vacuum cleaner. A self-cleaning vacuum cleaner across each
Look,
hand.
I'm looking for Judy from the Jetsons. I need that robot to clean my house and cook for me. That's the only invention I want from them, and they still haven't made that one.
It's been how long ago now? About 30 years, 40 years? The Jetson?
But for the Jetsons,
Yes.
that's been about 50 years.
Wow.
The 70s.
50 years, yeah. Yeah, in the
longer.
70s.
Yeah, or longer. Yeah. Or maybe it was in the 60s. Ooh. Wow.
69.
Have fun when you have fun.
But again,
and they still haven't invented it. So, come on now.
I mean, there's a lot of things that they think. Imagine the really wireless was really out there in 1953. So they knew it works. They knew there's no problem. But at the same time, they just go ahead with putting all these copper lines. You see, people that are producing copper line, they just put those coppers, all these wires out there for the phone. You know what I mean?
Right.
It could have been done wirelessly then, and now you don't have to spend all that money in copper. You see what I mean? It can cover so many.
Well, I mean, but then
businesses.
it's also why we never went to the metric system.
Yep, and again, it was supposed to go to metric system, and the metric had never been adopted. Once in a while now, because of the cars, that we have, specifically European cars and everything else, so they have to really been forced to adopt to the metrics when it comes to ranges and stuff.
Well,
but there's a lot of things that they don't.
We were learning it, and all of a sudden they just stopped, and it's like they never really said why. But then I thought about it. Can you imagine how much money would have had to been pushed into every system, every manufacturing system, to convert all the mechanical, from inches to metric? I mean,
centimeter, meter.
Yeah. And so I mean, if you got, these industrial plants and, the food, pounds to grams, everything would have had to be converted. And they probably said, no, cost too much. Never mind. Leave it in inches. We'll convert it on the back end.
I think it's the British influence too. You know, they say let's stick with what we have. Already they have U.S. gallon versus the other gallon. It's the pint. You know, so they had their own confusion.
Yep. And then like everybody have to follow us.
Marie Antoinette, it's good to have you. Let's have your input.
For Fahrenheit, I always have to convert using the formula at times. I prefer the metric system, to be honest. I
think we grew up. I grew up in metric system, so I think it would be a lot easier.
Yeah, but isn't that based on 10?
But for me, it was hard.
It's based on tens, yes.
Yeah, well, our stuff is based on quarters and halves and eighths, and it's based on twos. So 10 is an easier number to deal with than a 2.
Yeah.
For me, it was very hard to convert the mile and quarter miles and all that. After a while, I just that I stop half a quarter mile. I say, well, that's the distance. That's when you used to have the drum disc, you know, no anti-lock brakes, so the car would slid about 80 feet or so before it makes a full stop after you drive at about 60 miles an hour. So that's when you know, I say, okay, that's a quarter mile right there. Coming up.
But it's weird because Canada is on a metric system.
Yeah. You know, can you imagine you think you're going 60 miles an hour? 60 kilometers an hour? You're way out there in 80 kilometers. Right here, you know, just going across the border.
Oh, well, what's worse is the liter in gas. You think you're getting a gallon, you're only getting a liter. What?
Yep. And you a liter. And I always say, what happened to my 3 other liters that are missing? You know what I mean?
Oh.
And every time that the price is almost, when I was in Paris, the price of gas. No, actually, it says a liter. So you're coming from a gallon mentality, and you kind of forget. Liter is one quart, almost 3 and a quart, right? And he said, "Oh, yeah. It's $1," but I'm paying $1 for a liter versus a gallon. So.
Oh yeah, and it's not that much. I mean, it's not that much difference in the price per liter versus the price per gallon. So it's very expensive too.
Exactly. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. You know, I just paid for 1 liter. It's not a gallon, because when I left at that time, the gallon was like $1.20. And for me, when I see it on the dollar conversion, yeah.
Wow, $1.20. Oh.
$1.20 per gallon.
How many millenniums ago was that?
We used to call it was expensive.
I know.
Hey, I used to. I paid 80 cents a gallon in the 80s. Yes.
Wow. Yep. 90s was still under $1.
Yep. But again,
early 2000 creeped up a little bit. And then the last 10, since the downfall of the banks in 2008, everything went nuts.
Absolutely. Yeah, somebody got to pay for it somewhere. And one way you're gonna get is from the taxes you get from the gas. So much saying, AJ, I think AJ's on joined us. Welcome to the show.
Hey, AJ.
Hello, Adrian.
How are you?
Hello. I'm good. I'm good. How's everyone doing?
Doing
We miss you.
Good.
Right. Oh, yeah. Likewise. It's good to be here.
It's been a while. Absolutely. Thank you for joining.
Sure. Thank you. I was just trying to listen, and you kind of took me to the good old cheap gas days. So, so I'll let you continue.
Wait. You found a place that has cheap gas? How many states I gotta go through to get to it?
No, it's like 93 cents, 86 cents. Wow, that's like a science fiction movie, but only it's
Nobody believes you.
right. No one. Yeah. Nope.
What is it? And we're not talking about liter. We're talking about gallon.
What?
Yes.
I think that's.
We're talking gallons, not liter.
Yeah.
That's why I told you when I went in Paris, when I was pumping for the first time, my mind is in gallon. So I said, man, this thing is taking so much gas. And I have a Lincoln Continental. And at that time I had a Lincoln. And my Lincoln, is a
V8
gallon.
premium gas.
Yeah, premium. It goes all the way. And I think it was like 120 liters, something like that. In liters, something like that. But it was like almost like my Continental, but more expensive. But I was thinking in gallon, you see.
Right.
But it's a liter. Yeah, Europe and everything else, everywhere else is expensive. U.S. is still the lowest. Still.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, U.S. is still. No, I'm telling you, U.S. is still the lowest.
This is the only time I feel good when gas prices go up, because all you folks, y'all big fancy SUVs and luxury cars, y'all look down on us with our little sedans, and I'm like, well, I guess you wish.
Let's put it this way. Yeah, let's put it this way. BJ. How much is gas in your area on the average?
What was it? $3.99.
$3.99. Look at you. So the $3.99 is for gallon that you're paying.
Right.
Elsewhere in the world, it's for the liter.
What?
Yes.
That's literally $10. Well, really $12 a gallon.
Right. Some places.
Exactly.
Hasn't California reached almost $10 per gallon?
Yeah, and it might be over that right now, but last week was 10.
In Trinidad, it's between 84 and 99 cents per liter, not per gallon.
Yeah, because it's the taxation system that they have out there. The oil we get in the U.S. is the same. When it comes to the states,
it's how they refine it.
The state kills you.
Yeah.
So much taxes, and that's one of the things they're talking about cutting, right? So anyway, Africa is suffering more. When it comes to oil, it's too expensive. I think Ethiopia, I heard they're putting like $10 billion a month to subsidize as much as they can.
So with all this going on there, who's going to build some refineries so you can get past this the next time?
Actually, it's getting on refineries, and all the oil that we produce in the country should be refined within the continent.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you really the very easy refinery that you can build it will be around the coast, and we got a lot of coastline. Okay,
right.
Look at it on the Atlantic side, and look at it on the Indian Ocean, and then you have the Red Sea. So these are a key refinery that you can really export the crude. And in fact, if we start building the infrastructure, including gas and all that, the natural gas, we got a lot of natural gas, and all that would have been a benefit within Africa.
And it will produce a lot of jobs.
It is. It is something that, again, I'm not going to put too much on the Swahili Nation, One Africa's office, but a lot of the creative work is gonna start flowing through there, because this is the youngs, where they communicate, where they can talk, where they can make action planned, and it help us to do a lot of things. And like I said, that the Swahili Nation One Africa office, now we're going for the 25K, is just barely minimum, just to make sure that we have the office set up and everything else, and we keep running. And after we start running, there's a lot of things that's going to come that's going to help us even develop more. There will be different things that we're going to do, because this is a foundation, just like any other foundation. It's business, and we got to treat it as such, because it is our business, it's African business.
Yes.
This is the pride.
If we want to make a change, it has to start with us. No matter how painful it is, it has to start with us.
Absolutely. Hey, AJ, what's your input on that?
See, I haven't been really following up on these, hikes and remedies and to mitigate these problems and so on. So I'm more like observing, trying to get as much.
No, we're talking about the Swahili Nation One Africa office.
Oh, okay.
And just to give us an input, how you see our future.
No, that's wonderful. Yeah. So, yeah. The first thing that came to my mind when I just learned about that is like, wow, that's like a big step. I mean, it would really put more to be able to work together in an office. That's like amazing, really. It's
it's
a stepping stone. Yeah.
Yeah. Even looking at right now, we got 2,710, right? What are we talking? It was in the 85, something like that. But it's coming. And what shows us, for us, is that yes, people are listening. If this number was so stagnant for the last half hour, I would worry. You understand?
Oh, it was 87 today? Oh.
Yeah, 9 people just donated right now.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay.
And sometimes the reporting also is slow on the GoFundMe. Okay.
Oh,
and just showing 9 people as we speak. They coming in and donating. Right there, it shows it's heard. The
thing is, what you guys are doing, I understand it from the other side, because we have so many organizations, so many things get started, and it's like we just sit at a table and keep conversating about what should be done, what has been done, what was going on, who started this, and it's just sitting in a circle and nothing moves. I think people are seeing with Swahili Nation that actions are being done. Things are moving forward. There's a change that is being implemented, and people are starting to gravitate, because people want to see actions, even if it's just a small action, but at least they know it's a movement versus just sitting and talking and nothing changes. Right. And I think people inherently know it starts with us, but we're a little afraid of, what am I getting into? Is it really going to make a difference, or is it just going to be more of the same? And then they get sort of apathetic, what's the point? But I think a lot of people see, with what you guys are doing, what Amaya is doing, with so many of content creators, Mark, we Africa, all you guys are showing and doing and making a difference, no matter how big or small, is making a huge impact. And people see, well, if they can do it, I can at least do this. And I
Yes.
know, it's going to make a difference.
And the fact that we walking the talk, okay, and we proved it through from One Africa movement. We became solidly moving forward. A lot of people say, "Oh yeah, One Africa," because as you know, everybody One Africa. Oh my God, and it's gonna take a long time, right? And I'm like, it's not about the long time. What are you gonna do with it in the meantime to make it shorter time? you know, to have One Africa, what does it takes? You have to do the low hanging fruits. You got to work at
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
and build it from the ground up. You know,
Yes.
our forefathers, they're Pan Africanists and they want Africa to unite. At their time, there was certain thinkings on how we can shake hand. Okay, we can do this, but at the same time, they had a lot of interference. We have 22 assassination in the
Yeah.
continent. Okay, that's a lot of numbers.
Yeah. So
You
that
see,
fear.
yes, and at the same time, for us, we're not worried about the whatever that they set precedents. We try to meet our forefathers, and by working from the ground up, and eventually, not eventually, very shortly, we will whatever the agenda was for 2063. Now is going to excel because their number in the years is based on participation.
Yeah.
Now, Africans are awake. We got
Yeah.
a young Africa,
And
entrepreneurs and fast moving,
oh yeah.
I have a question.
regardless what the obstacles are. They're fast moving. And having this office, this organization set up on his foundation, wow, you know, for me, is one of the dreams come true because I'm looking at it from different angles. But when I look at what's coming in, what's going to be done, and the work is getting at, at the low level that we try to bring all these works together. But at the same time, having this office, bam, and you are there. Literally, the day we open and we have our office, watch. I don't think me and Mika and some of the uh, uh, back will be able to do certain things in broadcasting or anything. But we try once we get the office, we're gonna broadcast, no problem. But at the same time, the work that's gonna be loaded, the
Accelerated.
questions is gonna be. People. This is not about just donation, but at the same time, we also need volunteers that are ready for this office. We want people that is going to be really saying, "Hey, this is my office. This is me. This is what I'm going to be doing," and everybody will take a little piece and help out because what we're asking for, uh, BJ, Mary Antoinette, Pastor Ezra, is big. It's not just having the office, but that office is gonna be, you know. In fact, I'm gonna write down a few things that's just to keep our mind what it means to open this office. Sometimes I'll probably say, maybe that's what's slowing us. You know what I mean? Slowing us down. It's just by thinking that there's tremendous work that ahead of us. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, and there's gonna be tremendous work coming in. And Mika said he's gonna spend the whole night, volunteered the whole night, the day that the office opened with Paul. So they're gonna be broadcasting 24 hours from the office, regardless what they do. How they set up things. I mean, it's gonna be pretty much a live things that everybody can see as we build the office. So right there is it's a lot. It's a lot of coverage that from day one and up and running, and not to mention all the different people that I really want to see us succeed and want to get their first interview out of that office. And I'm talking about major people that are, including in Tanzania, in the locality. There are a lot of people that are really working for the community, what they do right there. You don't have to look further out yet. You can still do it within Tanzania. And there are so many entrepreneurs. There are so many other really bright people that can come up and share their experiences and share to the youth where they can help out on top of being entrepreneur. This is exciting.
Wow.
Very exciting.
Wow. And Maria Antoinette, you were saying?
Yes. I have a few questions, really. I'm thinking the reason people think that creating one Africa will take an entire lifetime, perhaps, is the problem of conflict. And someone once made a comment in our chat that the reason people have turned to tribal conflict is that they're looking to their tribe for what they're not seeing in the leadership. And I'm wondering, but what is it they are not seeing in the leadership exactly? I mean, we were able to achieve the dam. Is it simply unemployment, that the widespread unemployment? What is it exactly?
Marie, I think people don't want to be erased. I mean, me living in America, I mean, I know I have no history. Fine. I can live without, it is what it is. I know who I am. I know my ancestors. I, know my lineage, but I don't know my story. So that's one part of it, is that you don't want to lose your identity in a world that's constantly trying to erase you. But on the flip side of it, it's like what I love about Swahili Nation, I think it's opening up a book. And the book, when you start to open it, you see all the pages have the same words on it. It doesn't matter if you're in Tanzania. It doesn't matter if you're in Kenya. It doesn't matter if I'm in America. It doesn't matter if I'm in Brazil. Every page has the same story. We've all been through the same thing. So we are connected on that. So we shouldn't have conflicts on, you've been through this, I've been through that. That makes me different. No, we've been through the same stuff. Now let's get past that and figure out a way how to start resolving some of the problems. And that's what I love about Swahili Nation, is that it's showing a spotlight on that. Because again, without you seeing it, you always think my story, my path is different. And it's not. It's the same. We've all been through the same thing, different versions of it. But if you peel back the onion, at the core, it's the same thing.
Maybe people aren't defining themselves by the right parameters. I mean, the way people define themselves, I was shocked to hear people say that they didn't realize they could achieve anything until they saw a movie on the big screen about Wakanda. I don't understand. How do you look to popular media to define your abilities? This concept is foreign to me.
See, but Marie, the thing is, if you in school, teacher will say, Oh, what's your last name? I'll just throw this up. Browards. Oh, I know the Browards. I had your brothers in my class. They're not going to be anything, and they never will. So then you take on the definition of what that teacher said, because you come from a impoverished background, we don't have any much, and you see what's going on in your home, there's no hope. And then I look at another friend where her teachers they were taught that you're smart, you're intelligent, you're brilliant, you can do everything, there's nothing can hold you. So her mindset is totally different than the mindset I have. I had to fight against what they said to me because I knew it was a lie, but not everybody sees it that way. So it depends on what you mean. So you can look at a movie and see that person is able to do it. So they identify with that person on that screen and said, if they can do it, maybe I can't, even though I've been told for so long I can't, until you conceptualize that that's the truth. We're always fighting against the lie that's been fed to us in a colonized mind.
I think some of these parents aren't fighting hard enough for children. They're not. I mean, once I was sitting in an airport in Scotland, and next to me was this gentleman who was telling me about life in general. He was either a PhD candidate or he already received his PhD, but I think he was from Nigeria. He lived in Edinburgh for a while in Scotland, and he was saying the teacher wanted to place somebody's child, a friend's child, in athletics simply because the child was Black, and the parents fought for the child to be allowed to pursue something with a more academic leaning. They believed in the child's abilities. Where are the other parents who should be fighting for their children to be allowed to pursue, to reach their full potential? Why aren't we more aggressive about this?
You're absolutely right.
I've seen that over and over. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. You're right, Marie Antoinette, because remember now, the mind that's not only the colonizers, but the population or the inhabitant of Africa, and as well in the diaspora, the Pan-Africanism was far-fetched. It was like, oh, good luck with that. Again, now when we come back now in this setting of the actual 21st century, okay, the Pan-Africanism is there, but now to reach that goal, that's why we're discussing the issues, the histories, and once we capture all the things that put us behind and how to leapfrog forward, it's like so many lives were lost. So many. Brilliant mind has been wasted. For us, understanding them, reading about them, and living by the original point of the African brotherhoods, okay, our African heritage, we take a leapfrog after we really identify where the failures are. Because there's a lot of good stuff that they wrote and they got eliminated before they went to the next level.
Yes.
This is us, they've been cut short, and it's us to explore where they got short, where they came, and for us to finish it, to put it into the finishing line. Go ahead.
I suppose you're saying we have to explore. What do you mean? How to protect these people better? Is that what you mean?
Well, nowadays I think these brilliant minds that are coming, because those that were there and trying to make a difference were eliminated. They were assassinated. Very key people that were doing the Pan-Africanism. And now
So we have to
that
protect them.
you have to protect them.
Um,
Now we have a lot of youth that's coming out, and they are coming out very strongly, not only by vocal, but they're making actions by writing it the way it's heard. And the more they do, and the more we talk, so that means we kind of become the smoke.
Target.
They want, because all of us are in it. You see what I mean? Instead of let him just be the one that's going to be picked at, because
Right.
we got to camouflage it, regardless. If they want to hit something, assassination is normal. You know, it's like normal. You've seen what happened in the past when they even said it. They assassinated so and so. I mean, you're talking about murder, and in the global world, it's normal. We
Yeah, because
assassinated.
I feel like
He was a
who's going
bad
to do
guy.
anything about it?
Yeah, he was
So
a
they have
bad
no
guy
problems.
according to my book. Yeah, they have no problem. So even the creative mind that created the free electricity, there was 3 attempts to kill him. It's not political. He's not, but he's gonna make a difference. Can you imagine having the free electricity?
And, and,
That's
and
why
the saddest
Nikola
thing
Tesla
about it is
got
that it's
cut down
usually the
anyway.
person closest to you who's willing to carry that out. It's not. It's
So
never. It's never a stranger. It's the person standing right next to you.
mhm. It's like a big chess game, you know. How do we want to advance? Are you going to sacrifice your queen to save the king?
Mm-hmm.
Because once it's done, and you do the same thing as you go forward, is how you're going to play the game. So ours, we are from the bottom up. We're not head to head with the leaders. We support the leaders to make a better decision, to make a better, wise decision. And we don't want them to really, if they are really clever enough and they know what they're doing for the love of Africa, we want to protect those leaders. We want to support them where, yeah, and then if everything, it's like a baseline. As we raise the baseline, it's normal. Baseline is normal. So since it is starting from the bottom up, everything that we have in our conscious, subconscious is the betterness for an African living in Africa. How to make their life easy.
here's what I
And we have
find.
a lot.
Here's what I find interesting. I was doing a little research on our spirituality, and I recall that Fidel Castro, during his life, the way he prevented himself from being assassinated was that he went and engaged in African spirituality, and that protected him for all 94 years, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And within our society, we tend to marginalize people who have special abilities in the spiritual realm. I'm not sure why we do this. Even within Ethiopia, I'll be finished in a minute. Even in
Okay.
Ethiopia, the people within the church who have these special abilities remain unordained by the church. If you look at the people who create the talismanic articles for healing, they are not ordained by the church. They are members of the church, but they are not ordained. It is a form of marginalizing the gifted people. We need to become more open minded and not look down on these special abilities thinking that they are demonic. At least we should have the discernment to realize who is really demonic and who is not. But to just write off anyone with special abilities in the spiritual realm as demonic is a product of the colonial influence. And
Absolutely.
Fidel Castro was sensible enough to not be fooled by this, even though he grew up in a school run by the Jesuits. He sought African spirituality and it worked for him, a foreigner, not a son of the African soil. But if Africans engage in their own spirituality to prevent themselves from being assassinated, they are condemned by other sons of the soil. It makes absolutely no sense to me.
Maria Antoinette, you open a new deep conversation.
But
I'll give you one example, and everybody knows it. It's King Solomon. The book of King Solomon, the full book, is in Ethiopia. And a lot of things that he had power over and how he had the power. Okay. That specific information was omitted from King James. And that is because the empowerment of the African Bible. And there are so many, I know some of them are really plain herbal, okay? And it's about chemistry, you understand? What it does enhance certain parts of your being on earth, and including enhancing your spirituality. And some of them have been put in the just like in the West, in the witch list, right? It is people that really want to help humanity on their gift. They became and targeted as being demonic. It's been going on throughout the globe, okay? But the one in Africa, especially coming from Africa, and the way we've been described like monkeys, okay? And you come up with something like that, the first thing they say, nope, it must be demonic. Because that's the picture that they have about us. Because we have so many herbal medicine, they're so potent, and in the science, in the Western science, no, it must be something demonic. It's something that is not beyond, because they don't understand it. It becomes
no, but Biggie, back in the day, they went to even on the plantations. They said, "Bring in the medicine woman. Bring in the medicine." They know this. The problem is that they convinced you to believe so that you would not fulfill your
always.
destiny and to build your knowledge of who you are. So
But
they
remember
know,
now, but
but
remember now,
we just
DJ, in plantation, the medicine woman, the medicine man, okay, is within the plantation. If
yeah.
he goes, if the owner of the slaves, he goes and say, I got I got this lady that heals. She knows they're going to execute her because she'll become demonic because she's not going according to their
No.
Bible
They
definition.
always use them. They always use them. The thing was is that when it probably started, and I haven't done the history, but it probably will be so. Is when we got off of that plantation, and you now see that you can now use this to heal your people. Oh no, we gotta switch this up. See, English
Right,
always plays games. As long as she was on that plantation, I can control her.
right.
She can't go
But the
nowhere
minute she's
else.
out,
You can do
yeah, the minute she's
whatever you
out,
need to do. But once you out, oh no, we're gonna have to flip it around because this gonna make them too
exactly.
powerful.
So,
You
Marie
know,
Antoinette,
and Marie Antoinette, you had
BJ
mentioned
said,
earlier.
Marie Antoinette,
Hello? You can
Yeah,
hear me?
hello?
hear you
Okay.
now.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my internet is sometimes it drops a bit.
I think I always gonna do.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about some serious stuff, and for some reason, it just, it's out there, you know. Always, like I was saying, when I talk about funding and stuff like that, it just kind of dropped me off or something we were talking
Of
about
course, because
last week,
we don't want you to be self-sufficient.
Yep.
Because Marie Antoinette, you had mentioned earlier about why not the kids. I think what parents do, that's a true injustice, because I saw with my niece, she had a love for dance. It was weird because when she was a kid, she spoke like she knew how to speak Chinese. I kept telling my niece, you should put her into Chinese, because she was speaking that tongue better than she was speaking English. But we don't a lot of times see what the kid's passion is, and build upon it. A lot of parents don't do that, and then by the time the kids get older, they lose interest in it. And with the internet being easily available to everybody, we don't have that. Well, I don't have the money to send them to special classes. I don't have the money for this. Just let them look and watch, and they will pick it up naturally.
Yeah.
So it doesn't
That's
require
what,
as
don't
much
you call
effort as
those
it did in the past.
gifted children, right? You
Yes.
see,
Yeah,
gifted children. And guess what?
yeah.
Um, I hear there's a lot of school that's been established based on gifted children, but some of the most highest gifted children, you don't see them in the public.
No,
You don't see them,
no.
and they are always been what harvested.
Yep.
They've been harvested, and they've been specifically put to certain task on whoever who got hold of you.
And to make you
But again,
acclimated and then to their
and then
system,
again,
and then they'll come in and land them in as the president of your countries. So who's their alliance for?
yep. So this is what I'm talking about, and BJ, Mary Antoinette, AJ. These are the things that we said we're gonna work from the bottom up and have the smoke. You understand? And protect our gifted
Yes.
children.
And,
It's all
and,
right
and,
to give.
and teach them to love themselves and love where they came from and love their ancestors more than you love Gucci bag, more than you love being able to sit in the office, more than, I could drive this car. That has no value. Your ancestors are the ones who sacrificed to get you wherever you're at. Your mother and father gave as much as they could to get you where you're at. You can't forget them after you get a little 9 to 5 in a 3-piece suit and tie.
Hmm. AJ, you got
Yeah.
quiet on us.
No,
Give
I
us
was
a
I
feedback.
was in between something and I was going back and forth. My apologies. So yeah, definitely. So many things can be worked on, especially like those. I don't want to call them barriers, but cultural differences that that seem to kind of make people like more Africans like think that we are really different when we are not. I mean, some of us, we've learned it through our experiences, you know, that these things, like when you actually interact, in diaspora with other Africans. So basically, people don't have to really go through all that. Just simply programs that can really, teach about these differences, and they're not really differences. It's something to celebrate upon, but at the same time, they're not that significant. So these are more things to polish upon, to kind of work on. There are all kinds of divides, generational divides, area-wise, like, you have those living abroad and versus in the continent. You have all kinds of things, but really, like when people travel, that's why when most of us, like, we're outside, and we've come to such understanding or level of understanding because of our experiences, right? So just bring that in small programs so people can learn it. When I say learn it, what they're doing is unlearning the other stuff that was pushed on, with the education system and all the this and that, media and all that, telling you to stress up on your national identity, which is cool, but then it's not the ultimate identity, because at the end of the day. But so lightly kind of touch upon those aspects of identity. I think that's one of the things. What I can think of is that glass, that mirror that we see ourselves and tell ourselves who we are. So these social conditionings need to be, lightened a little bit, so that people can start to understand that we have more things in common, and then that will really help the younger ones, and so it's best to start working on those aspects. So basically, more of a cultural exchange thing. And I remember when I was just growing up back in Ethiopia, just watching some of these whenever there's this African meetings going on. Back then it was African Union. It's not African. It was a different name. I forgot it now. But there used to be like different shows. I used to enjoy them, like music from Ghana or from other places, and it's like the first time, so you kind of learn how, like, different areas or part of the continent have. So if you bring this in a larger scale, say that, all over the world, and, understanding each other is the first task, really. And such platform and office, being able to discuss how to present it, be more creative and addressing those things. So basically, I agree with you, Biggie, when you said it's bottom up, which is an organic growth, just like plants or anything else. So that, in fact, it's not. Most people think that will take time, but no. In fact, that's the best way. In fact, because when you educate people as to these things, they're unlearning this other aspects that were pushed upon, us, like, and thinking that it's cool to have a national identity, but it shouldn't come to a point, where you would feel like waging war against one, and not getting to the politics of it. So that's one aspect, and the other aspect is just trying to show folks, like, especially talking about these issues, tribal issues we have in Africa. Again, these are not organic issues. These are stuff that was pushed along us. But again, you have to work to kind of get rid of that, so that when they, because most folks within Africa don't have the chance to, travel abroad, see, like out like anybody else. So again, just displaying those other aspects will, bring all of the people together and have that wider understanding even this is not just for African unity. I mean, it will elevate people on an individual level. They'd be easier. So that has to be done ASAP because that, like, we're talking about years and years of programming that was pushed, from the top. So the only way we could work on is from the bottom up, and really, I think that should do like a great deal than what any single head of state or even like presidential level leaders can do. So in that sense, it's very powerful, and just have to be persistent and be creative and just bringing about different programs that can go worldwide, and make it more inclusive of all of the things that we can think of. You know what I mean? Because if we had to chip in ideas here, I'm sure like we can find so many of them. So in that regard, this is such a paramount move, in my opinion, and I have no words to express how delighted I am when I learned about this. The fact that people that like this are giving money, and so also reiterates the fact that people are hungry for information. People want to learn. People want to make this happen. Just didn't have the resources. So that's coming, and it's coming to a theater near you. So it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, AJ, you put it in there. Marie Antoinette, you're listening. So the whole thing that we said, I guess AJ pretty much wrapped it in one sentence, is that we got to be organic from the bottom up. And the awesome thing that I learned is that this family, from the beginning, I said, I don't need 1.3 billion people participating in it, but out of the few that's participating is the one that we're going to bring the leadership, someone that's going to take this man and go forward. And always throughout 7 days, we talk about the betterment of Africa and to all Africans, descents inclusive. We include all of them. And we're bringing subject after subject, and Sam is out there, Marie Antoinette is out there, BJ is out there. We have Sunny T. The family itself is so big. Now it's so funny. Some of my cousins, I don't know them. I don't even know their names. But this family that's been created, I know by their names, but whatever their name is that shows, I remember them. Like Sam, like Sunny T, Marie Antoinette always, BJ, AJ. You know what I mean? It becomes very close to my heart, of people that really are moving along, and I'm moving along with them. I'm learning. I thought, there are certain things that you might know, but there are certain things that really you don't know, because we don't. We cannot have. I'm not born encyclopedia. I'm not Google. You see what I'm saying? I can refer to Google, but I'm not the Google naturally, right? But again, there are history that has been told to me since I was a kid, and those histories, I remember those. But anything new that's out there, my next neighbor that has a different history, I might know a little bit about it, but since I'm not close, as you know, the world is really making you individual, right? Not as a family. The father is father, the mother is mother, and the kids are kids, and the among the siblings that there's the differences, but that's the world itself. The globalists are trying to divide to begin with, before even the races. Okay, the races, they put us at the bottom, but we're the biggest continent ever in the whole globe. How can you explain that you trashing 1.23 billion people with a big continent and with all major resources? How come? We are the
You
rich.
go after the children and you teach them to hate themselves.
That's when we say, love yourself first. In order to love
You know,
someone,
my
love
thing is we're all connected. We're all one. And we share the same heart. And any valve in that heart that's clogged and not functioning, it's going to take the whole body down.
Yep.
So we got to keep that blood flowing.
Yep. We got to promote the love, because the love, we the way we're putting love, right? It's sometimes people put condition. I love you because, or I won't. I will love you, but if you don't do this,
Because you going to buy me that Birkin bag, Biggie? I'm going to love you then.
give me my five. Give me my five now. You owe me five.
I put 5 on it. I did put 5 on it.
I put 5 on it. AJ, you remember that song?
Which one? I got 5 on it.
I put my 5 on it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So we said €5 for 5,000, right? To make 25. So me and BJ, actually BJ put it. BJ started it. I got 5 on it. I think it should. I think without taking somebody, I know some musician. I got 5 on it in a different version. I make him play on his guitar and piano. I know he can.
Oh,
he can
I love it! I love it.
Awesome.
I'm gonna have to bug him, because I'll tell you one thing about him. Okay, until one day, if I can bring him in on our show. Okay, during COVID. Okay. We cannot go out. We cannot go anywhere. Lockdown, right? And him and I will have Friday night, just like that. He plays the music, I dance. You understand?
Oh,
and
yeah.
This is true.
And we're connected. We're connected, man.
I'm telling you, he used to play. I'm gonna ask him. He's a very close brother, a very close brother of mine, and in fact, he's got a music coming up, and I keep begging him to give me one. In fact, he made a whole CD on his own. Okay, it's all music, and he played with a very popular musician. Okay, and he made that CD, and when I went to his house, he gave me the copy. Right when I left the house, I forgot the copy. So trying to retrieve that, he changed his mind on me.
You move, you lose.
I told him I'm gonna be by a 7-Eleven convenience store, and I'll say $5, $5. Because I asked him to get it published. You know what I mean? And he said, "No, come on. It's not that great." I'm like, when you are an artist, there are certain things that they don't see. What me listening to it, I can listen, I can see, I can feel the musician. Okay, and the fact that I was listening to it, I just loved it. It's instrumental, and he played all the instrument himself. So I said, listen, I said, if you don't publish it, I said, I'm going to take that and duplicate that. I'll sell it for $5. $5, $5. That's it. just
Look,
just
that's
sign
how a
on it.
lot of these rap artists became what they were. They were selling $5 CDs out the chunk of their cars.
Right.
I'm talking about, this city. Now, when I talk to him, I mean, I know
We're gonna put a link on Swahili Nation and let people be able
to download it.
Get the
Right.
MP3 version of it.
Download.
Yep.
Thank you very much, because this is gonna be exclusively for Swahili Nation.
Yeah, and we need the other one that you guys
I'm
were
gonna
playing
crawl.
too.
I'm gonna beg. I mean, he never said no to me. So he never said no to me. I don't care how low I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna say, dude, I need this. He gave me a great idea, actually. Download the CD. Download this music. I know if I go to the house, okay, if I go to his house, I know I'm gonna find CDs that he created.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, instrumentalists.
I'm just gonna pick one.
Nobody hears instruments anymore. They took music out of the public school system because I guess we were sort of good at it. Okay. And you hear auto-tune everything. One beat, and that's it. So to hear a true instrument is like amazing.
That's true. Yeah.
Listen, you know what? You guys conversate. I'm gonna make this phone call.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm gonna make this phone call, and BJ, you're on. So lead that. I'm listening, but I'm gonna make this phone call.
Yeah,
if it happens, it's crazy. So I'm gonna give a call.
Yeah, we're gonna make it happen. We're gonna make
It's
it
Friday.
happen.
Remember, it's Friday. So let me
Friday.
give a call.
It's going to be a jam night. Oh,
It's
nice.
jam night. Hold on, okay?
Yeah, because we have to find creative ways, because that's what they did in the past. I mean, that part of our history is so disconnected and foreign for us because we're so dependent upon the system we live in for everything. That our ancestors, our grandmothers and mothers got creative on how they were able to do things, and they made it work. And we now feel like if we don't do it this way, it's never going to happen. And that's not true. It's all within us.
Mm-hmm. That's very true. Oh, yeah, that's very true. Because, I mean, if you look at I think you kind of mentioned it as well, like the music back in like in the 80s and up, even in the 90s, you can sense that that the level of, I mean, music was monstrous. I mean, at that time, and you have all these great artists as well, and then that creativity is also drawing people, and so it was becoming big. And yeah, so I think it's about time that has to be ignited as well, because I don't want to sound like the old bee saying, "Oh, music back in the days," but
oh no, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely
I don't have a taste. I mean, I tried so hard to, have a good taste of the current music. I mean, so many ways, I just couldn't. I mean, there are great artists that are trying what we're talking about, good stuff out there, but it's not out there. Besides all these, softwares and stuff, people, it's good and it has its drawbacks as well, because people just kind of too quick to put it out there. It's not ready, doesn't have, people don't work. Like, collaboration is what makes music and art to its greatest.
And now they don't even want you to put lyrics. If you got a catch, that's all we need. Just give me the catch. Give me this little, you know. And the thing is, back in the 70s and 80s, you had your genres, but there was no. You heard every genre on every radio station. You heard rock on R&B station, R&B on rock station. You saw pop played everything. So there was no category that no one else just listened to. I like, Aretha Franklin. I like Rod Stewart. I mean, it was just, everything was just open to everybody. Now everything's sort of this little group and that little group and that little group, and it stagnates the music, but it's making, I guess, the heads of these studios money because they don't have to invest in the artists. And the artists, I feel for them nowadays because they don't have the power. And I don't know if this was their way of, okay, we let Prince get away with getting control of his music. That's not going to happen again. A lot of these artists don't have any power anymore. They don't have, freedom to do things the way they want to do things, to collaborate the way they want to collaborate, because they're, owing these music, entities so much. And then because everything's so hot, fluffy, fluff,
right,
that they then become in debt because I have to have the Birkin, I have to have the Gucci, I have to have the this, and all that stuff costs a lot of money, and they, they ain't taking it out their pocket starting out. That means now you owe the studio all this money because stage time, your outfits, your hair, your makeup, your fake lashes, your fake whatever else you may have. You gotta pay for this and you gotta pay for that. So you're gonna be forever indebted to these entities until you're gone, and then their longevity is less than zero, because it's in the next flavor of the week. So it's hard for them.
Hey, he calls me. He calls me.
Oh.
Hold on. Yes, me. So what's going on?
So you getting a link? But hopefully those things would begin to change. We have to make it change because that creativity, music is so important for us, especially, and we should never take it for granted.
No, absolutely right on that. Yeah, I mean, it's it's like it's more like technology is taking over actually, and even the sound of it is like, the mixes and all that, and for some reason, I mean, these are also like, I mean, technology is a good thing, but it wasn't about the technology, and I mean, sometimes some limitations make you become more creative. So, and when they have like limited tracks back then, they did all kind of things to compensate for it, and that's what gave birth to this different kinds of way of presenting it. So, but now you have, anybody can do it on your phone. You could have as many tracks and all kinds of sound. So I mean, the convenience of it kind of made it a little bit. So the role of an actual producer has diminished really, unless those that are working for the big labels and stuff.
Oh yeah. And again, a horn, the sounds that a horn, an actual physical horn, can put out, has not, no matter how much this technology has advanced, been replicated through a 0 and a 1 from a computer.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. The thing is, a computer, they want to replace us with them, But computer does not have a soul. I don't care what they want to call it. It does not have a soul. It does not feel. It does not think the same way a human thinks. No matter how many downloads of scenarios you put into it and how fast that processor is, it is never going to be human. And it can never think like a human. And it will not be, because it does, okay, let me stop. Let me get off my soapbox.
No, you're absolutely right.
Disagree with me, but I don't care.
Yeah,
it ain't.
It is true. Like, because it is true. Yeah.
So we have to appreciate the real.
That's very true. And these, I mean, the first digital recorders that, I mean, the analog sounds better always. Like analog.
Yes, even the 33 millimeter pictures are still more vibrant
because you don't have this aspect of sampling. Like now with the technology, what it's doing is it's sampling. That means it's actually taking the sound or the frequency form, and it's simply sampling bits of chunks of it, and it's reconstructs it. So you have losses, you have some data loss and here and there, so it doesn't sound authentic, even with the most advanced processor you have. I don't know what.
I mean, and again, is a processor is nothing but an algorithm, which is nothing but a code that it has to go through, and a code depends upon a choice, and it can have a limitless number of choices that it can select, but it cannot warp into the next choice without looking at the next set of choices. Where with a human, our brain can bypass a choice and come up with another direction to go into.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
To make it better, smoother, shorter. It's not going to be the same.
Exactly, unless you change how the human ears, or we hear with our bodies, how we perceive.
Well, we're putting you in a metaverse. That may be happening very soon.
Yeah, I think that seems like that's where it's heading. But,
so I feel for you youngins. I feel for y'all because I don't want no part of none of that.
No. It's like, it's because it's sad, because mostly, their understanding of the world started with the tablets and technology. So I mean, I worry for the young ones. Yeah. So.
Because it becomes their reality. This is all they know. This is all they see. But I think some are wising up, and I think some, God has made such a perfect creation that it can adapt and adjust to any situation, and it craves creativity. And when things get stale, or like, oh yeah, we did that, they'll always want to go in a different direction or create something different. So I'm counting on that the young people will build and create a better way.
Right. Yes. Hopefully. Yeah. Hopefully.
Because they will get bored really, really quickly in a fake world. Some may want to live there. I get it. I understand, because this reality is not here. So I understand your reason why. But no. Anything that can be manipulated can be manipulated for a reason, and that reason is 9 times out of 10 is not to your benefit. So,
not at all. I mean, I don't want to take this even like further, but even like at a concerts and stuff, I mean, isn't it? Concert, it's meant to be experienced. See folks trying to record it. You miss the moment you're trying to record it on your phone, and even if you watch it later, it's not going to be as the real experience, because you're like missing out on an actual live experience. That's like just needs you to be there. Your presence, just
Yes.
constructed.
Yeah.
Even all those things. Yeah. So, but you know, these are the things that you know, that are getting in the way of creativity, music, arts, and all that.
Because I was just asking, like, some people, like, I noticed people aren't doing the selfies like they used to. And I think people are now waking up. Maybe I need to be present. Maybe I need to live in this moment versus putting on a picture and it capturing a moment, but is it really capturing the event of what you were feeling when you were interacting with everyone and you were, you know, there and you can't capture that in a snapshot.
Oh no, no. Like, you know, I don't even remember like some of the things that I've taken like 5 years ago. I don't even know where it is at. So, so, but the memory of it, the experience, not just
It lives with you forever.
forever. Yeah. So that's powerful. Then that's where the power is. And these distractions really just, you know, but yeah, slowly, but folks are, you know, becoming aware of these things that are getting in the way, because it's powerful when people get together and be in, you know, share that energy of music and creativity and all that. So,
and I think if nothing else, this pandemic has taught us is that we need to be together. We need to see each other. We need to be able to interact. We need to be able to touch each other. That's there's power in that. And it's important to be able to do that, you know. The convenience of technology is, I mean, what it provides for us is unreal. I mean, the simple fact that all of us can, from all over the world, can communicate like in live, you know, in the moment is amazing. But being together is even more amazing. And we can't forget that.
I think that's the that urge, I think, kind of helped, because I was watching, during the pandemic, I just watched a whole lot of collabs happening with different artists because they couldn't do it out on the open. So I think that opened up so for the technology to kind of keep up in that way. So now, like, you have, like, you know, all these platforms can do a lot better with live than what it used to do before the pandemic. So that's a plus. But then again, that's not the real. This is, yeah, the real thing is when folks actually come together, be able, because there's more. I mean, there's more to than just, you know, connecting and talking, or, you know, being able to see one another. It's okay. That's good. That's it's amazing. It has its use, but can never outweigh, or, you know, can be better than actually getting together. Yeah.
And I don't know if it's the same where
All right.
you're at.
One thing. I spoke to my partner. He said he's gonna jam next week, Friday. So we're trying to set up some time. Yes.
Aww.
I told him if not, he said he's gonna try to send me a little clip now. So I'm gonna be waiting for that little music, you know.
Friday night jam.
Oh yeah.
In SNN.
Yes. It's gonna be you guys. I mean, this guy played with a lot of people, a lot of famous, and I think AJ would know them. You know Abagaz?
Oh,
You know Fasil?
Oh yeah.
You know all these are actually they're making a CD right now, and I'm not gonna mention who is gonna make the CD with because it's not out yet. So it's a good thing that he just said okay. And today he said I can't. He's in the middle, and in fact he's gonna come to my house. So he's like, oh, I'm gonna be on a trip, so come to me. So we'll discuss a little bit further. This gonna be a night that all, you know, either I'm gonna talk to him to convince him to play some tomorrow during my diaspora show. It's gonna be just a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful music. He plays guitar. He does piano. I mean, he's very talented. So
Wow.
we got talent in the house.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Yes, you know, he just gave me that idea, BJ. See, that's what the family's about. Give me the idea. I have the people. But
I guess
for me,
that's my whole purpose in life. Now, how can I monetize my giving ideas?
you know, you monetize when you start advertising this one. I'm pretty sure.
Repairs I need to be done to my house. I need to get
The awesome thing, yeah, the awesome thing. I know the group, and the drummer. Okay, the drummer is my cousin.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and you probably guys know what the drummer. He played Ziggy Marley. Okay.
Wow.
So just a little something. Okay. So I got full house of musicians. So the people that are gonna listen to this later on, diaspora night tomorrow, everybody's gonna be busy. So for me, I don't know if Pastor Israel is still there. Pastor Israel, are you still there? I think he's making some food.
Okay. Yeah, he hasn't said that in a minute.
You know, he's talking about food. Israel's gonna show up.
You know, that's not right because he's not giving us no samples.
Yep. So I just want to make sure that the family knows, and it's about 6 hours and 38 minutes a day. So I'm just gonna give it a minute or two, just in case I get an email. So if I get that email, I'll make sure that I share it before we sleep.
Wow.
So you guys can carry on. Yeah, carry on. I'm gonna have to put my laptop. Actually, I gotta put it on charge.
Okay.
So
I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Okay.
Can you repeat
that?
Go
ahead, yeah, she's gonna
be back
in 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Okay.
A few minutes. Okay. Thank you, Marie Antoinette.
Okay.
All right, you guys can discuss and let me try to get some information from him. I'm gonna bug him.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, and the beauty of it is how easily people can collaborate in a matter of just seconds. I mean, that's how connected we are, and it talks about it in the Bible because I sort of know the Bible, but I'm not an expert on verses or so please forgive me. But it says like when he comes, everyone will see him all at the same time. And when I was younger, it's like, how are you gonna see? How can everybody in the world see somebody at the same time? And the technology is getting there, and that's how amazing God's creations are.
Absolutely. And remember now, I have I don't know. I didn't say that in the past, but I was in sometimes in my past. Okay. When he said everybody will see him, okay, I believe that because I've seen myself in a situation where I saw my first daughter on my right eye and my second daughter on my left eye, and I was able to see them both at the same time.
Wow.
It's like the chicken eyes. You see, he sees one side, and he's got to turn a little bit to see you too, right? So he will take two pictures at the same time in conversion, and I can see them independently. So that point where he said, "When everybody can see him," let alone about the internet, but the fact we have that ability.
Yes.
I experienced it myself.
Wow.
Yes, it is true. We will be able to see that.
Because we will be so connected.
It was at one point of my life, the lowdown of my life. It's just a place where I said, basically, I said, "Is this the end?" You understand? I asked
Right.
Christ, "Is this the end?" That's the crucial moment in my life. Nothing that I did wrong, it just randomly.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, honestly, well, you know, I won't put it in public records, but
Right, exactly.
I have been in a situation where I literally saw my life gone.
Right.
And I was in the car, and I'm like, if I don't do something, that person, because they were working, that person life is going to be gone, and maybe some people behind me life is going to be gone as well. And I'm like, okay, I have to do something. I'm okay if it's me, but I can't have it be someone else. So I, you know, maneuvered and was able to get around everything and zoom and got out of the way. And everybody behind me, I heard the screech behind me. I'm like, oh my God, please, 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 please. No, no, no. But I never heard a contact. And as I was driving down, I saw the person who was in front of me face like, I just met my maker.
Yep.
But I'm still standing here. And then I looked behind me and was like, and everybody was just slowed down, like, what just happened? That was just a miracle in the making. And I know he is there. He's there. He could stop a drop of rain in midair if it's meant to go somewhere that he needs it to be.
Yes, we were in the same boat. We were in the same boat. It was amazing, though. I had the strength. I had the strength. You cannot believe where. I mean, it's just incredible moves where my blackout were the significant of my two beautiful daughters. That was it.
Because he will put in you what you cannot, your brain cannot comprehend.
No, no idea. I just follow through.
That's it. And really technically, that's just to show you, if we all did that, this world would be what he wants it to be. But we are so pig-headed.
Resistant.
Pig-headed. To think that we can do it better. No, we cannot. I gave up on that a long time ago.
No, right at that moment.
My life been better ever since.
Yeah. Yes, and actually, you're right. A lot of things got cleared out of the way. You know, what do you think I promote? No stress, no fear.
Put it in his hands. There's no stress or no fear. He created it all.
That's right. So, and
he knows what he's doing with all of it. We don't have to understand it.
Do not worry. He said, do not worry about your daughter. They're right on my shoulder.
Yeah.
So that was a moment in my life after surviving everything back home, AJ, you know, during the dark time.
Yeah.
Right? After surviving all these things and came into America, almost got robbed at gunpoint and all that. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, you know? I came in all the way across to run away from all this conflict. And then I'm here and at gunpoint I get robbed. And the funny thing is,
the devil don't want God's people to prosper. And sometimes you have to understand, where I still got to face those battles. Okay, now I know. And then you know how to maneuver after that.
Absolutely. And family, This is exactly.
Don't get comfortable.
Yep. Like I said, the robber is always there. There's a thief.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Any opportunity he gets, he'll try to rob.
He gonna try to take you out.
Yeah, absolutely.
So don't get comfortable.
Look at the world right now. Look at the world right now. All these wars that's going on. People that are really and hunting innocent people would know nothing, would no gun, would know nothing to defend themselves with. You just take
and what are you going to get? What gains are you going to make in a bunch of money? What is a bunch of money but a bunch of paper?
Nothing,
so with no true value in it.
But you snuffed the God creation. But again, sometimes when you think about everything else around, we here always said, "Oh, punishment, right?" But there's no punishment in our book when it comes to the destruction of human life.
No,
not in our world. You see. Well, I have a guest that came in. Fazilo, how are you? Anyway, sorry about that. But I'm gonna cut short because he didn't show up.
Okay.
Went on a little bit, and I'll say something. May Xavier protect all of you and my family. I really appreciate that. And I'm gonna pray and make sure that everybody understands this prayer is for all of us. Xavier, I thank you so much for giving us this conversation, for giving us the opportunity to discuss to one another and look at the bottom of things that is happening and making a change. And as we make the changes, you're always forefront. You're the one that clears the path. And thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. And for one thing that we know, the Swahili Nation One Africa, to build us our office that we anticipated. In your glorious name, Xavier, we thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Cut it short.
Hallelujah.
Thank you so much. Hallelujah. And thank you so much for listening. And now I'm just going to go and join some of my family up. And thank you so much, all of you. And keep on pledging, be generous. And be generous across the world. For people that needs, please share what you have. Marie Antoinette, I pray for you, for Kaku, Marie Antoinette, Dr. Sadaka, and as well Mika, Pastor Israel, and everybody else that need the prayer. May Xavier bless you all. Thank you.
Amen.
Amen.
Yes. Amen.
All right, guys. That's a wrap.
That's a wrap. And we got 5 on it.
We got 5 on it. I'll make sure that he's going to sing that song. In different version. So we don't have no copyright issue.
We ain't got no money, so we can't pay nobody. If you try to build a nation, we ain't right there yet.
Yes. AJ. Yeah. AJ, I know BJ told you that. So, but I'm a second alone. Prince Lara came under me. And everybody else out there, for those of you that listen, Sam and everybody else out there, Marie Antoinette, and as well, we have a bunch of them that really joined, and I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful morning and evening. Thank you.
You as well. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
You as well. Everybody take care.
All right. That's where be blessed all. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ano, das also do.
Buat dengan dia. Iya, dia benda ni.